Masquerade, a superstar boss, sweet romantic comedy. Written by Janette Rallison, also known as C.J. Hill. Narrated by Molly Secor. Chapter 1. Opportunity didn't knock for Slade Jacobson. It rang his phone at 10:34 p.m. while he was putting his daughter to bed for the third time. He ignored his phone and tried to convince Bella she was tired, this time using a Cockney accent and a dragon puppet who begged the 4-year-old to stop bouncing around the bed because he'd had a blazing headache. Who said an actor's life wasn't carefree and glamorous? Bella finally relented, clutching the puppet to her heart, and his arm along with it. She'd inherited her light brown curls, her heart-shaped face, and the dimples in her cheeks from his ex-wife. The only thing Bella seemed to have inherited from him was a pair of golden brown eyes. But this brought him comfort. As long as there was some part of him in his daughter, there was hope she wouldn't turn out like his ex-wife. Eventually, Bella relaxed her grip on his arm and surrendered to sleep, which is when Slade's phone rang again. Bella's eyes flew open. "Go to sleep," Slade told her. "You don't want to make your dragon yell. Or your father." He slipped out of the room, pulling the phone from his pocket as he did. Who was calling at this hour? He glanced at the caller ID. Mason. Well, that explained the hour. This was still early in the evening in Mason's world. He was probably out clubbing with some model and had forgotten that the rest of the world wasn't nocturnal. Slade answered the phone with a tired, "Hello?" "Take the next plane to Vegas, because this is your lucky night." Slade heard music and talking in the background. A woman laughed near the phone. Slade could picture Mason, his feet kicked up on the nearest piece of furniture. A day's worth of stubble on that perfectly square jaw photographers were so crazy about. The laughing woman was probably tussling his blonde hair. Slade walked toward his family room. "What's up, Mason?" "Don't think of me as Mason. Think of me as the granter of favors, and I'm about to grant you a huge one." Slade sat down on a recliner and rubbed his eyebrows. "If this has anything to do with women, I'm not interested. The last one you set me up with had the personality of moss." Mason chuckled. "Well, maybe, but she had other compensating qualities." "Right. If she had been any shallower, she could have been classified as a kiddie pool." "This isn't about women," Mason went on. "It's about the only creatures on the earth more desirable than women. Producers." Slade leaned forward. "I'm listening." "You owe me big for this," Mason said. "Someday I'm gonna need something, and I'm gonna remind you of this moment." Slade didn't wait to hear any more of the bargain. "Did you get someone interested in my screenplay?" "I said I was granting favors, not miracles. You're going to have to sell the script yourself. I'm just giving you the opportunity. AJ is taking the entire cast of undercover agents to Oahu for a week-and-a-half-long shoot there. He's billing it as work. But you know AJ. He wants to vacation before we start filming. Anyway, I booked a room for you at the Mahalo Regency Resort with the rest of us. I thought you could pitch the projects to him between the time he's eating and swimming." Mason paused. "Now, tell me I didn't do a better job for you than that overpaid agent of yours." "You're certainly more resourceful." "We leave in 10 days. Call the resort and confirm your spot." Slade didn't answer for a moment. He'd been looking for a producer for this screenplay for months. His agent had set up a few pitch meetings, but nothing had come of those. Still, he had his daughter to consider. "I don't know. Bella acts up when I'm away." "And she acts up when you're with her. What's the difference? Pay your nanny extra and you're set to go." Slade hesitated. "Actually, I'm between nannies right now." Bella chased another nanny away? Bella didn't chase her away. The woman wasn't capable of handling a spirited child. Besides, I think she only took the job because she wanted an in with her acting career. She kept doing impersonations for me. Mason grunted. So, find someone else. It's not that easy. I've got to find the perfect woman. Mason laughed, blocking out the background music on his end. What? Slade asked. You're such a family man now. There used to be a time when finding the perfect woman meant something entirely different to you. Mason couldn't possibly understand. He didn't have a little girl with golden brown eyes who depended on him. Thanks for the lead, Slade said. I'll see you in 10 days. Which meant he had 9 days to find the perfect woman. Chapter 2. Writing a eulogy would have been easier, Clarissa mused as she looked down at the employment application. At least when you said glowing things about the dead, no one asked you to provide references to prove it was the truth. Clarissa glanced around the waiting room and sized up her competition. The other 4 people sitting on the decoratively uncomfortable couches appeared calm, perhaps even bored. A man with glassy eyes and a tight-fitting suit filled out his application in one corner. In another, 2 girls who looked like they skipped out of high school to be here chatted instead of filling out their applications. Both wore jeans, t-shirts, and too much makeup. Next to them, a frumpy older woman filled out her paperwork with a flourish, as though she thoroughly enjoyed dotting her I's. Clarissa sighed and continued filling out the application. Reducing her life history to 1-sentence answers made her sound so ordinary. Accomplishments? She drummed her fingers against the application. What had she accomplished lately? She'd survived a divorce. She'd single-handedly moved her belongings into an apartment. She'd recently bought an ironing board, a blender, and 2 outfits for her 3-year-old daughter at a garage sale, and got change back from her $20 bill. That had seemed like a great accomplishment at the time. What else? She bit her lip. How could she be busy from 7 in the morning until midnight every night, and yet have never accomplished anything? The next space on the application read, Hobbies. Oh, great. Not only was she supposed to accomplish things, she was also supposed to have hobbies. Somewhere in between her job at the fitness club, her job as a waitress, and the time with Elena she wedged into the remaining hours of the day, she was supposed to be skiing, composing poetry, or playing chess. Reciting Dr. Seuss probably didn't count as a hobby. Neither did turning old dish towels into Barbie fashions. She stared at the space for a moment longer, then wrote, Yoga. As part of her job at the fitness club, she taught a yoga class twice a week. It paid little enough to almost count as a hobby. Clarissa glanced over her application again. It was unimpressive by anyone's standards. Perhaps she should embellish a few abilities and accomplishments for good measure. After all, she was justified because she really needed a decent job. Working 2 dead-end jobs had been all right in the short term. It had produced enough money to retain a lawyer and put down a deposit on an apartment. But she couldn't go on this way for long. She had to think of her future. She had to think of Elena's. She needed work that would allow her more time with her daughter and enough money so she could go back to school and finish her family science degree. Clarissa held the pen poised over the application, but in the end, couldn't bring herself to make up anything. It simply wasn't right. She stood, trudged over to the receptionist, and handed her the clipboard. Then she slipped back onto the couch and picked up a magazine. She didn't read it, though. Instead, she gazed at the other people in the room and wondered what had brought them here. Maybe they were wondering the same thing about her. I'm not supposed to be here, she thought. This was never supposed to be a stopping place in her life. She'd planned on being a stay-at-home mom. She'd planned on baking casseroles, carting kids to soccer lessons, and teaching the joy of reading to a bunch of beautiful and talented children. That's what was supposed to have happened. Clarissa closed her eyes and pushed away the feeling of panic that assaulted her whenever she considered the future. It will be okay, she told herself, and ignored the other voice in her head, the one that said, "You're a single mother with minimal job skills, an incomplete college degree, and a 3-year-old daughter to support." A portly, middle-aged man appeared in the doorway of the waiting room, signaling that he was ready to see the next applicant. He looked down at the form in his hand and called, "Clarissa Hancock?" Clarissa flinched at the name. She'd meant to put down Harrison as her last name. Instead, out of force of habit, she'd written Hancock on the form. It was just one more way she hadn't fully adjusted to single life. She got to her feet, smiled at the man who'd called her, and followed him into a small office. He motioned her to have a seat and sat behind a desk, all the time keeping his gaze on her. As she settled into her chair, a smile broke across his face. "I do know you, right? It took me a moment to recognize you, but you're Alex Hancock's wife, right?" She smiled back at him, trying to place him, and wondered how much of her current marital status to divulge. Before she could say anything, he added, I'm an old friend of Alex's parents, Brent Peterson. I came to your wedding, remember?" She forced a smile and pretended she wasn't uncomfortable talking about it. "Sorry, that day is a blur in my mind. I mean, I remember smiling for a lot of pictures, shaking hands, and somewhere in all of that, we ate cake." "Oh, well, in that case, I gave you the nicest wedding gift." He laughed a deep, rich laugh. She didn't want to tell him. She somehow couldn't tell him her marriage was over, so she kept smiling. "And how is that family of yours doing these days?" he asked. "We have a 3-year-old daughter. Her name is Elena." He nodded. "Precious age." "Yes. I want to leave," she thought. "I want to walk out of here and go where I'll never run into anyone who ever knew Alex." She shouldn't have to explain the personal details of her life. She shouldn't have to tell people that Alex was not as charming or as kind as the image he so carefully cultivated. What would Brent Peterson's response be if she said, "Yes, 3 is a precious age. It's too bad my ex-husband could never see that." He always found things to yell at her about, until it became a daily ritual for her to break into tears every time he spoke to her. One didn't say those kinds of things. One was supposed to keep problems inside and pretend everything was lovely. Mr. Peterson glanced over her application again. "I'll tell you what, I've always believed friends should help friends, and I'm going to see what I can do for you." Clarissa gulped and hoped he didn't see the flush that suddenly touched her face. Before, her divorce had been a question of privacy. Now, suddenly, it was a secret that might help her get a job. It seemed dishonest to keep pretending she was still Alex's wife, and yet, how could she tell the truth? As Mr. Peterson looked through the files on his computer, he recounted stories of cute things Alex had done as a child. One didn't break into that kind of speech with, "Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Alex said the cutest thing to me the last time I saw him. He told me, 'I'll always be able to afford better lawyers than you can hire. I let you have full custody of Elena, but don't think you'll ever get 1 cent more in child support from me.'" Mr. Peterson looked up. "You don't have any accounting skills?" "Not beyond balancing my checkbook." pity. That one paid well." He scanned his computer again. "Computer programming?" She shook her head. He returned his attention to his screen. "Any experience in dental offices?" "Only the kind where you sit in a chair with your mouth open for half an hour." He glanced down at her application again. "You do have childcare skills." 3 years' worth." He turned away from the computer. "I should have thought about this before. Can you be an around-the-clock nanny for a week?" A friend watched Elena while Clarissa worked, and she would probably consent to taking care of her for an entire week. But Clarissa balked at the idea of being away from her daughter for so long. "Well, I was thinking of something more along the lines of 8 to 5. Mr. Peterson smiled across the desk. "It pays $4,000 with the possibility of callbacks." "I'll take it." He laughed and jotted an address on a card. "The job offer came in this morning. I already set up 3 people to be interviewed for it, but I'll add you to the list and tell them you come with the highest recommendation." "Oh, that's very kind of you." Mr. Peterson handed her the card. "It's a job for Slade Jacobson. He wants a nanny for his 4-year-old daughter while he goes to Hawaii. It's going to be a sort of working vacation for him." Mr. Peterson leaned toward her. "Some life, huh?" "Slade Jacobson?" Clarissa asked. "The Slade Jacobson, who's in all those movies." "The very one." Slade Jacobson was one of those tall, dark, and ruggedly handsome actors who looked like he was perpetually about to defeat a villain in hand-to-hand combat, then carry off a swooning yet seductive maiden. It was hard to think about him as a father at all. Ordinary dads didn't have shoulders like linebackers or golden brown eyes that seemed to look right through you. Mr. Peterson typed something into his computer. "I loved him as Hawk Hawthorne in Maximum Security, which reminds me, don't give out his address to anyone. Actors are touchy that way." Before she could promise to be discreet, he went on. "I know how these interviews go. Let me give you a few hints. Be on time, dress professionally, and don't be afraid to emphasize your qualifications. Make sure he knows you're perfect for the job. You got the schooling, you got the experience, you're trustworthy, and you're married." "I'm married?" she asked. "I mean, that's a qualification?" He laughed again, the same deep laugh. "Officially, no. Unofficially, yes. He doesn't want any pretty young things taking the job for the wrong reasons." "Oh, yes, I see. Well, no need to tell him the truth then. She only wanted the job for the right reasons." "The interview will be Tuesday at 3 o'clock. Mr. Peterson stopped, leaned back in his chair, and waved his pen in the air thoughtfully. "Why don't you call and tell him you have a 3-year-old daughter? She's about the same age as Bella, and maybe he'd let you take her along as a playmate." Clarissa nodded and looked at the card. He lived in Malibu. She didn't go there often, but she could find her way around. She thanked Mr. Peterson and stood up to go. Mr. Peterson also stood and reached over the desk to shake her hand. "Say hello to Alex for me. And listen, if this interview doesn't work out, come back and we'll find something else for you." She smiled and thanked Mr. Peterson again. This interview had to work out, because she could absolutely not come here again. Chapter 3. Clarissa glanced in the rearview mirror for the umpteenth time, making sure her hair was still in place and her makeup unsmeared. Those things weren't likely to happen while she was driving in a car and the windows rolled up, but she checked her appearance anyway. A sudden phobia of not being perfect had hit her. Her outfit probably wasn't nice enough, and her shoes were scuffed. She hadn't thought much about them until she got ready for the interview. Then she remembered why she hadn't worn her wool blazer for so long. The only shoes that matched it were scuffed. But What could she do? The skirt and blazer were the only things professional enough to wear to an interview. Clarissa glanced in the mirror again, this time checking on Elena in her car seat. "Are you okay back there?" Elena nodded, her twin blonde pigtails bobbing. The pink bows Clarissa had tied in her hair were still in place, and her dress didn't even look wrinkled. It was pink, too. Elena had lately refused to wear anything that wasn't some shade or hue of pink. Her pale blue eyes looked up at Clarissa's reflection. "Are we almost there?" "Yes, and while we're there, you're going to be what?" "Good," Elena said. "And that means being what?" "Quiet." "And play nicely with the other little girl," Clarissa added. "Then, what will we get after we've finished with the interview?" "Ice cream," Elena exclaimed. "One more thing. Remember, we're not going to say anything about Daddy while we're there, okay?" Clarissa hoped Elena wouldn't question that request. It was one more thing to worry about, and Clarissa was already worried about everything else. It wasn't that she had any idealistic notions of celebrities. Clarissa had never been the type who pored over the tabloids or watched the Oscars. Her knowledge of Hollywood was minimal by anyone's standards, but you couldn't be a grocery store shopping woman and not know who Slade Jacobson was. Slade had graced the cover of every tabloid when he and soap opera starlet Evelyn Larkin married 5 years ago. They looked like such a perfect couple. Happy, beautiful, rich and famous. Apparently, the marriage hadn't been perfect, though. The couple had made the same rounds on the tabloids about a year ago, after Evelyn was caught cheating with her co-star. The tabloids had photographic proof to commemorate the event. Evelyn draped over a blonde hunk at some drunken party. Clarissa had felt sorry for Slade, to have his personal life the cause of so much public speculation. Everyone wondered who was to blame for the affair. Was there something wrong with Slade or with Evelyn that she would cheat on a guy that 80% of American women would willingly ditch their boyfriends for? Perhaps Evelyn was a fool, walking away from that sort of knee-weakening specimen of manhood, or maybe Slade was one of those overbearing jerks that a woman could only take for so long. Well, Clarissa was about to find out. She turned from the busyness of the main streets toward Malibu Canyon. Even though it was late October, autumn only brought slightly cooler temperatures. California was still blue skies, sunshine, and tourists. The farther Clarissa drove up the hill, the harder her heart pounded. She was really going to do this. She was going to walk up to Slade Jacobson's house and knock on the door. Then he'd open the door, and her brain would stop working, and the first thing she'd blurt out was, "I'm not married." Clarissa gripped the steering wheel and resolved to remain poised and in control of her tongue. Her marital status didn't matter. Slade had only requested a married woman so he didn't have to worry about getting applicants who were conniving little flirts in sheep's clothing, or in this case, wool blazers. But Clarissa had no designs on Slade. In fact, after spending the last 5 years with Alex, she was likely to remain designless as far as men went, on a permanent basis. If she ever felt lonely for someone whose main purpose in life was to point out her every shortcoming, she'd buy a subscription to a beauty magazine. She turned onto a long driveway, stopped in front of an imposing metal gate, and pressed the call button. "Yes," a faraway-sounding female voice said. "Hi," Clarissa said. "I'm here for an interview." "Just a moment." A few seconds of silence ticked by, and the gate slowly swung open. Clarissa continued down the driveway until she reached the 2-story colonial house, a gray brick splendor with dark green shutters and a crisp white porch that extended the length of the house. Rose bushes bordered the porch, their red and pink blossoms splashing color against the wood. To the side of the house, a grove of oak trees towered over an expanse of lush green lawn. It seemed like a place fairies would visit, and not like the home of Hawk Hawthorne. Clarissa parked, got Elena out of the car, and they strolled silently up the walk. On the doorstep, she squeezed Elena's hand again. "Remember to be good." Elena nodded. "Ice cream." Clarissa rang the doorbell, and moments later it opened to reveal a well-dressed, trim, middle-aged woman. Her gray hair was cut in a bob and neatly curled under. Even from where Clarissa stood, she could tell the woman's lip color exactly matched the shade of her fingernail polish. And now the flowers made sense. Clarissa was at the wrong house. Somehow there had been a horrible mistake, and Slade Jacobson was waiting for her somewhere in a house decorated with cactus, boulders, and the skulls of small animals that had wandered onto his property. "I was looking for Slade Jacobson," Clarissa said. The woman smiled and opened the door farther. "Come in. He isn't finished with the last interview, but I'll show you to a waiting room." Clarissa took in the entryway in a glance. A chandelier cascaded from the high ceiling. The walls were cream, hung with large paintings of parochial hunting scenes, above a border of hip-high wood molding. A vase of lilies overpowered a glass-topped table at the foot of a curved stairway, and the mahogany floor shone as though just recently buffed. The place smelled of flowers and money. There were still no signs of cactus or animal skulls. As they walked into the entryway, the woman extended a hand to Clarissa. "I'm Meredith Allen, Slade's assistant." Clarissa shook her hand. "Clarissa Hancock. This is a lovely home." "Thank you. I decorated it myself." Meredith leaned closer to Clarissa. "Slade hasn't quite forgiven me for all the florals, but he'll get over it eventually." Meredith bent down and surveyed Elena. "You must be here for the job of playmate, right?" "I get ice cream if I'm good," Elena said. This was perhaps not the best way to start out an interview on child-rearing practices. Clarissa cleared her throat uncomfortably. "It isn't bribery. It's rewarding appropriate behavior." Meredith straightened, her smile intact. "Oh, you don't have to convince me. I frequently reward myself with ice cream. What's the point of being good otherwise?" She walked a few paces down the hallway and motioned through a doorway. "You can wait here until Slade is ready." Clarissa gave a soft thank you to Meredith and led Elena into the room. It was the size of a small living room with an oversized couch in one corner and a matching chair in the other. Several silk trees stood against the walls, and a rustic-looking coffee table displayed an assortment of magazines. A floor-to-ceiling bookcase completely covered one wall, and two large ceramic dogs lay sprawled on the floor. Another door, slightly open, stood directly across the room. Clarissa deposited Elena on the couch, told her to sit still, and went to investigate the door. She planned on closing it. As she got closer, she heard voices coming from the room beyond. One voice she recognized immediately, Slade's. "And discipline?" he asked. "How do you handle that?" Instead of closing the door, Clarissa sat down in the chair beside it. It wasn't really eavesdropping. Meredith had told her to wait here, and the door was already open. It wasn't her fault if she overheard the interview questions, and after all, it would help her prepare her own answers. "I'm firm where discipline is concerned," the woman said. "I let parents set the rules, and I expect children to follow them." Elena bounced up and down on the couch. "Sweetheart, sit still," Clarissa whispered. Elena stopped bouncing and slid off the couch. She stopped in front of the ceramic dogs. "Look, Mommy, doggies." "Yes, sweetheart, don't touch." From the other room, Slade asked, "When do you think is the right time to ask the parent to intervene?" Clarissa tried to judge from his tone whether he approved of the woman's last answer. His voice sounded clipped, but perhaps that was just his interviewing voice. "I don't expect a parent to have to intervene when I'm tending," the woman said. "That's my job." "I see." His voice definitely sounded disapproving that time, although Clarissa had no idea what he disapproved of. She glanced at Elena and saw her gingerly touching one of the dog's heads. "Elena, I told you not to touch that." "But I's petting it nicely," Elena said. "Mommy said no." Elena frowned. "I want to go home." "In a little while. Here, come look at these stickers in my purse. You can play with them when it's time for me to talk to Mr. Jacobson." Elena tromped toward her mother, then stopped at the tree by the couch instead. Clarissa turned back to the conversation in the next room. Slade asked, "What are your favorite activities to do with children?" This was an important question, and one she hadn't considered before. She would answer, reading. No one could take issue with that. Cooking was another good answer. It sounded homey and educational. She could talk about the way Elena liked to stand beside her as she made dinner and help dump ingredients into the bowl. But then perhaps Slade wouldn't approve of that. He probably had someone doing his cooking for him and might worry about his daughter being burned or cut. Cooking was definitely out. Board games, perhaps. Elena moved behind the trees and giggled mischievously. "You can't find me," she cooed and giggled again. "Where is my sweetie pie?" Clarissa knew this question would prolong the game and keep her daughter busy for a few more minutes. In the next room, they were talking about children's self-esteem, although Clarissa didn't know how they'd gotten on that subject. Slade seemed to think it was of the utmost importance. So when Clarissa went over her background in family science, she could slip in something about how appropriate achievements boost a child's self-esteem. And, oh, she had it. The perfect answer to the "What are your favorite activities to do with children?" question. When Slade asked her, she'd smile and say, "Whatever the child's favorite activity is. I find children are happiest when they're pursuing areas of their own interest." How could Slade find fault with that answer? She might have a chance at this job. She might be able to pull it off. Slade said, "Thank you for coming, Mrs. McGrath. My assistant will call you tonight and let you know my decision." Clarissa's gaze instantly swung back to the silk plants. "Elena, come here. It's our turn now." The plants remained still and silent. She pushed aside the foliage. "Elena?" No one was there. Clarissa's gaze swept over the room, searching for her daughter's hiding place. She could hear the click of heels across the floor in the next room. Mrs. McGrath was leaving. "Elena," Clarissa whispered, "come here right now." She glanced behind the chair, and then, because it was the only hiding place left in the room, Clarissa knelt down beside the couch. The couch stood high off the floor with a ruffled skirt, which concealed everything underneath. It probably could have accommodated several small children. Clarissa lifted the ruffle to see if it hit hers. The area was too dark to see anything. Clarissa reached out her hand, hoping to touch something that felt like a 3-year-old child. "We evicted the dust bunnies from underneath the furniture," Slade's voice came from directly behind her. "But if you're interested, we have a fine lint collection behind the washing machine." Clarissa jumped at the sound and, in doing so, banged the side of her face into the bottom of the couch. More slowly, she turned to peer up at him. He was taller than she'd expected, and even more striking. In real life, his hair was darker, his features stronger, and his brown eyes had an intensity she never saw on TV. There was something about him that reminded her of a lion, something sleek, powerful, and full of pent-up energy. Clarissa got to her feet. I was looking for my daughter. She seems to have wandered off." "Under the couch?" "Well, no, I just figured she must be in here someplace, and I've looked everywhere else." Slade appraised her silently. "You lost your daughter. although he didn't actually come right out and say, "And you want a job taking care of mine." The question hung in the air. She was here, and How could she explain? She couldn't tell him. She'd been so busy eavesdropping she hadn't been paying attention to Elena. She can't have gone far. The door to the hallway stood slightly ajar. Clarissa went to it and peered down the hallway. Empty. "Elena," she called. No one replied. Clarissa stood there, feeling her heart pound, and stared hopelessly down the hallway. Slade joined her, gazing down the hallway himself. "How far did you say she usually wanders?" Clarissa wasn't sure whether his voice was laced with amusement or just amazement. At this point, it didn't matter. "Look," she told him, "you probably don't consider me capable of watching children. You don't have to hire me to watch yours, but could you please help me find my daughter?" He nodded slowly. "All right." He stepped out into the hallway and tilted his head back. "Meredith." She appeared in one of the doorways down the hall. "Yes?" "Mrs. Hancock has misplaced her daughter. Could you please help her search down here, and I'll try upstairs?" Meredith's gaze turned to Clarissa, and for a moment she saw sympathy there. "Certainly." Slade strolled down to the end of the hallway and disappeared through one of the corridors. Meredith headed the other way and began looking in rooms. Clarissa followed her, scanning everything for movement, and every once in a while called out, "Elena, come here right now." Clarissa tried to quell the sense of panic that nipped at her. After all, Elena wasn't really lost. It wasn't as if someone had spirited her off. At least Clarissa hoped not. She suddenly wondered how many employees Slade Jacobson had, and if all of them had background checks. She shook off the thought. Elena wasn't kidnapped. She'd simply wandered off. Still, as she searched, Clarissa prayed that Elena wasn't somewhere hurt or scared, or breaking priceless antiques. Meredith and Clarissa systematically went from room to room, which proved to be quite a task. Clarissa didn't see any signs of a little girl, but she did see enough cherrywood furniture to convince her that somewhere there was a large empty space in a cherry orchard with Slade Jacobson's name on it. They reached a spacious living room. As Clarissa was checking inside a fireplace that could have comfortably accommodated a band, Slade appeared at the top of a winding staircase. "Bella isn't in the playroom anymore," he called to Meredith. "Have you seen her downstairs?" Meredith shook her head. Slade's jaw clenched, and he banged his hand against the banister. "Isabel Jacobson." Only silence followed his call. He stormed down the stairs, mumbling something Clarissa couldn't hear, and stalked into the kitchen. Meredith sighed and resumed her head shaking. "This is why I don't tend Bella anymore. I'm too old to be chasing wild fillies." Wild fillies? So Slade Jacobson, Mr. We Have No Dust Bunnies under the couch, had a daughter who could be classified as a wild filly. It made Clarissa feel a little better about blowing her interview. At least she knew Mrs. McGrath would have to work for her money. Slade came from the kitchen with a small black dog happily trailing behind him. The dog stared expectantly up at Slade, wagging his tail so fiercely it looked like it would topple him over. "Blitzer?" Slade spoke slowly to the dog. "Where's Bella? Go find Bella." The dog's droopy ears lifted, and he peered about the room intently. He put his nose down and ran in what seemed a random manner around the room. Clarissa watched with her mouth slightly open. Slade glanced at her and shrugged. "It's Bella's dog. They play hide-and-go-seek together, and he can always find her." "That's because Blitzer cheats," Meredith said. To Clarissa, she added, "He counts to 10 but never closes his eyes." The dog apparently caught a whiff of the little girl because he charged into the kitchen. Slade followed after him, and Meredith and Clarissa followed after Slade. The dog sniffed around the kitchen, then ran through an archway into the dining room. Once there, he went straight to the dining room table and stuck his head and front paws under the tablecloth. The tablecloth, like the matching curtains nearby, puddled material onto the floor so that only the backside of Blitzer stuck out, his tail wagging wildly. The dog gave one sharp, happy bark, which was followed by giggling. 2 pairs of giggles. Slade crossed his arms and glared at the table. "Bella?" The giggles stopped. "Bella Jacobson, what are you doing?" 2 little heads peeked out from underneath the tablecloth. The one with light brown curls said,
"We're having a hot chocolate party, Daddy."
Her smile grew wider. "Because you don't let me drink real tea." Slade shook his head. "Bella, you were supposed to stay in the playroom until Meredith called you to come down." Bella's smile instantly turned to a pout that made her look even more charming.
"You said I would get to play with a friend, and then she came and you forgot to get me."
Bella pulled Blitzer into a hug, and he licked her face until she laughed and let him go. He disappeared under the tablecloth completely. "No one forgot to get you," Slade said. "It just wasn't your turn to play yet." Clarissa motioned to her daughter. "Come here, Elena." Elena crawled from underneath the table with a frown.
"I just started playing."
"You have to ask me before you play. You know that. I was worried when I couldn't find you." Elena sighed dramatically, and with her ponytails bobbing, stomped over to her mother.
"But that girl said I supposed to go with her."
Slade cocked his head and gave Bella another stern look. "Isabel, did you go get Elena and tell her to come with you?" Bella nodded, her golden brown eyes innocent. "Why didn't you ask her mother if she could play?"
"Because we're playing spy, and so it's a secret. That's why we're in our secret hideout."
Slade's voice had a crispness to it. "We'll talk about your career as a spy later. Right now, I want you to go back into the playroom so I can speak to Elena's mother." "You still want to interview me?" Clarissa asked. "Do you still want the position?" He glanced at the table. "Even now that you know my daughter is an underworld spy who lures unsuspecting bystanders underneath the dining room table?" "That depends," Clarissa said. "Does the dog come along as part of the job?" Slade smiled a broad, even smile, the same one she'd seen plastered on the cover of TV Guide not long ago. "I'll talk to Bella about hiding." Without a trace of emotion, Meredith said, "Perhaps you could put a bell around her neck." Slade shot Meredith a look, but when he turned back to Clarissa, he seemed to be the person she'd first seen in the waiting room, professional and impatient. "Well, let's get on with the interview. Where did I leave my notebook?" He glanced at the door. Before he could move in that direction, Meredith spoke up. "I'll get it for you." Her heels clicked sharply across the floor as she left. Slade turned to Bella. "Why don't you and Elena make a secret hideout in the playroom?"
"The table is the best hideout."
Bella's pout came back.
"Please?"
Slade shook his head, and Clarissa could see the answer forming on his lips. Then, just as quickly, he stopped and half smiled. "I suppose we can do the interview in here." He glanced over at Clarissa. "If you don't mind." She shrugged and let go of Elena's hand. Her daughter happily skipped over to the table and disappeared back underneath. Slade pulled 2 chairs a little way from the table and motioned for Clarissa to sit. As she did, he scrutinized her carefully. "I read the resume the agency sent, and it seems fine. Tell me one thing, though. Do you have an acting background?" Clarissa shifted in her chair uneasily. "I played Liesel in my high school's production of The Sound of Music." "Anything more recent?" Not unless one considered pretending to be married acting. No. Good. The last nanny I hired cared more about my agent than my daughter. Oh, well, you don't have to worry about that in my case. He relaxed into his chair. Now, then, on to your references. She nodded, glad she'd called the friends she'd written down for references and instructed them what to say. Your references spoke well of you, Slade said, but I've yet to speak to your most important one, Elena. Elena? She's had the most on-the-job experience with you, and besides, he grinned at Clarissa mischievously, kids tell the unvarnished truth. Yes, exactly, which was why Clarissa suddenly felt like her heart would knock through her chest. Without waiting for her to formulate a decent protest, Slade left his chair and sat on the floor by the table. He flipped up the tablecloth. The girls lay sprawled out on their stomachs, the furry black dog and a pink plastic tea set lying between them. May I join your party? Slade asked.
Of course, Daddy.
Bella gave him a plate and pretended to put something on it.
Here's a cookie for you. It's pretend because Blitzer ate the real ones.
Blitzer wagged his tail. Thank you, Slade said. I've always had a fondness for pretend cookies. What kind is it?
Peanut butter chip,
Bella answered. Slade put his hand to his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. Delicious. He put the plate on the floor. So, Elena, how old are you?
Almost 4.
And you have a mother, right? Elena nodded. What's her name?
Mommy.
A lovely name. One of my favorites. What type of things does Mommy do at home?
The dishes,
Elena said. Slade took another bite of his invisible cookie. Ah, I specialize in that myself. Is she a good mommy? Elena held her arms wide.
She's the bestest mommy in the whole world.
Slade looked over at Clarissa with raised eyebrows. Stunning references. He turned back to Elena. What's the nicest thing your mommy has ever done for you?
She's gonna give me ice cream if I'm good.
Oh, that is nice. Tell her you want Haagen-Dazs. It's the best. Just what she needs to hear, Clarissa called over. Slade continued with his interview. Does your mommy play with you? Elena nodded, making her pigtails bob. What sort of things do you play?
Shoot and batter.
Shoots and ladders, Clarissa corrected. It's shoots and ladders.
Yeah. We also play go flesh.
Fish, Clarissa said. Slade took another bite of his cookie. Do you ever get in trouble? Elena hesitated, sheepishly tilting her head to her shoulder.
Yes.
What happens when you get in trouble?
Mommy sends me to the chair and says, do you want to grow up to be like Aunt Renee?
Who's Aunt Renee? With the exact same inflection that Clarissa must have sometime used, Elena proclaimed,
She's a pain in the neck.
Slade bit back a smile. Bella put a plastic pink spoon into the sugar bowl and lifted it out again.
Daddy, would you like 1 or 2 spoonfuls of sugar in your hot chocolate?
None. You don't put sugar in hot chocolate.
I do.
Bella put the spoon into her cup, picked up the teapot and poured something into a cup for her father. Slade took it from her. Hey, this is real water. You know you're not supposed to take water out of the kitchen. Bella blinked her large brown eyes.
But this is the outside of the kitchen water.
There is no outside of the kitchen water. He took a sip and spit the contents back into his cup. This is awful. Where did you get it?
Out of the watering can,
Bella said proudly.
because you said that's the only water that goes outside the kitchen.
Slade picked up his cup and dumped the contents back into the teapot. Great. Now I've ingested Miracle Grow. He picked up Bella's cup. Have you been drinking this?
Just a little.
Bella said. Clarissa immediately went to the table and dropped to her knees so she could get a better look at Elena. Did you drink any, sweetheart? Elena nodded solemnly. Clarissa turned to Slade. Would Miracle Grow hurt them? Meredith's tailored pumps suddenly appeared by the table. Clarissa hadn't noticed her come back into the room, but she must have been there for some time because she said, Shall I call the Poison Control Center? Yes. Slade picked up the teapot, noting the water level. We'd better. I can call. Clarissa reached for the phone in her purse. I have the number programmed in my phone. So do I, Meredith replied tiredly. She took the teapot and left the room, carrying it slightly away from her to avoid spilling any of its contents on her clothes. Still sitting, Slade looked over at Clarissa with one eyebrow raised. How come you have the Poison Control Center on speed dial? In a time of crisis, you don't want to have to look up a number. Oh. From the tone of his voice, Clarissa could tell he hadn't expected this answer. Why does Meredith have it in her phone? Clarissa asked. Well, Slade cleared his throat. Not too long ago, Bella got into some of those chewable multivitamins with iron. She ate half the bottle and we had to take her to the emergency room. Oh, Clarissa nodded. And before that, Bella got into a liquor cabinet. Oh, Clarissa said again. And then there was the time she picked a bunch of poisonous oleander seed pods, put them in her dishes, and said they were beans. That was another night spent in the emergency room. Oh, dear, Clarissa said. She's an imaginative child, Slade said. Meredith came clicking back across the floor. Poison Control said it isn't a problem. Miracle Grow in water is too diluted to hurt anybody. Oh, and Vivian sends her regards. Slade shifted his weight and glanced back at Clarissa. They only remember me because I'm a celebrity. Meredith slid her phone into her pocket. Vivian asked if we'd be sending her a Christmas card again this year. Slade straightened. I didn't know we sent one to her last year. Meredith shrugged. It only seemed proper after the way she helped us through the toothpaste affair. The toothpaste affair? Clarissa asked. The bubblegum-flavored kind in the squeeze bottle, Meredith said. Bella pretended it was frosting. All right. Slade held up one hand, conceding the point. Maybe we are on a first-name basis with the ladies at the Poison Control Center. He reached over and tilted Bella's chin so she looked up at him. But that's going to change from now on, right? Bella grinned brightly.
Right.
Because what is rule number 4?
We don't eat anything Daddy didn't serve us, she chimed.
He'd numbered his rules? What's rule number 1? Clarissa asked. With the same enthusiasm, Bella said,
We don't take Daddy's key fob.
Well, yes, that was an important instruction. Exactly how many rules are there? Clarissa asked.
16,
Bella said. 17, Slade corrected. I just made another one. No going to secret hideouts when Daddy doesn't know where you are.
Okay, Daddy.
Bella reached over and gave him a kiss that melted the sternness from his face. He ran his hand over her hair in a gentle manner. They looked like a scene from a Norman Rockwell calendar. Father and daughter sitting by the pink tea set, smiling at each other like they were sharing some irresistible secret. It was hard to remember that this was the same man who'd been serving up those sharp, "You lost your daughter" comments only minutes earlier. He seemed so tender now. Men, you could never figure them out. It was a good thing Clarissa had sworn off them altogether. Who needed the aggravation of trying to second-guess them? Bella glanced over at Clarissa.
"Is that lady going to take care of me?"
"We haven't decided yet," Slade said. "With 2 crises in one afternoon, we may have scared her off." Elena giggled as though he'd told a joke.
"My mommy's not afraid of anything."
"Another good qualification for this job," Meredith said. Again, Slade shot her a look. "Why don't you take the girls into the playroom for a few minutes so I can finish this interview?" Meredith motioned to them. "Come along, girls." Bella dragged herself out from underneath the table, and Elena trotted along behind her. Blitzer sniffed around the carpet where the girls had been playing. He must have found something of interest because a soft, crunching noise came from that area. Clarissa expected Slade to return to his chair and to his professional manner. Instead, he stayed on the floor, leaned back with both arms stretched out behind him, and sighed in an almost defeated way. "You know, I never realized how hard parenting was going to be." Something they had in common. "I know. Just when you think you understand them, they come up with something else that baffles you." Slade cocked his head. "You understand your daughter? You must be doing a better job than I am. I always feel baffled." "Bella adores you. You must be doing something right." "I hope so." He looked off into the distance with a wry expression. "Sometimes I don't know how to get through to Bella. She doesn't seem to remember anything I tell her, or at least not the 17 important things." "She's 4 years old. It's amazing she can even count to 17. Clarissa smiled sheepishly. "And you saw how well my daughter remembered to stay by her mother. I've told her 100 times not to talk to strangers, and here she went off with one to pursue a life of espionage." Slade's gaze slid over to Clarissa. "Look at us. I've known you for a total of 15 minutes, and we're sitting on the floor sharing parenting woes." He picked up his notebook from the floor. "As soon as I involved the children, I should have known the interview would end up this way." "Chaotic?" "No," he hesitated. "Adults walk around wearing all sorts of masks, but kids have a way of stripping them off. If I had had a few more moments with your daughter, I would have known all your family secrets." Clarissa laughed and hoped he didn't notice it was nervous laughter. "Who's Aunt Renee?" "Alex's sister. She's just sort of—" "Ah, there you go. You're putting on a mask. I can see you doing it." "All right," Clarissa said. "I'll tell you. She's the type of person who thinks she can do whatever she wants, whenever she wants, and is always surprised the world doesn't spin around to accommodate her." Slade nodded. "I've known a few of those myself. You're right not to let Elena grow up like her." "Well, I'm trying anyway." He regarded Clarissa silently. "So, do you want the job?" "Yes." She tried not to sound too desperate. $4,000 for a week of work? It was more than she usually made in a month. "Good." He held his hand out and shook hers. "I'll see you Thursday morning." He stood and helped her up. "I have some things to take care of before the trip, so Meredith will go over Bella's schedule with you." She nodded, happiness pinging inside of her. This month's bills would be paid with money left over, and best of all, she could keep Elena with her while she worked. Slade walked Clarissa to Meredith's office. Once there, Meredith gave Clarissa an employment contract, a non-disclosure contract, a copy of Bella's daily schedule, a list of house rules, and directions to Bella's preschool. She was shown the guest room, Bella's bedroom, and where they kept the fire extinguishers. Meredith also gave her a list of phone numbers, including Bella's dentist, doctor, and the nearest emergency room. Clarissa scanned the list. I probably won't ever have to use these, right? Meredith smiled back at her. That's the spirit. Clarissa must have looked concerned, because Meredith added, Oh, you don't have to worry too much. I'm in my office most of the day. If you run into anything you can't handle, I'll help you out. I mean, my week doesn't seem complete unless I get to chat with the ladies at the Poison Control Center. Clarissa's expression apparently didn't change because after a moment, Meredith patted her arm. I'm joking, dear. You'll do fine. The two women went into the playroom to retrieve Elena. Clarissa was half afraid the girls wouldn't be there, but both were playing happily beside an entire Barbie village. Elena pushed a shiny pink Corvette up to the dream house. She was so enthralled that Clarissa didn't let her know right away she'd come to end her playtime. The room was easily the size of Clarissa's entire apartment and had a built-in playhouse on one side. An assortment of child-sized furniture sat in the middle, and so many toy shelves covered the far side of the room it could have passed for a toy store. Clarissa kept eyeing the room. I guess all this sort of takes the anticipation out of Christmas morning, doesn't it? Slade doesn't mean to spoil her, Meredith said. He just tries to keep her busy. And to her credit, Bella is a sweet girl, most of the time. It's not her fault, really, that she goes through nannies like some people go through socks. Oh, Clarissa said with a bit of alarm. Then whose fault is it? Some of it is bad luck, bad timing, the nature of help, the nature of children, and of course, some of it really is Bella's fault, the way she used to run away from Gwen. Meredith shook her head. I didn't blame her for leaving. She ran away? With only a day's notice, too. Gwen's next employer called and asked for a reference. I didn't know what to tell them. I mean, I didn't blame her for quitting, but really, one needs more than a day's notice to replace a nanny. Especially a nanny for Bella. Clarissa asked about Bella running away, not the nanny, and wasn't comforted by this new piece of information. I'm sure you'll do fine with Bella, though, Meredith said, appraising Clarissa. You seem like a sturdy individual. I'd like to think so. Clarissa's gaze stopped at Bella, who was making her Barbie dive into a plastic pool. Bella's curls lay against the side of her face, perfectly offset by her golden brown eyes. She looked cherubic and cuddly, not like the type who could intimidate a slew of nannies. Don't let my grumblings worry you, Meredith added. Bella will probably be so busy playing with Elena that she won't give you any trouble. And you know, when Slade starts work on his next movie, he'll need a full-time nanny. If this week works out, the job could turn into a permanent position for you. Full-time? Actors work terrible hours, and when he's on location, it's even worse. He can't take Bella with him. At least not after the last scenery disaster. Meredith smiled and shook her head as though she found it amusing. Well, I hope Mr. Jacobson thinks I'm capable of the job. I'm sure you'll do marvelously, Meredith said. But the look in her eyes said something else. Clarissa wasn't sure what. Chapter 4. Slade was standing by his bed, tossing shirts into his suitcase when Bella trudged into the room. She climbed up onto his bed and watched him add a pair of shorts to the pile. She frowned and slumped against his pillow. I don't want you to go. He folded a pair of jeans and put them in the suitcase. I won't be gone long, only a week, and I'll call every night. What about Halloween? Clarissa will be taking you trick-or-treating. This answer didn't seem to satisfy Bella. She continued watching Slade with a frown.
What if you don't come back?
I always come back.
Mommy didn't.
Slade's hands froze midair over the suitcase. He looked at his daughter, at her soft brown eyes, and he dropped his clothes on the bed and sat next to her. That's different, Bella. I've explained this before. Mommy left because things changed between her and me. She didn't think it was a good idea to live here anymore, but I love you, and that will never change. His explanation hadn't been enough. Bella's eyes filled with tears. Not that Mommy doesn't love you anymore, he added. She still does. It's just that... He groped for the words to make a 4-year-old understand the things he still couldn't quite comprehend himself. He rubbed his daughter's back gently. I'll tell you what. Why don't you come with me to Hawaii? Bella's eyes brightened, and she threw her arms around his neck. He couldn't have said more if he wanted, because she began to sing,
I get to go to Hawaii,
over and over again. Chapter 5. Clarissa was loading the last of the dishes into the dishwasher when the phone rang. She held it between her shoulder and her ear so she could pour the soap into the dispenser. Hello? Mrs. Hancock? A deep and familiar voice asked. She hesitated at the name, hesitated because she couldn't place the voice. Yes? This is Slade Jacobson. Listen, there's been a change in plans that I wanted to talk to you about. Clarissa's heart fell. He didn't need her after all. He changed his mind and hired someone else. She was back where she started, with no job. I wanted to know if you would come to Hawaii for the week and watch Bella when I'm busy there. I'll pay for Elena's and your flight and room, of course. Hawaii? Clarissa asked because it was the only word her lips could currently utter. Bella was having a hard time with me leaving, and I thought it would be better for everyone if I took her along. He paused. I realize that your husband might not approve of you going off to Hawaii for a week with me, so if you have to decline, he won't mind. Perhaps she said the words too quickly, because Slade didn't reply for a moment. She should have added some explanation, such as, because he trusts me, but she couldn't bring herself to deepen the lie. She let the words stand and waited for his reply. Well, Slade said lightly, that goes to show you what Instep magazine knows. It said most husbands wouldn't allow their wives within 10 feet of me, but your husband doesn't mind you going off for a week with me. Only because it's business, I mean. She could tell from the tone of his voice he was smiling. No, don't explain. My ego will recover eventually. I'm just making sure I'm not creating any problems before I buy your plane tickets. Yes, she said. Yes to the problems or the plane tickets? The tickets, not the problems. There are absolutely no problems where my husband is concerned. Really? A husband with no problems. Count yourself lucky, Mrs. Hancock. Yes, I'm very lucky. Again, she said the words too quickly. They seemed forced, even to her ear. All right, be here at 1:30 Thursday afternoon with your bags packed. 1:30, right. Thank you. I'll see you then. She vaguely remembered saying goodbye before she hung up. It was hard to think of phone etiquette when she'd just learned she was going to Hawaii. How wonderful. How symbolic. She'd gotten a divorce and was now on her way to paradise. What could be better? It wasn't until later that the full implications hit her. First, she'd just learned Slade's 4-year-old daughter had the ability to rearrange her father's schedule by getting upset. That didn't bode well for Clarissa's future as a disciplinarian in this child's life. If Slade was willing to pay for flights and a room to keep Bella from being cross, how long would he keep a nanny who upset her? Second, it was one thing to tell a man you were married if you weren't going to see him again for a week. But now he, Clarissa, Bella, and Elena would be together off and on for the entire job. Elena wasn't even 4 yet. She didn't fully grasp the concept of keeping secrets. Without much prodding, she would probably let the cat, her kittens, and an entire assortment of farm animals out of the bag. How would Slade react if he found out Clarissa was lying to him? These thoughts continued to press in on her during the evening, and by the time she went to bed, Hawaii didn't seem nearly the paradise she'd first imagined. Chapter 6. It wasn't until Slade lay in the darkness of his bedroom that he realized he'd made a mistake in hiring the new nanny. He'd felt uneasy about it ever since his phone call, but he hadn't been able to put his finger on what was bothering him. Now he knew. She was too pretty. Of course, he had noticed this before. He had noticed it the first time she looked up at him from beside the couch. But he hadn't held it against her then. After all, just because the woman was pretty didn't mean she wasn't also competent. Looks didn't matter in a nanny position. Clarissa Hancock was an experienced mother working on a degree in family science and, judging from her interview, was the type of person who could roll with the punches. All necessary qualifications in a caretaker for Bella. So he hadn't held it against Clarissa that she had eyes like an angel and legs that made a man feel, well, less than angelic. He was, after all, open-minded where beautiful women were concerned. The press wouldn't be nearly as lenient in their views. If some of the media people covering the undercover agents shoot happened to see him check into the resort with Clarissa at his side, the quality of child care she provided would be the last thing they'd consider. Rumors would fly. The tabloids would pounce on any hint of a story. Would Clarissa's problem-free husband be so understanding then? Slade tossed from one side of his bed to the other in an attempt to get more comfortable. He should have gone with that McGrath woman. She looked like someone who could play Mrs. Claus at the mall. No one would make anything of seeing the two of them together. But it was too late to change his mind now. He'd already offered the job to Clarissa, so he'd have to make the best of it. They would be discreet. They would check in at the resort late, after the media people had left the cast alone. He'd make sure he never stood too close to Clarissa. And a child would be between them at all times. Better yet, he'd invite Meredith to come along on the trip with them. She hadn't taken a vacation in a while. She deserved a trip to Hawaii. And besides, that way he could make sure a child and Meredith stood between him and Clarissa at all times. Slade stretched out his legs and felt a little better. Everything in Hollywood took jimmying and gerrymandering, and this trip was just one more thing to work around in order to sell his script. Chapter 7. The next day, Clarissa ran around collecting everything she needed for the trip. She took her old blue swimsuit from a drawer and imagined lying on the beach wearing it. She grimaced. Swimsuits were never a pleasant consideration, and the thought of wearing one in front of Slade Jacobson was doubly unwelcome. He had probably never seen a woman in a swimsuit who hadn't had a skilled team of professionals create her for the occasion. Perhaps if Clarissa got a new suit and a tan and... She touched a strand of her shoulder-length blonde hair. Well, it was almost blonde. It had been blonde when she was younger. Now it seemed determined to turn light brown. Perhaps she could highlight it. Clarissa considered the swimsuit, then threw it into her suitcase. It was ridiculous to spend a lot of money to go on this trip. She was supposed to be earning money. And why try to impress her boss anyway? He thought she was married, a housewife. The dowdier she appeared, the better. The phone rang while she was searching her closet for sandals. It was her ex-sister-in-law, Renee. Clarissa debated not answering, but that was probably petty. Hi, Renee. Clarissa, I'm so glad I finally caught you. Renee spoke in her usual melodic manner, like she was excited about everything she said. I've wanted to talk to you for ages. Oh? What have you been up to? Therapy, and I feel absolutely wonderful. Clarissa didn't ask for what. It didn't matter, and it was all the same anyway. Renee had gone through every pop psychology fad, spa treatment, and herbal remedy in existence. She wasn't a person who tried to solve her problems. She celebrated them. Clarissa shifted the phone to her ear so she could better reach the back of her closet. I'm glad you're doing well. During my last session with Dr. Blumen, I told him about you and Alex, and it suddenly occurred to me that the two of you need to come in and see him. Clarissa examined a pair of worn tennis shoes and threw them into the suitcase. It's a little late for that. It's never too late to recover. Alex and I are divorced, Renee. There's nothing left to recover. You see, you're in the first stage of grief, denial. Clarissa kept her voice pleasant. It's nice you're concerned about us, but I think it's best if we both get on with our lives. Denial, denial, denial. It isn't denial. It's a statement of fact. We're divorced. If you could come to therapy, you'd learn you can change, Clarissa. I can change? It isn't too late to fix things with Alex. Clarissa took a deep breath, her resolve to be pleasant quickly evaporating. She should have let the call go to voicemail. Listen, as much as I'd love to sit and chat with you, I'm packing for a trip to Hawaii with Slade Jacobson, so I'm pressed for time. For a moment, nothing but silence came across the phone. Then Renee said, This is so sad, Clarissa. Now you've moved on to the next stage of grief. Delusion. That wasn't a real stage of grief. Clarissa knew them well enough. I've got to go, Renee. She didn't wait to hear more. She just ended the call. She muted Renee and then, for good measure, muted Alex as well. She was going to Hawaii. She planned on enjoying herself, and that meant not worrying about having to talk to either of them. The flight to Hawaii was uneventful. Well, as uneventful as 5.5 hours on a plane with 2 young children could be. Although Clarissa tried her best to entertain the girls, Bella and Elena went through 18 storybooks, 4 sticker books, a paper doll community, an entire bag of potato chips, and the patience of at least 3 adults and 2 cabin attendants before the plane touched down in Honolulu. After retrieving their luggage, the group took a limo to an upscale restaurant for something to eat. While they waited for their food, Bella taught Elena the joy of knock-knock jokes. Neither of the girls understood the concept of a punchline, but they still laughed uproariously at the end of each joke, and sometimes in the middle, too. Everyone was tired when they finally got back into the limo and headed to Oahu's North Shore. Slade seemed especially tense. None of the charm, none of the gentleness he'd shown when they sat on his dining room floor discussing parenting surrounded him now. He was distant and aloof. He hardly said anything to Clarissa, and when he did speak, he seemed irritable. Actors, Clarissa supposed, thought they had a right to be moody. The limo left Honolulu behind and drove along a 2-lane road that hugged the jutting hills of Oahu. In the darkness, she caught glimpses of the foliage they passed, and she strained to see it better. Earlier, as they had driven from the airport, she noticed a lot of plants in Honolulu were identical to those in California: palm trees, bougainvillea, lantana, and tomberry trees. But somehow this island foliage seemed more exotic. These trees and bushes were bigger and lusher, as if they knew they belonged in Hawaii. Those same plants in California were just sadly making do because they'd been planted there. Clarissa suddenly wished she had job skills that could be used anywhere, like a doctor or professor. If she stayed in school instead of getting pregnant, she could be here on her way to teach school instead of being somebody's nanny. Clarissa looked over at Elena, and those thoughts vanished. Her little girl was whispering instructions to her stuffed dachshund.
You've gotta be a good dog and why or no ice cream.
How could Clarissa regret staying home to raise Elena? She treasured every moment they spent together. The limo pulled off the main road and onto another. Clarissa saw the lights of a large building glow off in the distance and knew they would be soon pulling up to the resort. She ran her hand across Elena's shiny blonde hair. We're almost there. Slade uttered something sharply under his breath, and Bella said loudly,
Daddy, we don't say bad words. It's rule number 12, remember?
I know. I'm sorry. Clarissa looked at Slade to see what had angered him. He stared out the window at the now imminent resort. The press, he said. They have vans all over the parking lot. He shook his head. Undercover agents must have some publicity thing going on, and we're walking right into it. Meredith slipped the book she'd been reading into her carry-on bag. You'll find a way to handle it. I thought actors liked publicity, Clarissa said. Sure, Slade muttered. You like it when you're working on a project, but not when you're checking into a hotel with... He waved a hand toward Clarissa. Small children? She asked. A beautiful woman, he said, and didn't sound pleased. Clarissa blinked at him. You don't mean me, do you? Well, I don't think he's referring to me, Meredith said with exaggerated offense. Slade turned away from the window. Stop fishing for compliments, Meredith. You're an attractive woman, but not one the press will think I'm having an affair with. Clarissa, on the other hand. The limo was nearly to the front of the resort, and the driver glanced back at them. Where do you want me to let you off? Slade hesitated. Drive around to the back of the parking lot until we figure something out. The car moved smoothly in that direction. Clarissa gestured to the vehicles and lights. Can't you just explain that I'm the nanny? Mrs. Hancock, Slade said slowly. You're either naive or you've never paid attention to the tabloids. Facts aren't a big concern for them. Meredith shuffled a few things around in her carry-on bag. So, ignore each other. It's as simple as that. Clarissa picked up her purse from the floor. I've never seen you before in my life. Bella bounced on her seat.
What's an affair, Daddy?
Something Clarissa and your daddy are not having, Meredith said back cheerily. Okay. Slade lifted a hand. This is what we'll do. You four go into the resort ahead of me and check in. The reporters will leave you alone because you're not important. Thanks, Meredith said. You know what I mean, he said. Then after about 15 minutes, I'll come in. When I'm checked in, I'll give Clarissa a call and she can bring Bella to my room. Everybody got that? I've never seen you before in my life, Clarissa said again. Elena nodded solemnly.
Me either. Are reporters bad guys?
Bella asked, tilting her head so her curls lay against her shoulder. No, Meredith said. Yes, Slade said. And you're to stay away from them. Clarissa undid the girls' seatbelts while Meredith opened the door. As they got out of the limo, Clarissa asked, What about our luggage? I'll have a porter bring it in. Slade shut the door behind them with a heavy thud, disappearing behind the tinted windows. Clarissa took each girl by the hand and they began trudging across the parking lot. Meredith bent down and adjusted one of the straps on her heels. I wish he'd dropped us off closer to the building. These aren't the most comfortable shoes, and I'm not as young as I used to be, as Slade so kindly pointed out. I'm sure he didn't mean, oh, you don't need to defend him. Slade and I go way back. Meredith straightened and continued across the parking lot. I love him like a son. It's just that he never thinks about what he's going to say before he says it. That's not a good quality in Hollywood, and I'm constantly telling him to work on it. The problem is, he listens to me like a son, which is to say, not at all. Elena shuffled her feet as she walked, kicking tiny bits of gravel. Clarissa tried to hurry her, then gave up, bent down and picked her up. Bella looked up at Elena and frowned.
I want someone to carry me too.
We're almost there, Meredith said. If an old woman like me can make it, then so can you. Bella walked slower.
I'm tired. I want Daddy to carry me.
Your daddy will come in a few minutes, Clarissa said. We have to get to that building and then he'll come. Bella glanced at the resort. Her frown didn't disappear.
I want Daddy now.
It was late by California time, way past the girls' bedtimes. Apparently, that fact was taking its toll. Here, Meredith told Bella. Let me carry you. Bella's frown turned to tears, and she pulled her hand away from Clarissa.
Where's my daddy?
Clarissa had known these moments would come when she accepted the job, but she hadn't expected them to take place just seconds after she was left in charge. She bent down to Bella's level. Softly, reasonably, she said, Bella, don't you remember what your daddy said in the car? We have to go check into our rooms, and then he'll come to get you. If you stay here crying, he won't be able to find us. Logic did not do the trick. Bella stood fixed to the spot and let out a deep, dramatic sob. Clarissa sighed and put Elena down. Without a word, she picked up Bella and continued toward the building again. Come on, Elena, she told her daughter. Mommy needs you to walk now. Elena furrowed her brows and didn't seem eager to move forward. Meredith looked from one girl to the next. Do you want me to carry someone? I can manage it. After all, I'm the nanny. I'm supposed to be able to deal with these situations. She shuffled forward and was grateful Elena followed instead of staying put. Besides, Bella must weigh 40 pounds. You shouldn't have to lug her around. Ah, yes, Meredith said. I forgot that everyone thinks I'm old. Between you and Slade reminding me, I can tell this will be a fabulous vacation. I didn't mean it like that. Clarissa shifted Bella on her hip. Elena, you need to keep up with Mommy. Meredith took Elena's hand, smiled down at her, and said in an overly loud voice, Thank you, Elena, for walking and being such a good girl. We appreciate it. Bella sobbed less noisily at this, as though she was trying her best to be good but couldn't quite manage it. What with a broken heart and all. When they reached the courtyard in front of the building, they edged past a crowd of people gathered outside the resort. Most of them were teenage girls, standing in clumps and fidgeting with excitement. A few reporters were scattered here and there. Instead of jeans, they wore business attire, had crisply hair-sprayed hair, and had cameramen trailing behind them. Every few seconds, the reporters peered anxiously around. No one paid attention to Clarissa and her entourage of tired preschoolers. At last, they reached the resort doors. They slid open, and Clarissa towed her charges into the lobby. It was spacious and done in mahogany with splashes of emerald green. Potted palm trees lined the walls, and a large stone fountain gurgled and splashed in the center of the room. Clarissa headed to the front desk, still carrying a sniffling Bella. The little girl quieted down considerably as they crossed the room, perhaps because she had now completely won the "I don't want to walk" battle. She whispered into Clarissa's ear,
"Where's Daddy?"
"He'll be here soon." A well-dressed man and woman already stood in front of them, arguing with the young woman behind the counter. Clarissa shifted Bella in her arms as they waited for their turn. "I requested the room back in January," the man told the clerk sharply. I know, sir," the clerk said calmly, "and we tried to honor requests, but we can't always manage it. Number 712 is a nice room." The man huffed and waved a hand to one side. "All right, 835 was our first choice. If we can't have it, just give us something else on the top floor." The clerk shook her head. I'm sorry, sir. The entire top floor is booked." "Booked? All of it? Before last January? I don't believe you." Bella wiggled and twisted to peer around at the lobby. Clarissa set her down, keeping hold of her hand. As soon as Elena saw that her mother's arms were free, she raised her own in a request to be carried. Clarissa couldn't refuse Elena. After all, she'd been so good walking to the resort. Clarissa picked up her daughter and held her in one arm while holding on to Bella with her free hand. "The crew of undercover agents is here," the clerk explained. "They have the entire floor blocked off." She nodded toward the front doors. "That's what's going on outside. Any minute now, the cast is coming out to sign autographs and talk to fans about their show." The man glanced through the glass doors with the same expression of disapproval. "I've seen that program, and there aren't more than a dozen people in it. Why do they need a whole floor?" "For production people, cameramen, lighting crews, that type of thing." "Well, what rooms do you have left then?" The clerk rattled off several numbers, and the man shook his head, as though familiar with all these rooms. A clock hung on the wall behind the desk clerk. Clarissa watched the minutes go by. It was 10 minutes after 7. What time had it been when they'd left the limo? 7 o'clock? 6:55? It had taken her some time to cross the parking lot because of Bella's stubbornness and Elena's tiredness. So any time now, Slade would make the same journey, and he'd do it considerably faster. Perhaps he'd even have the limo drop him off at the front of the building. Would she and the girls still be waiting in the lobby when he arrived? Clarissa tried not to think what this would do to Slade's mood if, despite all his plans, the press still found out they were here together. The man in front of them pointed a finger at the clerk. "You know, we've been coming here for 20 years, and there used to be a time you didn't have to be a movie star to get a good room." The clerk held out one hand in a gesture of apology. "I'm sorry you're unhappy. I can only do so much about the scheduling." "The least you could do is offer us some sort of an upgrade." Clarissa shifted her weight. It was 7:12, and they hadn't even reached the check-in counter yet. Shouldn't the resort have more than one clerk working the desk? She strained to see if someone else was around. Maybe the other employees had joined the crowd outside. Clarissa squeezed Bella's hand and bent closer to her, balancing Elena in her other arm. "Bella, would you like to play a funny game? How about we play an ignore your father game? If he comes in here, let's pretend we don't know him, okay?" Bella didn't say anything. Her brows wrinkled together unhappily, though. It was a bad sign. Clarissa bent her head closer to Elena. "We've never seen a movie star before in our lives, remember?" Elena smiled and nodded. At least she was willing to cooperate. The man in front of them crossed his arms forcefully. "If that's how you're treating us, I'm not sure we want a room here. I'll need to discuss our options with my wife." The couple moved farther down the counter to talk. "Clarissa Hancock and Meredith Allen." The clerk checked the names on her computer and opened the key drawer. "You'll be staying in rooms 820 and 821. They're off to your—" "Wait a minute." The man stormed back to the front of the counter. standing directly beside them. "You told me the top floor was booked up." "It is," the clerk said this time less patiently. "These women are part of that group." The man eyed the little girls, Meredith and Clarissa. "You mean to tell me you're movie people?" Elena smiled at the man.
"We've never seen movie stars before in our lives."
"I thought as much." He turned to the clerk. "I want to see the manager right now." Clarissa leaned over the counter. "Can we just get our keys, please?" From outside, clapping and hollering erupted. Meredith craned her neck. "It sounds like the agent's cast showed up." Clarissa swallowed. "Or someone else has." She let go of Bella's hand to take her key from the clerk. As she did, Bella shot off toward the front doors. "Come back here," Clarissa called. "Right now," Meredith added. Bella peered out of the glass doors for only a second.
"It's Daddy."
The doors slid open in front of Bella. For Clarissa, it was one of those awful moments, like when she knocked a glass off a table and watched the thing falling in slow motion to the floor. She wanted to stop it, but couldn't. Clarissa stood holding Elena and willed Bella to turn and come back. Instead, the little girl went crashing outside. Clarissa handed Elena to Meredith and ran after Bella. Bella had a head start, but she also had shorter legs. Clarissa could catch her. The little girl darted into the crowd and Clarissa followed. For a few seconds, Clarissa couldn't see her and felt a surge of panic. What if she lost her altogether? Clarissa called out, "Bella!" No answer. Clarissa caught sight of her weaving through a group of teenagers. She called out her name again. Bella glanced back and went quicker. Clarissa sprinted after her, trying to keep her in sight, while simultaneously avoiding plowing into bystanders. Bella slowed, staring up at the faces around her, searching for her father. Clarissa narrowed the ground between them. The end of the chase came when Bella started to go one way, changed her mind, and went the other. Clarissa caught hold of Bella's arm. "You're coming with me right now, young lady." Bella lunged towards the nearest pant leg and held on.
"Daddy!"
she screamed. Still pulling on Bella's arm, Clarissa looked up at the owner of the pant leg to apologize for Bella's behavior. She found herself looking directly into Slade's eyes. He hoisted Bella up into his arms. Then he took hold of Clarissa's elbow and propelled her forward. "We don't want a scene," he said quietly into her ear. "Let's gather what dignity we can and go to the lobby." Clarissa moved forward in a shocked sort of way and noticed for the first time that the crowd had parted around them. All eyes were on her. She gulped and walked stiffly, hoping if there was ever a time in her life when she could manage not to trip, this would be it. One of the well-dressed, well-hairsprayed women stepped into their path. "Slade, is this your daughter?" Slade paused in front of the reporter and smiled casually, confidently as though he meant to take this opportunity to show off Bella all along. That, Clarissa supposed, was why they called it acting. "Yes, this is my daughter, and," Slade motioned to Clarissa with a nod, "this is my daughter's nanny, Mrs. Hancock." He emphasized both the words, nanny and Mrs. The woman gave Bella a big smile. "You're just a doll."
"Are you a reporter?"
Bella asked. The smile got even bigger. "Yes, honey, I am." In a matter-of-fact tone, Bella said,
"Reporters are bad people."
Slade patted Bella's back, half laughing, half choking. "I don't know where kids come up with these things."
"You told me so, Daddy,"
Bella said. Slade laughed again, and this time it definitely sounded more like choking. "Of course, I wasn't talking about you," he told the woman. She smiled back at him stiffly. Of course.
My daddy and Clarissa aren't having an affair,
Bella added. Slade didn't wait for any questions after that. He started walking toward the lobby again, quite quickly this time. Clarissa matched his pace. Bella hugged her father's neck happily, like it had been years and not just minutes since she'd last seen him. Then she kissed him on the cheek. It must have made an irresistible picture, which is why Clarissa told herself flashes were suddenly going off around them. Chapter 8. Clarissa stood outside Slade's hotel door and knocked softly. She tried to appear as poised as possible for a person about to face the wrath of a man who had, at least in the movies, single-handedly stormed the White House, killed dozens of terrorists, and brought down a drug cartel. She fidgeted with her hands, forced herself to stop that, and found herself biting her bottom lip. She'd known since the instant she looked up from Bella's arm into Slade's eyes that this time would come. He'd said nothing to her the entire time they checked in at the hotel desk, or even on their way to their rooms. Now the girls had their pajamas on, their teeth brushed, and lay on Meredith's bed watching cartoons so Slade could, as he'd explained to Meredith, have a moment alone to speak with Clarissa. Slade opened the door, moved aside, and curtly said, "Come in." She did. She stood in the middle of the room, looking first at the couch, then at the chair. "Do you want me to sit down, or would you rather I stand while you yell at me?" "One thing," he told her. "I asked you for one simple thing." He slowly paced back and forth across the floor of the suite. "I asked you to check in before me so I could spare myself any negative press. Was that too hard?" "I only let go of Bella's hand to get my key, and she took off outside. I had to go after her. What else could I do?" Slade stopped pacing and turned to face Clarissa. "Bella called reporters bad people, then specifically told one we weren't having an affair. How do you suppose that story will go over once it hits the internet?" I didn't put those words into her mouth. You did." "Yes, but I hired you to take care of her. You were supposed to keep her away from the paparazzi." He held a hand up in the air. "Reporters want a story, and you gave them one." He emphasized his words as though each one were a headline. "Slade Jacobson, week-long getaway with gorgeous married nanny." Gorgeous? Clarissa must not have looked sufficiently horrified by this headline because he added, "What will your husband say about that?" Alex would probably say something snide about her not being so gorgeous first thing in the morning. "Don't worry about Alex," Clarissa said. Slade thrust his hands in his pocket and began pacing again. His eyes were dark with anger. "You don't realize what the paparazzi are like. You have no idea." "I was doing my best to control Bella." "I certainly hope that wasn't your best," he cut in. "One would hope your best efforts would see you past the first hour of your job." For one horrible moment, Clarissa wasn't in Hawaii at all. She was back with Alex, and he was standing there berating her. She couldn't keep the house clean. She couldn't control their daughter. Somehow Elena had always been too loud, too messy, or up too late, and it was Clarissa's fault. Now, with Slade Jacobson standing here saying the same things, she felt a crushing weight in her chest. Perhaps Alex had been right all along. Perhaps she really was incompetent. She blinked to keep the tears from coming. They stung her eyes anyway. "I'm sorry. I tried not to let go of her." He must have heard the quiver in her voice, because he stopped pacing and looked at her more closely. Once he did, he sighed and tilted his head back. "Oh, no. Don't cry. What is it with women? Why is it that they can't ever take a performance review? Is that what this is? Clarissa sputtered. A performance review? A quick, sharp knock sounded on the door. They both turned to it. Who's there? Slade called. It's me, Mason. Hurry and open the door. Slade stepped toward the door. This isn't the best time. Can I give you a call later? I don't care if you're in your pajamas, Mason said. Let me in, and hurry. Slade swung open the door. Mason instantly came through, then pushed the door shut behind him. He was in his late 20s, with sandy blonde hair that was a bit too long, but looked good on him anyway. He had clear blue eyes, a square jaw, and chiseled features. Without looking at Slade, he put one shoulder against the door and listened to the sounds in the hallway. 3 teenage girls got past security. I don't dare go to my room or I won't have a minute's peace. So you led them to my room, Slade said dryly. How considerate. Mason shrugged, a smirk stealing across his features. Hey, I figured you could use some female company even if... He turned and saw Clarissa. A slow smile crept across his face. Or perhaps not. Slade spoke in a flat, expressionless voice. This is Clarissa Hancock, Bella's nanny for the vacation. Still smiling, Mason sauntered over to Clarissa. He shook her hand caressingly and winked at Slade. You don't have to explain to me. It was only a smile, but instantly became much more than that. With this single act of admiration, Mason gave Clarissa her confidence back. She wasn't incompetent. Alex had been wrong, and so was Slade. They were just a pair of impossible men. Slade rolled his eyes. Oh, for the... He let out a groan of frustration. She really is the nanny. Clarissa smiled back at Mason. He's a little touchy about the subject right now. Another knock sounded on the door. This one followed by giggles. Slade rolled his eyes and edged away from the door. Great. Your fan club has arrived. Is this Mason McKellep's room? A girl called through the door. No, Mason boomed. It's Slade Jacobson's. Oh! A chorus of shrieks and giggles penetrated the door. Can he autograph our shirts? More giggles. Please? Mason leaned toward Slade and whispered, Should I call security, or do you want to go out there? They look older than 18. Slade turned to Clarissa and motioned to the door. Can you get them to leave, please? How? Tell them I'm busy, he mouthed. Tell them anything. Just get rid of them. Tell them anything, Clarissa slowly repeated. All right. She strode to the door, unlocked it, and opened it wide enough to stick her head out. 3 young girls stood in front of her, dressed up, made up, and questionably older than 18. Is Slade Jacobson in there? The one in the middle asked in an odd tone. Yes, Clarissa said, but trust me, you don't want his autograph. Why not? Asked the first one. I'm his daughter's nanny, and I can tell you, he's the most overbearing, egotistical man you'd ever hope not to meet. He asks the impossible and then acts like a tyrant when he doesn't get it. All 3 faces fell. Really? They asked together. Clarissa nodded. Really? He's horrible. She motioned down the hallway. If you want to meet someone nice, though, keep looking for Mason McKellep's. He's very friendly. The smiles returned. Thanks, the last one said, and they started down the hallway, heads bobbing close together, already talking about this new information. Clarissa shut the door, fastened the deadbolt, and turned back to face the room. Slade stood with his arms folded, glaring. I'm horrible? They left, didn't they? I'm overbearing? See, you're doing it right now, she said. You asked the impossible, and now you're unhappy. I think the phrase you used was, he's a tyrant. She leaned against the door because there was no place else to go. You said you wanted me to get rid of them. His dark eyes fixed on hers. Fine, whatever. Just don't say anything else to anyone for the rest of the time we're here. That's a little overbearing, don't you think? Mason laughed. Slade didn't. Clarissa cocked her head. So, are you firing me? No. And don't you dare quit and leave me without a nanny either. You agreed to work for the whole time we're here. All right, she said. Then I should go to bed so I won't be dead on my feet tomorrow. Slade's eyes still smoldered with anger. Good night, then. Good night. I'll have Meredith bring Bella to you. She opened the door and slipped outside. Just as the door closed, she heard Slade's voice, still crisp with emotion, say, This is the reason I'm single. Clarissa headed to Meredith's room. Ditto, she said out loud. Chapter 9. Slade woke up early, started thinking about Clarissa, then couldn't get back to sleep. He could see her blue eyes blinking in frustration at him, filling with tears. He had been too hard on her last night. They'd all been tired. When Slade dropped Bella off at Clarissa's room, she greeted Bella with the exaggerated happy voice adults use when they talk to children. She greeted Slade with less enthusiasm. He almost said, I'm sorry about last night. But instead, he mumbled, I don't know how long I'll be. She took Bella's hand. That's okay. He handed her one of his key cards. If you need to get into my room for Bella's toys or clothes, you can use this. Thanks, she said. And be sure to take your ID with you if you leave this floor. After last night's teenage invasion, the hotel has set security guards at the end of the hallway. Okay. They stared at one another for a moment longer. Well, I'll see you later. Slade turned, headed down the hallway, and heard the door close behind him. In brisk, heavy steps, he walked to the elevator. He hated apologies. It was like rehashing the event all over again. And women made it even harder than it had to be. With guys, apologies were easy. You just said, Hey, you're not nearly as obnoxious as you were yesterday. And the other guy said, And you're not as ugly. Then you slapped each other on the shoulders and the thing was over. Women always wanted to discuss their feelings, analyze every word you said, and point out your many flaws along the way. They expected things like candy and flowers, and the prettier the woman, the more things she expected. Clarissa probably pulled in quite a haul after an argument. He would have to pick up something for her later, although he wasn't sure what. With her big blue eyes, she probably got stuff like jewelry. What would Clarissa's perfect husband do if she came home wearing a necklace that Slade had given her? It would probably cause a big argument, and more apologies. And then she would get another installment of jewelry. Love didn't keep jewelers in business. Apologies did. Maybe he'd just give her a bonus after the trip. Slade checked the hotel restaurant in hopes of seeing AJ. He wasn't there. Slade went back to his room, ordered breakfast, and ate it on his balcony. French toast that tasted like it had been made of donuts instead of bread. He'd grown up in California, so he put in a good deal of time at the beach. Still, he never tired of watching the waves. The way they rose up, as though reaching for something, then rolled over in a great churning mass and spilled onto the shore. This time, as Slade watched them, he wondered what they were reaching for, and he hoped he had better luck in reaching his goals. After breakfast, Slade made his way to a meeting room off of the lobby, which had been turned into a prop storage area. Someone from the crew might know where AJ was, An odd assortment of crates and boxes formed a maze in the room, and a few people milled around between them, unloading things here and there. He sauntered in, stepping over cables and wires from the lighting equipment while he looked for a familiar face. It took him only moments to find one. Natalie Granger knelt beside a box, digging through its contents with her long, tanned arms. He hadn't seen her in 2 years, not since they'd worked together on the film Mermaid Island. Her platinum blonde hair was shorter than it had been, but her eyes were the same bright blue, and her body still looked like a perpetual 20-year-old. She wore tight jeans and a halter top, a sort of chic comfort that she did so well. He remembered her decked out in her mermaid outfit, being carried onto the set because she couldn't walk in her fins. He teased her mercilessly throughout the production, telling her one helpless mermaid joke after another. She got back at him by making their love scene difficult. Every time they practiced, she changed it on him. Instead of murmuring softly into his ear that she loved him, she'd put her head on his shoulder and whisper anything else. "I was attacked by a rabid tuna," she told him once breathlessly, "and now I feel like biting you." She made a joke of the whole thing. He could barely keep a straight face during the actual shoot. Now Slade wandered over to her. "Natalie, if they're making you unload your own props, I suggest you find a new agent." Her eyes widened and recognition warmed her face. "Slade." She got to her feet and gave him a hug, pressing her body tightly against him. As he held her, he got a faint whiff of her Giorgio perfume. Even that was the same. She released him and glanced back at the boxes. "I was looking for my laptop. I think it got packed up with the props back in California." She tucked her hands into her back pockets. "It's such a surprise to see you. What are you doing here?" "Mostly just visiting Mason." Natalie tilted her head skeptically. "Men never visit Mason, and besides, the two of you can see each other in L.A. Why are you really here?" He laughed and ran a hand across the back of his neck. "Actually, I want to pitch a script." "Ah, business. I should have known. Everything is always business with you." She edged closer to him. "If I recall, you were always too busy to devote any time to our budding relationship." "Yes, but as you remember, you were a fish, and besides, you died tragically in the end." He snapped his fingers in the air, remembering. "What was it that finally did you in? Was it the rabid tuna or the oil spill? I've forgotten." "It was plastic debris," she said. "It's deadly to marine life." "Ah, yes. Well, it's good that the old saying is true then. There's more than one fish in the sea." She reached out and put a hand on his arm. Her pale pink lips parted slightly, seductively. "It's also true that you always remember that fish that got away." And then Slade recalled the other thing about Natalie. Back when they were working on Mermaid Island, she made passes at him on a daily basis. He considered it harmless flirting at first. Then one day she showed up in his trailer wearing nothing but seashells. He had to emphasize strenuously that he was happily married. Back then, he still believed it was a happy marriage. Natalie stepped toward Slade and ran a finger across his arm. "I was sorry when I heard that you and Evelyn split up. All that fidelity for nothing." "Well, sometimes that's how it goes." Slade glanced around to see if the other prop people were watching them. They had all disappeared except for one guy across the room. He was pulling assault rifles from a box, counting them and putting them back. "Fidelity is overrated in my opinion," Natalie purred. "And underrated in mine." She slowly pushed a strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Her long fingernails were gold, matching the rings she wore on her fingers. "The cast is having a luau tonight at the resort. You'll come, won't you? There'll be dancing." Instead of answering her, he picked up a nearby police radio, a cheap plastic replication. What are you doing here with the cast anyway? Are you guest starring? Casually, she leaned up against one of the crates and watched him. The pose was calculated, alluring. No, actually, I'm here with my boyfriend. Really? Does he share your views about fidelity? She laughed, a soft, tinkling sound like water falling. Drinks are at 5:30. Roasted pig is at 6. AJ is hosting. Is he the one you want to pitch your script to? Slade nodded. He's the man. I can help you with it then. Somehow, Slade knew, before he even asked, what the answer to his next question would be. And how would you do that? I'll get you a seat at our table. AJ's and mine. He's your boyfriend. It was more of a statement than a question. I don't mind helping you out, Slade. I want to do it. She flashed him a smile that lit up the blue in her eyes. Shall I put you on the guest list? The security is going to be tight. Having trouble with fans? No, with the press. You didn't seem to have problems with them last night. He tapped his thumb against the crate and cringed at the memory. It looked like you invited every reporter on this side of the Pacific to come out and meet you. It's not the local press that's giving us grief. It's the tabloids. Ever hear of Sylvia Stanwyck? The name rang a bell, and not a smooth melodic bell, but the shrill clanging of an alarm clock. Sylvia Stanwyck? He repeated. The Scoop magazine? Natalie overpronounced each word as though the syllables themselves were sharp. Ah, yes, The Scoop. One of those horrible tell-alls that only told enough to fuel its reader's imagination. I've always wondered what exactly it was scooping out. Not only is Sylvia producing fiction for it, she's also started one of those TV gossip bits. It's called The Hollywood Dish, and lately, the Undercover Agents cast has been the main course. It's driving us crazy. Now Slade remembered Sylvia. He could picture her sitting behind her news desk, her shoulder-length dark hair pulled back into a bun, a full set of shiny white teeth set in the middle of wide cheeks. The cheeks were wide enough because she was on the plump side, but also because she smiled so continually that her cheek muscles had probably grown to be the strongest in her body. That was the thing about Sylvia. She smiled in a calm, regal manner as she sat on TV, devouring people's lives. Natalie placed a hand on Slade's arm. So, are you brave enough to hang out with us, or should I leave you off the guest list? Slade considered refusing the invitation, because of Natalie, not Sylvia. But that was stupid. Having dinner with AJ was exactly the type of opportunity he needed, and Natalie wasn't going to try anything with AJ sitting right next to her. He was her boyfriend. Chances were she was madly in love with him, and this stuff now was just flirting for old time's sake. Dinner sounds great, Slade said. To be on the safe side, he added, I'll bring my assistant along. She loves mingling with celebrities. The woman who used to bring Bella to the set? Yeah, Meredith. That's the one. One of Natalie's perfectly shaped eyebrows arched up. She's still with you, even after the tropical fish fiasco? Slade shifted his weight uncomfortably and turned away from a police hat. It wasn't Meredith's fault that Bella shattered the aquarium. Bella is just accident-prone. He let out a slow breath. It was my fault, really. I should have known better than to let her within throwing distance. Natalie smiled in a reminiscing sort of way. I'll never forget the way the water flooded over the studio floor, how the fish flopped around on the ground while we raced around trying to save them. The lighting guys and I tried to save them, Slade said. You sat there in your fins laughing at us. And you threw some of them into the water cooler. That might actually have worked if they'd been freshwater fish. Slade shook his head ruefully. You wouldn't think dying fish would be so picky. So you stood over the cooler with a salt shaker trying to save them. It was very noble. Yes, I'm sure that's what you thought while you were doubled up laughing. She grinned, but it wasn't the grin he noticed. It was the way her gaze locked onto him. I've always thought you were very noble. She leaned closer to him again. You'll save me a dance tonight, won't you? Sure. We'll request the theme to Mermaid Island. Good. The grin melted from her face, but the gaze was still going full blast. I guess I ought to get back to my room. I have tons of unpacking to do. She took a few steps toward the door, then turned back to face him. Oh, and Slade, since we're in Hawaii, who knows, maybe I'll be able to find some seashells you like. Natalie finished her exit out the door. Slade stood in the room for several moments longer. He rubbed one hand over his brow and stared at the door. He hadn't planned on walking any tightropes, but suddenly found himself teetering on one. If he offended Natalie, she'd destroy his chance with AJ. If he didn't offend Natalie, well, there was no way around offending her if she planned to resurrect her seashell wardrobe. He'd have to do his best to avoid her until he worked things out with AJ. Of all people, he had to run into Natalie here. Slade shook his head again and resolved never to become a gambler, because nobody, he was sure, had worse luck. Chapter 10. After Clarissa shut the door behind Slade, she smiled at Bella in the most confident manner she could muster. Clarissa had spent half the night mentally reviewing every child-rearing technique she'd ever learned about, coming up with contingencies for every possible Bella situation, until she was ready for anything. After all, Clarissa was a trained professional. During her family science classes, she'd studied Piaget, Brazzelton, Skinner, Freud, and James Jones. She knew about developmental needs, motivation, consequences, the subconscious, boundaries, and a myriad of complexes. She had years of experience in childcare, and the experts on her side. She bent down until she was at eye level with her charge and used her most upbeat tone. Are you ready to play with us? Bella glanced around the room, taking in Elena, who sat at the coffee table sleepily chomping on pieces of French toast.
I want to go swimming.
Maybe we'll do that later.
Why can't we go now?
Because we just ate, and we don't want to get cramps. Okay, she was 30 seconds into this day, and she had already reverted to an old wives' tale. Next, she'd be telling Bella the stork brought babies, and if she stepped on a crack, her mother would be doomed to a life of chiropractic care. But Clarissa didn't want to tell Bella the real reason they weren't going outside right now, which was that Clarissa felt she had to get some ground rules down, inside, before they faced another crowd. Bella needed to understand that Clarissa was in charge and that consequences would follow if Bella didn't obey. Last night, as far as Clarissa could tell, Slade hadn't even reprimanded Bella for running away. Clarissa didn't want a repeat of that performance. In the same cheerful voice, Clarissa asked, Would you like to color while Elena eats breakfast? Bella ignored Clarissa's question and went and stood beside Elena.
Are you done yet, Lena?
Elena shook her head and slowly lifted another forkful of French toast to her mouth.
Are you done now?
Bella asked. Time to curb the questioning. Bella, we're going to play inside for an hour or so. Then if you two are good, we can go to the pool. Bella frowned.
I want to go to the ocean and look for sharks.
We'll try the kiddie pool first. Bella's brows knitted together, and her frown deepened.
You're supposed to be playing with me.
Clarissa gestured to some board games she brought. brightly colored preschool range and hopefully tempting. I'd be happy to play some inside games. Bella crossed her arms tightly, unimpressed.
I want to go to the ocean.
I understand that, Clarissa said. Nevertheless, the answer is no. Tears sprung immediately to Bella's eyes. Her face almost seemed to scrunch into itself, and she let out a low wail of,
You're not playing with me.
Clarissa tried to reason with her for a moment longer. Bella's wails only got louder and shriller. In between her,
I want to see the waves right now, and I'm telling my dad that you're not nice.
She also added,
My daddy can make people disappear.
How nice for him. Along with being a movie star and a screenwriter, he was also a magician. Life must be easy for someone with so many talents. Holding tightly onto the last vestige of her cheerfulness, Clarissa scooped up Bella and sat her down on the desk chair. Over the din, she called, You can get off the chair when you're quiet. Clarissa walked over to the coffee table and wiped Elena's face and hands off with a wet napkin. Elena sat wide-eyed and unblinking, staring at Bella. She was quite done with her breakfast now and clearly wondered what horrible thing would happen next. Bella just needs to learn she can't always have her way, Clarissa told her daughter softly. Let's look at a book while we wait for her to calm down. Elena allowed Clarissa to propel her to the couch, still keeping her gaze fixed on Bella. Clarissa picked up a book filled with farm animals and set it on her lap. For 15 minutes, she made animal noises in an attempt to ignore Bella's screams, which rose by octaves as time progressed. Any moment now, they would shatter glass. If this were to go on for much longer, the hotel staff would probably call to see who was being tortured. Perhaps the security guards were even now on their way to the room, or worse yet, Slade himself might be striding down the hallway. What would Slade do if he found out that his daughter had sat screaming on a chair for 15 minutes? Perhaps for her job's sake, she ought to take Bella off the chair, go directly to the beach, and decide that if Slade wanted to teach Bella discipline, he could do it himself. Clarissa wasn't her parent. Clarissa was just being paid to keep Bella happy while Slade worked. Clarissa glanced over at Bella and then at the hotel room door. If they left now, they could reach the beach in 10 minutes. 10 minutes to quiet, happiness, and job security. But even as she thought about it, Clarissa knew she couldn't give in. She couldn't let Bella get her way by screaming. Bella had already had a succession of revolving caregivers, and someone, somewhere along the line, had to be firm with this child, if for no one else's sake, for Bella herself. Clarissa shut her eyes, remembering the texts she'd studied on the subject. Somewhere in those pages were the tools she needed. The experts, the men with the doctorate degrees. She reached out to them. Skinner. Yes, he said behavioral extinction takes time. Sometimes a lot of time. Jones said a parent couldn't control a child's behavior, just the consequences that followed. So she was on the right track. And Freud, he said repressed anxiety needed psychotherapy. Well, rather than go into dream analysis, Clarissa would ignore Freud. It had been her standard practice. She took a pack of cards from the table and said in an overly loud voice to Elena, Why don't we play a game of Go Fish while we wait for Bella to calm down? Bella's voice dropped to a low whine, and in between broken sobs, she asked, Can we go to the beach if I calm down? Clarissa shuffled the deck of cards. Without looking at Bella, she dealt them out into 3 stacks. If you calm down, you can get off the chair and play cards with us. Then, later on, we can go to the swimming pool. Bella crossed her arms over the chair back and buried her head in her arms. From underneath her mass of curls, she moaned, I'm telling my daddy. I want you to go away. Clarissa handed one stack of cards to Elena, picked up her own hand, and arranged the cards. I understand that you're angry with me. Bella continued to lie half flung over the back of the chair, muttering things into her arms. Clarissa supposed it was quiet enough to count as calm down and softly called to her. Would you like to play Go Fish with Elena and me now? Bella lifted her head, looked at the cards, and sniffed. Clarissa expected the little girl to snarl no and turn away. Instead, Bella slipped from the chair, went to the third stack of cards, and plopped down in front of them.
Can I go first?
She asked. That would be fine. Clarissa let out a slow breath. It was only one hurdle, she knew, but it felt like success to have cleared it. After 3 rounds of Go Fish, 4 storybooks, and 2 trips to the bathroom, Clarissa decided she was ready for an outing at the pool with Bella. But to be certain, she decided to take along Piaget, Roselton, Skinner, and Jones anyway. Freud would undoubtedly bring his id and tag along too. This was the thing about Freud. Once he popped up, it was hard to get rid of him. Clarissa gathered up towels, sunblock, snacks, toys, keys, the phone, and basically anything and everything else she could think of that might come in handy at the pool. Bella looked like a fairy princess in her swimsuit. It was covered in ribbons and ruffles, no doubt created by some fashionable boutique on Rodeo Drive. Elena, although less conspicuous, also looked darling in a pink check suit with small white ruffles. Clarissa looked considerably less darling in her old blue suit. As she slipped the straps over her shoulders, she noticed some snags in the material she hadn't seen before, and the elastic sagged a little around one of the legs. She'd meant to buy a new one last summer, perhaps even the summer before that, but every time she spent money, it led to a fight with Alex. And so, finally, she just stopped buying herself anything. Since the divorce, she hadn't had the means to buy such frivolities as swimming suits. Not when Elena needed so many things. Clarissa took one last depressing look at herself in the mirror and tossed her white terry cloth robe into the beach bag. It was short and thin and could pass for a swimming suit cover-up. As they walked to the kiddie pool, Clarissa told the girls several times that whether or not they went to the beach depended on how well they minded her at the pool. Bella, in her haste to play, only half listened. She skipped all the way there, stopping every few feet to turn around and call,
Come on, I can see it.
A large, clover-shaped pool spread out with a fountain spraying up. The kiddie pool lay right beside it. It was also a large pool, with fountains tossing water in different directions, and a slide shaped like a sunken ship. The scent of sunscreen and chlorine competed with the smell of French fries and burgers drifting from a snack shop. As the group weaved through the sunbathers, Clarissa said, Remember, I'm responsible for you, and the first time you even go near the big pool, we're done swimming, and we'll go back to our rooms for naps.
I don't take naps anymore,
Bella said. You will if you go near the big pool, Clarissa told her. Neither child seemed especially worried about her threats. Without looking back at her, they both ran, squealing, into the fountains. Clarissa tossed their towels on a patio table, pulled a beach chair closer to the pool, and sat down to watch the girls. Bella had no fear of anything. She jumped from one fountain to the next, then slid down the slide with hands raised, reaching to take hold of the sky. Elena eyed everything cautiously. She tried something new only after she saw Bella do it first. Clarissa wished her daughter were more confident. Had Alex's criticism made Elena this way, cautious and insecure? After Clarissa watched the girls for a while, a middle-aged woman sat down in the chair next to her. The woman's dark hair was pulled back in a bun and wrapped in a brightly colored tropical scarf that matched her skirted swimsuit. She trained a red lipstick smile on Clarissa. It's a beautiful day to sit out at the pool, isn't it? Yes, it's gorgeous out. Clarissa vaguely wondered why the woman had come to the kiddie pool. She looked too old to be the mother of any of the children tromping about in the water. But then, sometimes women had children late in life, and other times they were early grandmothers. Of course, kids don't care what kind of day it is, so long as they can play, the woman said. Mine always liked the rain as much as the sunshine. Rain made mud, and that, as you know, is great fun. Clarissa nodded. And fun to clean up after, too. The woman gazed out over the pool. Which children are yours? The one coming down the slide, and the one sitting on that fountain. 2 girls. How sweet. Are they twins? No, I'm just tending the fountain sitter. The lipstick smile grew. Well, that's a generous thing to do while you're on vacation. I hope her parents appreciate it. I'm being paid to do it, Clarissa said. I'm here as a nanny. Oh, a nanny. The woman turned her gaze back on Bella. I had a friend who nannied years ago. It didn't work out very well for her. The boy she watched was a terror, and the parents were impossible to deal with. The woman shook her head. I'm afraid most nannies are vastly underappreciated. It's a hard job. It has been so far, Clarissa thought, but she didn't say it. When Clarissa didn't comment, the woman went on. Of course, you're watching a girl, and they're not half the terror boys are. I don't know, Clarissa said. I imagine Bella could take on anyone for that title. The woman laughed lightly and stretched her legs out a bit farther. Oh? Does she give you trouble? Clarissa didn't answer right away. She suddenly felt pangs of disloyalty for saying what she had. Skinner. Labels damage a child's self-esteem. Jones. Bella needs positive reinforcement. Freud. Your subconscious is trying to assert itself independently of your ego. When you came right down to it, Freud didn't make a lot of sense. Clarissa shrugged. I imagine all children, both boys and girls, come with their amount of trouble. I'm just happy I can work and still have my daughter with me. The woman turned her gaze to Elena. Yes, that is wonderful. Some employers wouldn't allow it. Yours must be fond of you. Not really. He's a very nice man, Clarissa said. The woman leaned in a bit closer. How lucky for you that you get along. How much time do you spend together? Before she could answer, a booming voice came from behind her. Sylvia! Yes, I thought that was you. How are you doing? Mason was striding toward them. He wore a pair of khaki swimming trunks and a towel draped around his neck. His hair was wet, and water droplets glistened all over his tanned body, as though he'd just stepped out of the pool and hadn't had a chance to dry off yet. Sylvia slipped the sunglasses from her face and smiled at him. I'm fine, Mason, and I don't need to ask you. I can tell you're doing wonderfully. Mason sat on the other side of Sylvia and gave Clarissa a forced smile. I see you've met Sylvia Stanwyck. She's one of the reporters for The Scoop magazine. Oh, no. Clarissa didn't say anything. She just shut her eyes and gulped. A reporter. She'd been talking to a reporter. Something her employment contract specifically stated she could not do. But it wasn't her fault. She hadn't known, and she hadn't said anything bad. Well, except that Bella could compete with anyone for the title of terror. Clarissa laid her head back against the chair and gulped again. Slade was not going to be understanding about this. Sylvia's attention turned to Mason, and she didn't seem to notice Clarissa's discomfort. She tapped her sunglasses against Mason's leg with an air of familiarity. When are you going to let me interview you for The Scoop? I've always wanted to do you, you know. Mason's smile was still forced. Oh, I think your magazine has already done me quite a few times. The last time I read it, I learned I was secretly engaged to half a dozen showgirls and in a drug rehab, all at the same time. Sylvia didn't even wince. Consider it your opportunity to set the record straight. Mason's gaze traveled back to Clarissa. His voice was still light and yet felt heavy to her. Is that what you were doing talking to Slade's nanny? Getting the record straight? Sylvia glanced back at Clarissa, as if only now remembering she sat beside her. We were just passing the time, friendly chit-chat, that's all. Weren't we, dear? Bella is a lovely child, Clarissa said quickly, and Slade is only nice to me in a professional sort of way. Yes, of course, dear, Sylvia said. Mason rolled his eyes, but before Sylvia turned back to him, he put on his smile again. In a low voice, as though he and Sylvia were conspirators, he said, Don't use anything Slade's nanny said in your magazine. Slade likes to keep his family life private. I'd hate to see her in trouble, since I'm the one who got her the job as a nanny. Sylvia tilted her head a bit, seeming every bit as surprised as Clarissa was by this information. You're in the nanny business now. No. Slade needed a nanny and... Mason hesitated a moment before he came up with her name. Clarissa is a friend of mine, so I hooked them up with one another. Mason put one tanned hand on Sylvia's not-so-tan knee. How about this? You forget you talked to Clarissa, and I'll buy you lunch. While we eat, you can interview me to your heart's content. Sylvia's smile grew so wide it seemed to cut her face in half. I'll take you up on that offer. I happen to be famished right now. Great, Mason said. Let's go see what the hotel is serving. They both got up, and Sylvia didn't even give Clarissa another glance as they walked away from the pool. That was all right, though. The look Mason shot her was enough. For quite some time, Clarissa sat in the chair, limply watching the girls splash around while she chastised herself. She should have known better. Well, okay. She wasn't sure how she should have known better, but she should have. She was in a different world now, a world where where the mere innuendo of words was a dangerous thing. She couldn't forget that again. If needs be, she'd take up sign language and pretend to be mute. That was, if she actually had a job after this afternoon. Chapter 11. A little after 11, Clarissa's phone rang. Slade's number appeared on her screen. She answered it hesitantly. What should she say to him? How much should she admit? Where are you and the girls? He asked. We're out by the pool. Great. I'll join you. See you in a few minutes. He hung up without saying anything else, which was probably for the best. If he had asked, how did things go this morning? She would have had to fess up. At least this way she could tell him in person his daughter had spent a portion of the morning screaming and threatening to get her fired. And then Clarissa could mention that she'd told a reporter that Bella was a terror, and at this moment, Mason was out having lunch with a woman to rectify the situation. This wasn't going to be a good afternoon. As she put her phone back into her bag, she noticed the snags in her bathing suit again, and she especially didn't want to face Slade wearing this beat-up old bathing suit. She pulled her robe out of her bag. If she was going to be fired, she should do it with as much dignity as possible. Hadn't that same thought flashed through her mind last night? It wasn't a good sign that this sentence had become the theme of her nanny career. Slade showed up 20 minutes later, and he didn't come by himself. 2 men and a woman walked with him toward the pool. The men were in their 40s, both in good shape. One had a receding hairline and wore what hair he had left tied behind his neck in a ponytail. The other man had jet black hair, a mustache, and wore metallic sunglasses. The woman, Clarissa vaguely recognized as one of the actresses from Undercover Agents, although she couldn't think of her name offhand. Long red hair swung around her shoulders, and large green eyes looked out from the midst of flawless skin. She was easily 5 feet 10 inches tall, and most of that was willowy legs. Her swimming suit looked like it was made of black velvet and showed off a Barbie-perfect figure. Clarissa's gaze moved to Slade, and she couldn't keep it from lingering there as he approached. He wore navy blue trunks, dark sunglasses, and had a pool towel slung over one of his shoulders. Clarissa had never particularly appreciated how toned his abs were before, and she tried not to gawk at him. It probably wasn't professional behavior for someone who was about to be fired. When Slade reached Clarissa, he dropped his towel in the chair next to her and stepped out of his sandals. The people with him began settling into the row of chairs by Clarissa. Slade gestured at Clarissa. "This is Bella's nanny, Mrs. Hancock." He held his hand out to point at each of the people with him. "This is Sherry, the hard-working, streetwise junior agent, and 2 narcotic thugs, Joe and Breck, who get killed in the bloody shootout at the end of the next show." Joe, the one with ponytail, shook Clarissa's hand and winked. "Only the good die young." Sherry laughed and sat down. "Slade, that's the last time I tell you the plot line to one of our episodes." "You don't have to tell anyone the plots." Breck plopped down on the chair next to her. "They're all the same. Just for variety, I'm going to ask AJ to let me kill off one of the agents in our crossfire." "Don't let it be me." Sherry adjusted her pool chair so it leaned back. "Natalie would be putting on my uniform before they could even shoot the poignant scene where everyone comes to my funeral and cries their eyes out." Slade scanned the kiddie pool. "Where's Bella?" Clarissa pointed to the far corner of the pool where Elena and Bella were bent over on their hands and knees, periodically jumping across the pool. "They're being sharks," Clarissa said. "Ah, yes, my daughter the shark." Slade sat in the chair between Clarissa and Sherry. "How has Bella been today?" Here it was, the time to confess all, only Clarissa couldn't exactly bring herself to do it with 3 other people sitting with him. And Slade wouldn't want these other people to know what had gone on this morning anyway. Hadn't Mason just emphasized what a private person Slade was when it came to his family life? Still, Clarissa had to say something. She smiled weakly. "Bella wanted to go to the beach, but I thought it best if we tried the kiddie pool first. She got quite upset about that." Slade looked back over at Bella. Upset how?" "You know, yelling and crying, and issuing threats like a 3-foot-tall dictator." Slade continued to look at Bella and at last shrugged. "She seems fine now." Clarissa let out a slow breath. That was easier than she'd expected. Of course, Slade's attitude might change after he talked to his daughter. Bella might carry through on her plans to tell Slade what an awful nanny she was. And there was still the matter of the reporter. Clarissa hadn't formulated a casual way to tell Slade about that. Slade's golden brown eyes turned to Clarissa. "I thought I'd watch the girls for a while and give you the afternoon off. That way you won't be mad at me when I ask you to watch Bella all evening." "Oh, you have something planned?" "The agents have a dinner and dance tonight. AJ will be there, and the press won't." "The press?" Clarissa repeated. "Vultures," Joe said. "And may I someday be famous enough to have them circling me." She should have said something about Sylvia then. She should have said, "Yeah, the press is horrible. Why, a little while ago." But she couldn't do it. Slade had already yelled at her in front of Mason. She didn't want to add 3 more actors to that list of witnesses. Pretty soon, she wouldn't be able to turn on the TV without spotting people who'd seen her chewed out. Breck slapped suntan lotion across his arms and shoulders. "Dinner should be another one of AJ's big affairs. I swear, he doesn't think he's running a production. He thinks he's running a cruise ship, and he's the director." Joe nodded. "He must have taken dancing lessons and wants to get his money's worth." Sherry slipped a pair of designer sunglasses over her eyes. "Some people enjoy dancing." Breck elbowed Joe and smirked. "Yeah, and those people are called women." Clarissa's gaze fluttered over to Sherry. Was she the one who'd invited Slade to the party? They would make such a striking couple. All of Sherry's long red tresses next to Slade's thick dark, I'd love to run my fingers through it, brown hair. Clarissa suddenly felt enormously dowdy in her terry cloth robe. It wasn't fair. No one should have to sit next to a starlet at a swimming pool while wearing an old terry cloth robe. These men were probably comparing Sherry's long tanned legs to Clarissa's pale ones, and Sherry's shiny, curled just right hair to Clarissa's dull, limp, pulled back in a ponytail blonde hair. She hated to think what else they might be comparing. Clarissa had the sudden urge to name off her good qualities. Okay, so I've never appeared in People magazine, but I'm a caring mother and I got straight A's in college. I know how to bake cinnamon rolls, make lifelike flowers out of crepe paper, and sing Handel's Messiah on key. I have lots of friends back home. Not famous friends, but still good people. It wouldn't have mattered to them, she supposed. Somehow, in the great scale of life, being able to bake cinnamon rolls never seemed to outweigh looking stunning in a black velvet swimsuit. Slade leaned over to Clarissa. I'm serious about you taking the afternoon off. Have you given the girls lunch yet? No, I was just about to order something for them. I can do it, Slade said. Go, have some fun, and I'll bring the girls to your room in a couple of hours when they get tired of the pool. Clarissa glanced over at Bella and Elena. They were leaping toward the chairs now, making tremendous splashes as they came. Any moment, Bella would see her father, and then what would happen? Perhaps Clarissa should take Slade up on the offer and bolt before Bella had the chance to make even more waves. Are you sure you're up to watching 2 children? Slade rolled his eyes. I am a parent, Clarissa. Over the past 4 years, I've managed to pick up a few child-rearing abilities. Bella let out a squeal, followed by a loud, Daddy! She tramped up to the chairs and flung herself onto her father's lap. Hey, princess. He took the towel off his chair and wrapped it around her until she looked like a mound of fluff with eyes. Are you having fun? I'm a shark, she said. I see. And did you have a good morning with Clarissa and Elena? Clarissa wrapped her own towel around Elena and held her breath, waiting for the tell-all. The ocean, the chair, the I'm going to tell my daddy to send you away story. To what degree would Slade take his daughter's side over that of the nanny? Bella's gaze brushed across Clarissa without any resentment. We played Go Fish. I won 3 times. Ah, you're a card shark, Slade said. It all makes sense now. Breck peered over his sunglasses at Slade. What are you teaching your kid? You got her running a card racket? Joe tousled some of Bella's wet curls. Hey, if you're really tough, we could use you during our shootout. We got some namby-pamby agents we got to teach a lesson to. Bella slipped off her father's lap, probably to get out of Joe's reach, and let the towel fall from her shoulders. She took hold of her father's hand. Come play with me, Daddy. In a minute, Slade said and turned his attention to Sherry. What's the dress code for tonight? Clarissa felt Elena shiver, so she pulled the towel around her tighter. Do you want to stay out here and have lunch with Bella and Slade? Or do you want to come back to the hotel with Mommy and have lunch there? Elena hopped up and down eagerly. I want to stay here. Oh, Clarissa wasn't sure whether to be happy or disappointed. On one hand, she couldn't remember the last time she had more than 5 minutes to herself. On the other hand, her daughter, who usually couldn't be pried from Clarissa's side, had just voluntarily chosen to spend time away from her. That kind of hurt. From the recesses of her mind, the child expert spoke again. They seemed to be nodding approvingly and murmuring things about a child's quest for independence and a child's ability to make her own choices. Clarissa rubbed her hand up and down Elena's back. Okay, honey, I'll tell Slade you want to play out here for a bit longer, but if you change your mind, he can always... She broke off as she noticed Bella. The little girl had given up tugging on her father's hand and now, with hands on hips, let out a heavy sigh. She looked over at Clarissa and something flickered in her eyes. Without a word, she circled around the back of the chairs. Before Clarissa could even call out to her, Bella skipped over to the big pool and went directly over the edge. Her parting into the water made only a whispered splash. At first, Clarissa could neither move nor breathe. Then her body suddenly worked again and she yelled, "Slade!" She leaped from her chair without waiting to see his response. Her sandals made it hard to run, but she didn't have time to take them off. In seconds, she reached the pool. She saw the form of Bella beneath the water's surface and immediately plunged into the pool next to her. The water felt cool and heavy. Her robe, now saturated, weighed her down, and every motion seemed to take aggravatingly long. She reached out for Bella, kept reaching. The little girl seemed to always be just beyond her grasp. Then a moment later, she grabbed hold of Bella's hand and pulled her into her arms. Clarissa turned and pushed through the surface, holding Bella's head up into the air. She swam to the shallow water, checking the little girl's face to make sure she was breathing. "Are you all right?" Clarissa asked. Bella nodded, her eyes wide with surprise. Clarissa pushed her way to the stairs, hugging Bella to her to keep herself from shaking. "You scared me to death. Didn't I tell you not to go near the big pool? Didn't I?"
But you weren't watching me anymore. Daddy was.
"That matters?" Elena, Slade, Joe, Breck, and Sherry were all standing and staring at her from the side of the pool. Slade gazed at her without the worry, without the terror Clarissa had expected to see. He only looked puzzled. "What in the world are you doing?" "Bella jumped in the pool. I went in to save her." "Oh," Slade said, and a smile played on his lips. "That's very sweet of you, very heroic." He held out his hands and took Bella from her arms. "Of course, it would have been more meaningful if Bella didn't already know how to swim." Clarissa stood on the top stair, her robe heavy with water, which now streamed down around her ankles. "Bella knows how to swim?" "Well, yeah, I've got a pool at the house, so she's had lessons since she was a toddler." Clarissa stepped out onto the pool deck. One of her sandals dangled halfway off her foot. She kicked her foot into it angrily. "You never told me she knew how to swim." "I never told you she didn't." Clarissa glared at him, but didn't dare look at the other faces. It was one thing to feel like a fool. It was another thing to see proof that everyone agreed with you. Instead, Clarissa pushed the clinging strands of hair away from her face, peeled off her bathrobe, and wrung it out. Water pooled at her feet. "Who says good help is hard to find?" Sherry said cheerily. Slade took the robe from Clarissa's hands. "If we drape this across one of the pool chairs, it should dry out soon." Clarissa had already had enough humiliation for the day. The thought of staying here for even one more moment didn't appeal to her. She shook her head. "I'll just hang my robe up in my bathroom." She reached for the robe, gave it another twist, and watched as more water dripped onto the concrete. "Maybe I should take Elena with me. She doesn't know how to swim, and I wouldn't want you to worry." Slade held up his hand like he was taking a pledge. "I'll keep both girls safely in the kiddie pool. We'll have lunch, and if they get tired of the water, I'll see if Meredith is up for a few rounds of shoot and batter." His eyes ran over Clarissa's figure and stopped at the water accumulating at her feet. "Really, you deserve some time off." Clarissa shot a last look at Elena. "Fine." She turned around and headed toward the hotel. Her wet skin felt cold against the air, and her sandals made a squishing sound with every step she took. Step, squish, step, squish. She hated the way Slade was so at ease in every situation, while she always floundered around looking incompetent. And she hated the smug humor she'd seen on Sherry's face. But most of all, she hated the way Bella could send Clarissa into a pool one moment and then blink innocently up from her father's arms the image of an angel the next. Had she done the whole thing on purpose? And from the recesses of her mind, Clarissa heard Freud's voice laughing. "You'd better listen to me next time." Clarissa went to her room, changed into dry clothes, and did damage control to her hair and makeup. Then she went out on her balcony to read a novel. It should have been easy to relax against the backdrop of the bright blue ocean spilling onto the pale sand, but it wasn't. She reread the same paragraph over and over again while wondering how Slade was managing with the girls. Finally, she put the book down. Pitiful. It had been so long since she had any time to herself that she didn't know what to do anymore. She ought to go for a walk along the beach. She pictured herself strolling along the shore with the other sunbathers. Nope, she didn't want to go for a walk. She wanted to buy a new bathing suit. She grabbed her purse and keycard and was out the door. Chapter 12. Clarissa had expected the hotel gift shop to be small, but it was also a pro shop, and ended up being bigger than some of the stores she'd been to in the mall. It carried everything from toothbrushes to sports equipment. A rack of women's swimming suits stood in the back of the store, in between the golf shirts and beach towels. Clarissa flipped through them, chastising herself for not buying a new suit before she came. In California, she could have shopped around and found a bargain. Here, she'd have to accept the price. She turned over the tag on a bright floral suit and winced. Too much. It was a week's worth of groceries. She couldn't justify spending this much, and yet, even as she thought about returning the suit to the rack, she also thought of Sherry stretched out on the pool chair in her black velvet suit, looking sleek and elegant. Clarissa wanted to feel that way. The old blue suit seemed symbolic of all Clarissa's problems, and she didn't want to put it on again. Ever. She took the floral suit and also grabbed a hot pink, a yellow, and a black one from the rack. She carried them to the dressing room. The whole time she disrobed, she mourned her lack of willpower and the amount of chocolate she'd consumed over her lifetime. Chocolate. It seemed to cancel out the time she'd put in on the treadmill. She ought to have done better. If she were perfect, it wouldn't matter what she wore. She would always feel confident. Clarissa tried on the yellow suit and turned sideways to the mirror. It was a good thing, really, that she and Elena would be there for Halloween instead of back home. Who needed bags of fun-sized Snickers lying around the apartment to tempt you? As of this moment, she promised herself she would never overindulge in chocolate again. At least not when she had to face people while wearing only half a yard of tight spandex. These thoughts were reaffirmed upon seeing herself in the floral suit. It made her feel like she wore bumpy wallpaper. The black suit wasn't much better. She took one glance in the mirror and muttered, "It would be perfect to wear to an aquatic funeral." The pink suit had promise, but felt a bit tight. Clarissa remembered seeing the next size up on the rack and now peeked over the top of the fitting room door in search of a wandering sales clerk. Of course, no one was around. She could get dressed to go back to the swimming suit rack, but that was silly. After all, if she planned on wearing the suit outside in front of the whole world, she ought to be able to walk 10 feet across the store. She took a deep breath and darted out to the swimming suit rack. It took her a moment to locate the pink suit in a larger size, and once she did, she also found the same style in white and turquoise blue. She held them in her hands and tried to decide which color she liked best. She'd just decided to take all three back to the dressing room when she looked up and saw Mason approaching her. He came, stood beside her, and put one hand on the swimming suit rack. As though it were a perfectly normal way to start a conversation, he said, "You may have heard the phrase, 'There's no such thing as bad publicity.'" He leaned toward her, keeping his gaze cool, serious and directly trained at her eyes. "Let me warn you that Slade doesn't think that saying applies to him." Clarissa stared back at Mason, clutching the swimsuits to her chest in an attempt to create a sort of spandex shield. "I didn't know Sylvia was a reporter. I wouldn't have said a word to her if I did. I hardly said a word to her as it was. Mason raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Then you must have a really direct conversational manner. She told me, you love Slade but think Bella is a terror. Clarissa nearly dropped the swimming suits altogether. She caught hold of the hangers before they completely slipped from her fingers and held them to her in one massive tangle of material and tags. I didn't say that. She swallowed hard and gripped the hangers tighter. Well, I mean, I didn't say it like that. She shut her eyes and let out a small groan. The Scoop isn't going to print that, is it? No, but only because I gave her a better story instead. He ran a hand through his shaggy blonde hair. For 45 minutes, I talked to that woman about my career plans, personal life, and promised if I ever have any illegitimate children, she'd be the first to know. I'm so sorry. Mason folded his arms and his eyes narrowed. You and Slade both owe me a really big favor for this. She almost volunteered to have a few illegitimate children for him, then decided against it. He might not realize she was joking. Women probably actually did make those types of propositions to him on a regular basis. Just name it, she said. His gaze slid down her figure, as though realizing for the first time she wore only a tight pink swimming suit. A ghost of a smile appeared on his lips, and his whole expression softened. Just name it, huh? Clarissa felt herself blushing. I mean, you know, what I meant to say was that I hope someday I can return the favor. His smile grew. I hope so, too. This line of talk was getting her nowhere. Well, actually, it was getting her somewhere, but not someplace she should be. Just being in the same room with Mason McKellips was enough to make any woman sweat. Being 6 inches away from him while he smiled at her was positively dangerous. She nervously pushed a strand of hair behind her ear. I haven't told Slade that I ran into Sylvia. I'm not sure how to break that sort of news to him. She looked at the clothes rack. Anything was better than facing Mason's sultry stare. I mean, despite what she told you, I didn't actually say any of that, and what I did say, she tricked me into saying. Clarissa, Mason said her name slowly, soothingly. It's okay. You don't have to tell Slade anything. It's taken care of. He casually reached over and took the turquoise swimming suit from her hand. It was 1 foot less of spandex than her shield, and she blushed anew as he held it up to her. The pink looks good, but I like the way the blue brings out your eyes. Do you? Well, blue it is then. She took it from his hand and backed away toward the dressing room, still clutching the suits in front of her as she went. I'm going to get dressed now. Thanks for your opinion. Are you sure you don't want to try on a few more? He called after her. I can give you my opinion on all of them. No, that's okay. I mean, I'll go with the blue. Once inside the dressing room, she locked the door, leaned against the wall, and cursed the fashion industry for ever doing away with suits with bloomers. She also cursed herself for being so easily embarrassed. A modern woman shouldn't blush in a swimsuit. He must think of her as incredibly backward. Of course, she shouldn't care what Mason thought of her. Somehow she did. After all, 3 days ago, she'd been an unimpressive, unimportant, struggling single mother. Now she was here in Hawaii. She was still an unimpressive, unimportant, struggling single mother, but Mason McKellips had just flirted with her. Of course she cared. If she could have recorded the event to replay for herself every time she got depressed, she would have. Well, maybe not. If she recorded the event, then she'd have to watch herself blushing and fumbling and looking awkward. Some things were better to forget. Clarissa changed back into her shorts and top and stepped out of the dressing room. She hadn't expected to see Mason still in the shop. In fact, she was relatively certain she'd never see him again. He stood behind the closest wall, waiting for her. He was waiting for her. Oh, for a camera. She walked toward the register. He casually strolled over to her. His blue eyes sparkled as he took her in. "Can I ask you a question?" "Yes, I will have your illegitimate children, and yes, I'll be the one to send the birth announcements to Sylvia." "Sure," she said calmly. "Are you really Bella's nanny? I mean, there's nothing going on between you and Slade?" "No. I mean, yes." She took a deep breath. "No, there's nothing going on between us, and yes, I really am Bella's nanny." Clarissa ran her fingers around the swimming suit hanger and tried to subdue her heart rate. What she thought would come next couldn't really come next. Not between someone rich and famous like Mason and someone like her. "I'm glad to hear it," Mason said softly. "That being the case, do you have plans for dinner tonight?" She had just been asked for her first date since the divorce. Ever since her relationship with Alex ended, she'd wondered about this moment. She wondered if she would be ready. She wondered if the question would come from someone she'd be eager to accept or someone she'd have to avoid for the rest of her life. She never, not even once, imagined it would happen in a Hawaiian resort by Mason McKellips, Hollywood heartthrob. And to think Alex had told her she would never find someone to replace him. She smiled at this fact, even though she knew she had to turn Mason down. "I'm sorry, I'm watching Bella tonight while Slade goes to a luau." Mason shook his head and moaned. "That's the same party I want to take you to. Can you get someone else to watch her while you come with me?" "It's my job to watch her." Then, because Clarissa suddenly remembered she had to say it, she added, "And besides, I'm married." Mason tilted his head in puzzlement. "You said that as an afterthought." "What?" she asked because she didn't want to admit he was right. "Usually, if a woman is married, that thought stays pretty much foremost in her mind. Her excuse isn't, 'I'm sorry, I'm busy, and oh, by the way, I'm married too.'" Clarissa felt herself blushing again. "I didn't think that you thought, I mean, I just thought you were being friendly, and I'm sorry." Mason smiled, and it was still a confident smile. "You're not really Slade's nanny, are you?" "Yes, I am. It's just that—" In spite of her embarrassment, she kept her eyes on him. His tousled, sun-bleached hair, his half-parted lips, his blue eyes, all seemed to pull her toward him. She considered telling him everything, then decided that was her stupidest idea since she swore off chocolate. No one could know the truth. No one. If it got back to Slade, it would ruin whatever inkling of a chance she still had for a permanent position. So she was married, and that was that. Even if it did mean turning down a date with the most handsome man who'd ever asked her out. "It's just that what?" Mason asked. "Nothing. I need to go. Thanks for your opinion on the swimsuit." She walked toward the front counter to pay for the suit. This time, he didn't follow her. "And thank you," he called after her, "for leaving me with that visual image." When Slade brought the girls back to Clarissa's room, she scooped Elena up in her arms. She smelled of sunblock and French fries. "Did you have a fun time this afternoon?"
"Yep,"
Elena said.
"We played and had ice cream, and pigeons ate my French fries."
"You fed the pigeons?" Clarissa asked. Bella skipped into the room, but Slade stayed in the doorway. "Not on purpose," he said. "Today the girls learned about the peril of leaving your food unattended." "Ah," Clarissa said. "A good life lesson." Slade checked his phone and frowned. Did Meredith tell you what she was doing today? I can't get a hold of her." Elena started to squirm, so Clarissa put her down. The little girl immediately ran over to the couch to get her stuffed dachshund. Bella followed, looking to see what other toys were laying around. "Sorry," Clarissa said. "I haven't talked to her all day." "She's supposed to go to this luau thing with me." "Then I'm sure she'll turn up." Slade paused. "Well, I haven't actually told her about it yet." Clarissa raised her eyebrow. "I haven't seen her since I found out about it, but I don't want to go alone." Slade glanced at his phone again. "Maybe I should ask the front desk if she rented a car." As soon as he'd said this, Meredith rounded the corner. She wore a large brimmed hat and a swimsuit cover-up. A beach bag was slung over her arm. "Where have you been?" Slade called to her. "I've been trying to get a hold of you for hours." "I'm on vacation," she said. "I went to the beach." She put her things down by her door and ran her key card through the slot. "I had a lovely time and met a very nice banker from Idaho." She opened the door and gave them a smile. "He didn't seem to think I was too old at all." Before she went into the room, Slade said, "I need you to come to dinner with me at 5:30. Wear something Hawaiian. It's a luau." She turned back toward him and smiled graciously. "I had a large lunch with Bill, so I thought I'd have a light dinner in my room, but thanks for the offer." Slade walked toward her. "It's one of AJ's affairs. He'll be there with Natalie Granger, and she's already threatened to go seashell hunting for me. I need you with me." Meredith shook her head. "The last thing I want to do is stay up all night keeping Natalie Granger away from you. Besides, you know how I hate mingling with celebrities. It's awful. You always have to think up compliments about their work, no matter how wretched it is." "You won't have to talk business tonight," Slade said. "That's what you said when we went to the network charity dinner. I was trapped with Jim Carrey for a complete hour. The things I had to say about his comedies." She looked at the ceiling and breathed out slowly. "It burns my soul just to think about it." Meredith's gaze locked onto Clarissa. Perhaps a little desperately, she said, "Why don't you take Clarissa?" "She's watching the girls." "I'll watch them." Slade's eyebrows drew together. "They're too much for you to handle." "Nonsense. I watched them for a bit last night and survived just fine. Besides, they'll be going to bed early, which means I'll be able to relax." She was right about the girls going to bed early. They hadn't adjusted to the time difference yet. Without waiting for further protests, Meredith peeked into Clarissa's room at the girls. "While your parents are at dinner, we're going to have a slumber party in my room."
A party? Elena asked. "Do we get balloons?"
"Of course," Meredith replied. "Don't forget to bring your jammies and toothbrushes." Both girls got to their feet and chattered to each other happily.
"I want a pink balloon,"
said Bella.
"I want another pink one,"
Elena added. Meredith motioned to them. "We'll take whatever colors we can bribe the housekeeping staff to get for us." Clarissa held up her hands to get the others' attention. "What about our affair? I mean, I thought Slade and I weren't supposed to be seen together?" Before Slade could answer, Meredith spoke. "Seeing the two of you together will help dispel any rumors." She patted Clarissa's arm. "Just talk about your husband every few minutes." "I don't have anything to wear," Clarissa protested weakly, but it was too late. Meredith was already headed toward her room. "Just keep repeating. The cinematography was breathtaking," Meredith told Clarissa, "and you'll be fine." Slade sighed. He didn't look entirely pleased by the turn of events. "Can you be ready at 5:30? "I suppose so," Clarissa said, because she knew she didn't have a choice. "Wear your hair up," he told her as he left the room. "That looks more matronly." Chapter 13. At 5:30, Slade knocked on Clarissa's door. He wore tan pants and a Hawaiian shirt that made him look casual and utterly handsome. She hadn't brought anything tropical to wear, so she put on a khaki skirt, a beige blouse, and the lei she had been given by the flight attendant as she left the airplane in Honolulu. The tiny yellow flowers were a little wilted around the edges, but it was the only Hawaiian thing she had. Slade's gaze ran over her with evident disapproval. "You don't look matronly." "Do you want me to bring Elena along to prove the point?" "No," he sighed and moved away from the door so she could come out of the room. "I suppose I'm asking the impossible again." She would have taken this as a compliment if he hadn't looked so displeased as he said it. They walked to the elevator, and Clarissa could feel him surveying her again. "Remember to bring up your husband every few minutes. You know, in that annoying, gloating way married people always talk about their spouses." Clarissa glanced at him. "Women don't generally accuse you of being charming, do they?" He smiled and reached to push the elevator button. "I'm sorry. I just don't want anything else to go wrong." The door opened, and Clarissa stepped in and waited for Slade to join her. They both reached for the button to the lobby at the same time, and their fingers brushed together. She quickly withdrew hers. She suddenly felt awkward, as though, without Elena's hand to hold, Clarissa wasn't sure what to do with her hands. She finally folded them together. She and Slade stood in silence for a moment, and Clarissa said, "Who is Natalie Granger, anyway?" An old colleague. She had some ideas about the two of us, which makes things tricky because she's here with AJ. He's the one I wanted to pitch my script to." Clarissa considered this. "She's AJ's girlfriend?" "Yes." "But she's coming on to you." "Oh, yes. Awesome girlfriend." The elevator door opened as Clarissa stepped out. She lost her footing and wobbled. She bought these high heels on one of her post-divorce bargain-hunting shopping trips. At the time, they seemed carefree and young, something a single woman would buy. As it turned out, they were something that only people who didn't actually have to wear them would buy. Slade took hold of her arm, catching her. He didn't let her go right away. "Are you okay?" "Yes, it's just these heels. They're too high." His gaze slid down her legs to her feet. "You'd think after being liberated for so long, women would have done away with heels altogether." "We were liberated from men," she said, "not from fashion." He grinned, shook his head, and they continued down the hallway. Clarissa adjusted her lei. "What exactly am I supposed to do about Natalie tonight?" "You just have to be around. That way I'm obligated to stick by you and make sure you have a good time. I have a built-in excuse not to disappear anywhere with Natalie." "Oh." He smiled at her again. "Now you know where those soap opera plot ideas come from." The luau was being held in the hotel garden overlooking the beach. As they exited the lobby and crossed the Hotel Lanai, Clarissa stopped to take in the view around her. Beyond the resort gardens and through a row of tall palm trees, a bank of purple clouds on the horizon of the ocean was turning shades of pink, yellow, and red. The surf rolled in long white lines toward the beach, and strains of soft Hawaiian music drifted over the garden. Paradise. Slade motioned for her to follow him, and she pulled her attention away from the beach. Across the garden terrace, a dozen circular tables waited. They were covered in crisp white linen and hibiscus centerpieces. A long table stood in the middle of these, loaded with an assortment of salads, rolls, fruit, and meat. The smell of barbecue made her mouth water. A parquet dance floor spread out in front of the band. Those who'd already arrived were congregated in groups, talking or lined up at the bar for drinks. It all looked very informal, except for the presence of a number of husky men in hotel uniforms who stood around the perimeter of the banquet site, security men to keep unwanted guests out. The next thing Clarissa noticed were the familiar faces, people she'd seen often but had never met. It wasn't just the undercover agents who were scattered about. She also noticed a tennis pro, a former NBA star, a couple of rock stars, and an assortment of supermodels. Clarissa stayed next to Slade as he slowly circulated through the crowd. He introduced her to everyone as Mrs. Hancock. No one seemed concerned about who she was or why she was with Slade. In fact, hardly anyone spoke to her beyond the introductions. They all wanted to talk to Slade, to ask him what he'd been doing and why he was in Hawaii. Clarissa didn't mind being ignored. It saved her from having to admit she knew nothing about the movie business, the modeling industry, tennis, or basketball. So she smiled, nodded, sipped her guava juice, and concentrated on keeping her balance in shoes she was now convinced were designed for people with foot abnormalities that required them to walk on their tiptoes. As she followed Slade around his mingling tour, she saw both Joe and Breck. Joe looked at her, grinned, then laughed softly into his drink. Breck wasn't as subtle. When Clarissa and Slade reached his group, Breck winked at her. "Find anyone else to save today?" Everyone looked at him for an explanation, so he gave a blow-by-blow description of the whole event, sound effects included. He finished off the story with an aside to Clarissa. "And if you're ever concerned about Bella getting trapped in an elevator, don't worry. I have it on good authority she already knows how to push the buttons." "Thanks," Clarissa said. "Thanks so much." She expected more of the same treatment when they reached Sherry's group, but Sherry barely glanced at her. It was as if Sherry had not only forgotten the whole event at the pool, but also had forgotten Clarissa altogether. Clarissa didn't mind the snub. In fact, she was grateful. At one point, Mason, with drink in hand, sauntered up to the group Slade and Clarissa had joined. He wore a black shirt with a gaudy silver pendant of an eagle around his neck. An average person would have looked absurd wearing it to a luau. On Mason, it looked chic. "Hello, Slade." He nodded at his friend and turned to consider Clarissa. "What a surprise to see you here. I thought you were busy tonight." Clarissa shifted the glass in her hands. I mean, Meredith volunteered to watch the girls." "Oh, you got someone else to babysit." He nodded again. "It's a pity you didn't think of that when I suggested it to you." Slade turned to Mason. "When you suggested it? What are you talking about?" "Oh, nothing," Mason said. "I'm just making idle chit-chat, mingling and all that." He looked over at Clarissa again. "Tell me, do you think you'll be too busy to spare me a dance later?" "I'm sure I'll have the time." "Good, then I'll talk to you later." He smiled at her rather pointedly and walked away. Slade watched him go. "What was that about?" Clarissa shrugged. "Nothing really." "Nothing?" Slade didn't press the point because another couple approached them. The man was tall, lanky, and probably in his 50s. Streaks of gray lightened his brown hair, and wrinkles lined the corners of his eyes. His maroon shirt looked more Western than Hawaiian, and matched the pair of cowboy boots he wore. The woman at his side was much younger. She could have been his daughter, except a daughter wouldn't have hung onto his arm so possessively. Her platinum blonde hair, expertly styled, brushed against her bare shoulders. Her flowered sundress was short, tight, and showed off her tan exceptionally. The man extended his hand. "Slade, glad you could make it tonight." "I wouldn't want to miss one of your events, AJ." The woman turned huge blue eyes on Slade. "Your secretary looks better and better every time I see her." "Oh, I forgot to make introductions." Slade held out his hand as he spoke the names. "AJ, Natalie, this is Bella's nanny, Mrs. Clarissa Hancock. My secretary couldn't make it tonight, but Clarissa's a big fan of undercover agents, so I brought her along." All eyes turned on Clarissa, as though they expected her to make some comment about her love of the show. She stammered out, "Undercover agents is, well, the cinematography is breathtaking." It made no sense, and she quickly took a drink of her guava juice so she wouldn't have to say anything else. Natalie cast her a half-sincere smile. "How nice of you to come. I can tell just by looking at you that you must be good with children." "Thank you," Clarissa answered, even though she had the distinct feeling she'd been insulted. "Slade," AJ said, "I haven't seen you since the Oscars. What are you up to these days?" Slade grinned broadly. "I've written a screenplay. A wonderful screenplay some astute producer is going to pick up soon." Natalie turned her gaze back to AJ. "You're as astute as they come, AJ. You'd better set up a pitch meeting." AJ laughed and pulled Natalie close. "Sure thing. We'll have lunch sometime." "Why don't we have Slade sit at our table?" Natalie said. "Then he can tell you about it over dinner." AJ waved off the suggestion. "I don't talk business at parties. That's the fastest way to give everyone heartburn. But we'll save a spot for you at the table anyway. And I'll tell you what, you give me a call tomorrow and we'll set something up." "Great," Slade said. "I look forward to it." AJ and Natalie drifted away, and Slade didn't seem any worse for his encounter with the actress. Still, every once in a while, as Slade talked, Clarissa glanced over to where Natalie was circulating through the crowd. There was no doubt. The woman had a knack for displaying herself. She didn't just walk. She glided. She flowed. She drew glances to her like a magnet, and Clarissa was suddenly glad Slade wanted to stay away from her. Dinner was a continuation of the mingling session, only sitting down. Clarissa felt like an outsider who had nothing to say and no idea what anyone else was talking about. She ate silently, occasionally nodding at the conversation so people would think she was paying attention. Mason sat a few tables over, talking animatedly with the group of people there. As she watched him, he turned and saw her. She looked away quickly, embarrassed to be caught staring. She gazed intently at her plate, at the centerpiece, at anything but Mason. It was ridiculous to feel guilty for showing up with Slade when Mason had asked her first. She hadn't planned to slight him, and besides, he couldn't be slighted by her anyway. He was a star. All he had to do was walk into a room that had more than 3 women in it, and he could find a date, or 2. Mason knew that. He'd only asked her out in the first place on a whim, because she was standing in the store wearing a swimsuit, and he'd enjoyed embarrassing her about it. He didn't care what she did or who she was with. In this crowd, she was a nobody. Almost against her will, she glanced over at Mason's table again and saw him looking back at her. This time he turned away, smiling before he did it. Clarissa blushed. It shouldn't have mattered whether he looked at her. He didn't have any real intentions toward her. That was too unlikely for a man like Mason. Of course, now that she thought about it, she realized she didn't really know what sort of man Mason was. She only knew what sort of man he portrayed in movies and TV. Perhaps he wasn't like those wicked but charming scoundrels at all. "Clarissa is married and has a 3-year-old daughter," she heard Slade say. He smiled at her like she ought to have some commentary on that statement, but she had no idea what he wanted her to say. She nodded awkwardly. "That's right." "Clarissa's husband is a great guy," Slade said. "She talks about what a great guy he is all the time." "That's right," Clarissa said again. Everyone at the table was staring at her now. Slade snapped his fingers and put his finger to his lips as though trying to remember something. "What was that funny thing you told me about your husband on the way up here?" Clarissa blinked at him and said the first thing she thought of. "He's a perfectionist." "What's funny about that?" Natalie asked. Clarissa swallowed hard and willed her brain to think of something to say that actually made sense. "Well, not funny in a humorous way," she finally decided on. "It's just funny that, with so many things in life to think about, a person would zero in on the crumbs in the silverware tray." "Oh," Natalie gave a shrug of her shoulders and laughed. "I can't tell you the last time I cleaned out my silverware tray." AJ winked at her. "That's because you always eat out." Still, Natalie said, it's nice to know if I ever want to be a perfectionist, all I have to do is dump out the silverware tray once in a while. Clarissa suddenly felt strangely detached from her marriage, as though here, thousands of miles away from Alex, she could begin to see him clearly. It's not only the silverware tray, it's also the hangers in the closet. They have to face the same direction. The shoes have to be lined up in a row, and the paper towel roll in the kitchen has to have the flap in the front and not the back. AJ shook his head sadly. Your husband is definitely OCD, except for the paper towel thing. I do that too. And he watches every single football game during the entire season, Clarissa said. How is that being a perfectionist? Natalie asked. It's not, Clarissa said. It's just something else I find annoying. Slade smiled at her, a stiff, unhappy smile like he wanted to kick her underneath the table. Clarissa cleared her throat. She was supposed to say happy things about Alex, no matter how hard it was. Alex is just thorough about everything. He's an accountant for an engineering firm. I suppose that's about as opposite of an actor as you can get. Although, she picked up her glass, I guess it's hard to tell what actors are like. I mean, she looked across the room, searching for an example. Take Mason McKellips. He always plays the part of a womanizing playboy. For all I know, he's completely different from that in real life. No, Slade said. He's actually like that. Clarissa swirled the ice in her drink. One woman is about the same as the next to him? Slade cocked his head. Why do you ask? She knew she ought to change the subject, to forget Mason, and yet she felt compelled to reach some sort of conclusion about him. She couldn't be so close to the answer and not ask the question. She shrugged as casually as she could. I'm just thinking about different types of men, you know, perfectionists, womanizers. I mean, in theory, it wouldn't hurt Mason's feelings for long if a woman turned him down. He'd just move on to the next woman, right? AJ let out a grunt. Actually, he'd probably go into shock from the surprise. I don't think anyone has ever turned down Mason. Natalie grinned in a way that made Clarissa wonder if she spoke from experience. Slade's eyes narrowed at Clarissa. How did we suddenly start talking about Mason? What do womanizers have to do with perfectionists? Clarissa cleared her throat to give herself time to think. They both determine their self-worth by using outside props. The group stared at her for a moment. Well, Slade said at last, that will give me something to think about the next time I clean out my silverware tray. AJ looked upward thoughtfully. If I had to choose to be either a perfectionist or a womanizer, I'd be a womanizer. Natalie swatted him playfully. See, she told Clarissa, you ought to be glad your husband just watches football. He could be watching something else. She sent a perfectly charming pout to AJ. When are you going to take me dancing, you womanizer, you? AJ tossed his napkin on the tabletop, stood, and held his hand out to Natalie. Her pout instantly turned to a smile. They left the table without saying goodbye. They were the first ones out to dance, but as soon as they took the floor, several couples followed, then several more, until Clarissa felt she was one of the few people still working on dinner. Only she and Slade remained at their table. Slade ripped his dinner roll in half. When I told you I wanted you to talk about your husband, I was thinking along the lines of endearing little stories that would let everyone know you are happily married, not an expose on his faults. Clarissa sunk down in her chair a bit. Sorry, I just said the first thing that came into my head. The first thing that came into your head was which direction your husband puts the hangers in the closet? Clarissa looked out at the dance floor, wondering if it would be impolite to ignore the question altogether. That's when she saw Mason striding toward her. He smiled at her, a knowing smile, as if he could tell she'd been discussing him during dinner. Not because anyone had mentioned it to him, but simply because he understood women. "Are you too busy for that dance you promised me?" She glanced at Slade. He rolled his eyes. If she stayed here, Slade would continue his lecture on her shortcomings as a dinner guest. She smiled up at Mason and took his hand. "I'd love to." They walked onto the dance floor, and she noticed as she turned in Mason's arms that Slade was watching her and his lips were drawn into a disapproving line. For a few moments, Mason said nothing. He moved her around the dance floor, gazing down at her in a manner that could have been classified as lazily if there hadn't been an intensity behind his eyes. Finally, tired of the silence, she said, "I'm sorry about turning you down this afternoon. I really was planning on tending the girls. It was a last-minute thing that I came." "You're sorry?" His voice was sultry. "I just said so." He pulled her closer to him and bent to whisper into her ear. "Then make it up to me." "Make it up to you?" His fingers momentarily tightened on her waist. "Clarissa, remember how you told me to name a favor and you do it?" Yes, well, apparently that had been a mistake. How in the world was she supposed to know this afternoon that he'd be whispering things into her ear tonight? She hadn't expected him to even remember her name, let alone whisper it. "You're blushing," he sounded surprised. "That's so refreshing. I don't remember the last time a woman blushed around me." "I can help you with that. It was this afternoon by the swimsuit rack." She felt his chuckle rather than heard it. "I meant besides you." Clarissa thought the subject of favors had been dropped, but then Mason leaned toward her ear again. "Are you going to keep your word? I want to name a favor." You don't need to start blushing again. I just want you to have dinner with me tomorrow night." She actually considered saying yes. Yes would be so easy to say. She swallowed back the word instead. "I mentioned that I was married, didn't I?" "You mentioned it. I promised to take you somewhere respectable." "That's the point. It wouldn't be respectable." The intensity in his eyes grew until she felt like she wasn't looking at him at all. She was just looking at a picture of him. It was like watching a movie, and this was the part where he swung the heroine into his arms and kissed her passionately. He leaned closer to her ear. "Couldn't you be disrespectful for one night?" Clarissa laughed. She hadn't meant to, but it seemed so Mason, as if he'd rehearsed for the part of being himself. "You're good at this," she said. "No wonder they pay you so much to act this way on screen." "You haven't seen anything yet." He ran his hand gently down her back. "It's too crowded here. Let's take a walk to the beach." He drew back and gave her a playful look, already anticipating her protest. "A respectable walk?" "I can't disappear anywhere. It would defeat my whole purpose for being here." And because she'd reminded herself of this fact, she glanced back at their table. Slade had left his seat. A moment later, she located him standing with some of the production people he'd introduced her to earlier. His gaze connected with hers. His lips were still drawn into a tight line. "Your whole purpose?" Mason asked. "And what would that be?" Clarissa tried to think of a way to explain it to him without implicating Natalie, then realized she couldn't do it. "Never mind, it's nothing." "No, really, tell me." "I can't. Forget I said anything." Mason nodded. "You're gorgeous and now mysterious, too." Clarissa smiled at him. She probably shouldn't have. She probably should have found some proper way to put an end to Mason's flirting. But it had been so long since anyone had flirted with her that it felt like water on parched ground. She hated to turn it off. Besides, it wasn't wrong to smile up at him this way because She wasn't really married, and none of it mattered to Mason anyway. He undoubtedly flirted with everyone. He wouldn't remember her next week, let alone remember that she smiled back at him while they danced. She would bask in his attention for a little while before she returned to being a dowdy, unnoticed housewife. "Your purpose," Mason said again. "Let me guess. You're an undercover reporter." "Nope." "An actress? A spy?" "Sorry." The intensity returned to his gaze. "Have dinner with me tomorrow night." "I really can't." Mason smiled at her again, undefeated. "All right. I guess I'll have to be satisfied with holding your picture." "My picture?" "The one in the paper. As soon as I get back to my hotel room, I'm going to cut it out." "What paper?" she asked. He cocked his head at her. "This morning's paper. Didn't you see the picture of you and Slade in it?" "No," she said, and then, "Oh, no." A ball of anxiety tightened in her stomach. What did it say? He shrugged. "Nothing really, just that Slade was here with the cast." She hadn't even realized she was holding her breath, but now exhaled slowly. That doesn't sound too bad. Of course it wasn't bad. If the paper had printed anything unfavorable, she would have heard about it by now from Slade. Repeatedly. In a loud, angry voice. Mason pulled her toward him to avoid another couple. "Yeah, every once in a while the papers have an off day and print something nice. I'm sure their next article will call us Under the Covers Agents. And they'll write about how we trashed the hotel during our wild parties." "Well, I'm not talking to anyone from here on. In fact, I'm going to insist on some sort of identification and proof of occupation before I even discuss the weather." He laughed softly. "It won't matter. The press is like Santa Claus. They know when you've been sleeping. They know when you're awake. And they know about anything that happens in between those two times." "Doesn't that bother you?" "Sometimes." A brief scowl touched his lips. "It's been worse lately. It's to the point that the whole cast is afraid to cough for fear of being written up as having contracted the plague." Which only made Clarissa feel guiltier about her slip-up at the pool. "Why did you tell Sylvia I was an old friend of yours?" His hand slid across her waist. "I know how reporters like Sylvia think. She won't believe you're only a nanny. She thinks you have some ulterior motive, some connection. I let her believe your connection is to me instead of to Slade." He winked at her. "I don't mind being linked with beautiful women. You see, this isn't just a dance. I'm helping your cover story." Clarissa shifted a bit in Mason's arms, uncertain how to reply to the compliment. "Well, thanks again for pulling Sylvia away from me." "You still owe me a favor," he said. The song ended. Mason didn't let go of her. "You're not ready to go sit down, are you?" She didn't have time to formulate a reason for doing so. Slade was suddenly at her side. He smiled pleasantly at Mason. "Do you mind if I cut in?" Mason looked as though he did mind, but stepped aside anyway. He nodded to Clarissa and gave her a smoldering stare. "Thanks for the dance, Mrs. Hancock." Despite her intentions to do otherwise, Clarissa blushed at his parting, which made it that much harder to look at Slade. He was eyeing her in a very Hawk Hawthorne sort of way. Handsome, dark, and dangerous. The music started up, another slow song. Slade took her hand in his and placed his other hand on her waist. She shouldn't have felt a tingle of electricity at his touch. He was her employer, and judging by his facial expression, he wasn't that happy with her right now. But he was still Slade Jacobson, a guy that had been voted America's sexiest man in more than one poll. Mason's good looks were smooth, polished like the surface of a welcoming lake. Slade's looks were like waves on the beach, powerful, energetic, and something that could drag you under if you weren't careful. Slade maneuvered her to where the floor was less crowded. "Why did you dance with Mason?" "Because he asked me." "Yes, but didn't you know what it meant when he asked you to dance?" "I supposed it meant he wanted to dance." Slade shook his head, and when he spoke, his words were clipped with frustration. "What's going on between you two? You looked like a couple out here." "We were dancing," she said. "Everyone looks like a couple when they're dancing." Slade's gaze was as intense as Mason's, without any of the warmth. "I don't know your perfectionist husband, Clarissa, but I can't imagine what he would say at this moment." No, Slade really couldn't. "There's nothing going on between Mason and me. He helped me out this morning." She hadn't meant to tell Slade like this. She wanted to wait until he seemed to be in an understanding mood. "Helped you? How?" Slade asked, and he didn't sound understanding. Clarissa gave a brief version of her encounter with Sylvia, giving as few details as possible. She waited for Slade to break into some sort of lecture or yell. His face showed no irritation, though. "And what was that business between you and Mason about being busy tonight?" "After his interview, I ran into him in the hotel, and he asked me to the party. I told him I was married and that I had to watch Bella, although not in that order." Slade let out a slow breath, almost a sigh. "We told you the truth during dinner. Mason is a womanizer." "I know." "But you danced with him anyway, and I could see you blushing from where I stood halfway across the floor." She felt her cheeks growing red again. "I'm one of those people who blushes easily." Because she still felt the need to defend herself, she added, "It was just a dance. I was just being polite to him." "Trust me, stay away from him." Slade said this to Clarissa as though she was some wide-eyed groupie throwing herself at Mason. "You were the one who insisted I come tonight," she reminded him. Slade swayed her to the left to avoid getting too close to another couple, and as he did so, he pulled her nearer. "Exactly. So let's stick together from here on. We'll sit out." Slade glanced across the floor, and his eyes stopped on Natalie. She stood in AJ's arms, flowing back and forth to the rhythm of the music. As Slade watched the woman, she looked over and smirked at him. Slade smiled back, then turned to be away from Natalie's line of sight. "But first, I think we'd better dance for a while." Clarissa surveyed Natalie. The woman's smile returned to AJ, and she caressed the back of his neck with her hand. "I don't know why you're worried about Natalie," Clarissa whispered. "She seems pretty devoted to AJ." "It's called acting, and this is exactly the reason you have to trust me where Mason is concerned. You're not used to being around actors. They're different." Clarissa gazed off into the crowd. "You can say that again." Slade chuckled, a sound that was familiar and comforting, and oh so sexy. "Go ahead and be angry with me. You'll thank me someday." She looked back at Slade. She hadn't expected him to be smiling at her, but he was, and it totally disarmed her. Funny, one smile from him was more effective than 10 of Mason's sultry stares. She should have considered the dangers of dancing with Slade Jacobson. It suddenly became hard not to notice how close he stood or to feel his shoulder underneath her hand. He was right. She wasn't used to actors, to men who made your heart race when they glanced at you. She would have to learn to rein in these reactions and rein them in fast. She gazed out at the crowd again, trying to think of anything but how near Slade was. She contemplated women's fashion, timeshare condos, Hawaiian flowers. Her mind kept wandering back to Slade, to the feel of his hand on her waist. "Did you see the paper today?" she asked. "No." "Mason said there was a picture of us." "Us?" Slade nearly spat out the word. A lump suddenly formed in Clarissa's throat. He hadn't known about it, and she'd just opened the floodgates for more criticism. Slade stopped dancing, stopped breathing probably, and Clarissa quickly added, "Mason said there wasn't anything bad about it." "Mason's definition of bad and mine are not exactly the same." Still holding onto her hand, he led her back across the dance floor. He only held her hand so as not to lose her. It still made them look like a couple, though. She didn't point this out to him, and she didn't take her hand from his. His fingers felt warm and strong holding onto hers. She needed some serious work when it came to resisting actors. Chapter 14. Clarissa and Slade headed to her room. She knew where her paper was. "What exactly did Mason say about the picture?" Slade asked as they got into the elevator. Mason said he'd have to be satisfied with having Clarissa's picture since she wouldn't go out with him. She was not about to tell Slade this. Just that it was in the paper. Slade narrowed his eyes like he knew she was hiding something. "You're leaving out the part where he told you how stunning you looked, how you ought to be a model, and how he knew people who could help you." "He didn't say any of that," Clarissa said, then stopped herself because it implied he'd said something else. The elevator door opened and Slade stepped out without saying more on the subject. When they got to her room, she slid her card through the slot and opened the door. She wished she'd done a better job of arranging Elena's things, somewhere neatly instead of piling them on the furniture. Everything was so untidy. Slade didn't seem to notice the mess. He went straight for the newspaper on her couch. He flipped through it, and his jaw clenched and he muttered several things. She walked over to him, peering at the paper. "What's wrong?" He turned the paper so she could see the page. Their picture was one of 4 under the headline, "Agents Go Undercover in Hawaii." The top corner showed a photo of Mason autographing a poster for a fan. Below it were 2 pictures of the cast members mingling with the crowd, and in the bottom right-hand corner, Slade and Clarissa walked toward the hotel entrance. The picture could have been worse. It could have been one of her peeling Bella off of Slade's leg while Bella screamed like a banshee. Instead, they looked almost like normal people. Slade was smiling, and it didn't even seem like a forced smile. He carried Bella with one arm and had his other hand on Clarissa's elbow. Clarissa looked a little dazed, but none of the frustration she'd felt at that moment showed on her face. Her hair was in place, and her mouth wasn't hanging open. It was even a good photo of herself. "Look at this." Slade smacked the paper with the back of his hand. "Slade Jacobson and a friend drop in at the Mahalo Regency." "A friend," he repeated. "They called you a friend." Only because they hadn't talked to her first. He tossed the paper onto the coffee table. "I specifically told them you were Bella's nanny." "Yes, and Bella told them that reporters are bad people and we weren't having an affair. All in all, friend doesn't seem so bad." "Friend makes it sound like there's something more to it. Anyone who sees this will think there is. Next thing you know, the tabloids will be here interviewing the maid service." Clarissa kicked off her high heels. She'd had enough of them for the night, possibly forever. "Aren't you being a little paranoid about this? I mean, who cares what kind of relationship you have with your daughter's nanny?" He slumped down on the couch and rubbed his brow. The media went on a feeding frenzy when they found out Evelyn cheated on me. I couldn't even let Bella switch channels on the TV because I was afraid of what she would see, what she would hear about her parents. They're all just waiting for the next chapter in that saga, and they'll think this is it." He leaned back against the couch, looking defeated, vulnerable. Clarissa suddenly had the urge to sit beside him and take his hand in hers to comfort him. Instead, she walked to the chair across from the couch and sat down stiffly. "This is different. It doesn't matter what anyone reports. Bella knows I'm nothing but the nanny." Slade lifted an eyebrow to show that she was missing the point. "Does Elena? Do your friends, neighbors, and the people you went to high school with, do they all know you're not cheating? Because this is the sort of story reporters love. Home wrecked becomes home wrecker. It doesn't matter if there's any truth to it." His gaze was still on her, warm and intense. "I was thinking about the havoc this could cause you, Clarissa." "Oh," she said with surprise. "You don't have to worry about that." He looked at her unconvinced. "Really," she said. "In high school, I was voted most likely to run off with a movie star to a Hawaiian resort. No one will be shocked." "Not even your husband?" "He was the one who nominated me." Slade didn't laugh. In fact, he was staring at her like she wasn't taking the subject seriously enough. "I called Alex last night," she said, "and told him about the reporters. He thought it was funny." Slade relaxed at that. He glanced at the paper once more and stood up. "Well, friend, I guess we should go relieve Meredith." "I guess we should." Slade headed out of the room and Clarissa followed, glad she only had to look at the back of his shirt. Doing that was easier than looking into his eyes. She didn't like lying to Slade, but what else could she have said to make him stop worrying? He knocked softly on Meredith's door, and after a few moments she opened it. She wore a navy blue silk robe and the makeup was gone from her face. She still managed to have a professional air about her. "You're back early," she said. Slade walked into her room. "We left early when we found out our picture was in this morning's paper. I wanted to check it out." Meredith nodded. "I noticed it right after the girls fell asleep." She gestured to where the paper lay on her couch. "It's only a local story. It probably won't even be noticed by the larger press." "Probably not," Slade said. "And if it is, we'll just ask Clarissa's husband if he can come out here on the next flight and tell the press he's been here with us all along. And Bella adores them both," Slade agreed. Clarissa's mouth went suddenly dry. Meredith turned to Clarissa. "If the situation arose, your husband could arrange that, couldn't he? It would be all expenses paid, of course." Clarissa fidgeted with her shirt button. "Oh, if he could get the time off work." Slade's eyes narrowed. "Couldn't he get the time off work if it meant saving your reputation from death by tabloids?" "Well, I'm sure he'd try," Clarissa said. Slade's voice took on an exasperated tone. "Tell him I'll personally make sure the hangers in your hotel room are facing the right direction." "I'll tell him." Clarissa pretended to brush away a piece of lint because she couldn't bear to look at Slade any longer. Her stomach felt as though it had turned to clay. She should have told him at the beginning she wasn't really married. Risking the job would have been better than perpetuating this lie. Slade glanced around the room. "You say the girls are asleep?" "They're on my bed." Meredith walked over to her desk where her laptop sat. "You got an email you'll want to answer." Instead of following Meredith, Slade went to check on the girls. He came back a minute later, smiling. "They look like a pair of angels in there sleeping." "Yes, it's quite deceptive, isn't it?" Meredith sat on the chair in front of the computer and with a few clicks of the mouse logged onto the internet. "They weren't good for you?" Clarissa asked. "Oh, they were fine," Meredith said. "Just your normal busy preschoolers, and I'm sure housekeeping will find a way to get that fingernail polish out of the carpet." "Remind me to tip the maids well," Slade said. "You always do." Meredith scanned through a long row of emails. "Here we are. It's from your friend, Kim." Slade leaned over Meredith's shoulder and read out loud. "Slade, I can't believe you're in Oahu. For once, our paths are going to cross. I'll be near the North Shore to study some plant species in a couple days. We have to find a time to get together. I'm tired of seeing your face on the screen and never in real life. Besides, half of my roommates don't believe I really know you. I need proof. Pictures of us together and perhaps a notarized set of fingerprints. Let's work something out. Love, Kim." Meredith twisted in her chair to face him. "Isn't it perfect?" He shrugged. "Sure, it's great. We'll have lunch somewhere." "No," Meredith said. "You can bring her to the hotel the next time AJ has one of his functions. She'll be your date. That way, you'll be able to hold off Natalie and any rumors about you and Clarissa at the same time." Slate nodded. "Sounds good. I'll ask AJ when his next event is. It will give me an excuse to run into him tomorrow." Clarissa's curiosity got the best of her, and she asked, "Who's Kim?" Slade smiled, a soft smile, rich with inner meaning. "My best friend's little sister. Well, at least he was my best friend until 8th grade when he moved to England." "That's the thing about being a star," Meredith told Clarissa. "It doesn't matter if a girl hasn't seen you since she was 10 years old. She's going to track you down and contact you. This time, it works in our favor." Slade still smiled nostalgically. "Eric and I used to tease her mercilessly. I'm surprised she's even forgiven me." "Maybe she hasn't," Meredith said. "Maybe that's why she wants to see you. She wants to give you what for all those times you pulled her pigtails." "We did worse than that." Slade rubbed his chin. "I guess you could credit Kim for my first acting jobs. One time we pretended we'd been hit by a car. We came staggering up the sidewalk, bleeding ketchup all over the place, just to hear her scream." Meredith made a tisking sound. "Now I know where Bella gets her sense of humor. It's genetic, and it serves you right for having her." "It certainly does," Slade said. "And I guess it's time I take her back to my room." He went to Meredith's bedroom, and Clarissa followed. Slade gently picked up Bella and cradled her against his chest. He gazed down at her with the same warm expression Clarissa had seen on his face as he held Bella by the dining room table. The words he'd said came to Clarissa's mind. "Children have a way of stripping off the masks we wear." She realized she was seeing him unmasked. In this setting, he wasn't the actor who smiled confidently for the camera, or even the slightly cynical man who just berated her for dancing with Mason. This was who he was unmasked, a tender and gentle man who loved his daughter. Clarissa went to Elena. Perhaps Alex had also been unmasked by his daughter. To the rest of the world, he was even-tempered, generous, and caring. But somehow, all those things fell away when he came home. Clarissa reached to pick Elena up, then paused. She took in her daughter's shiny blonde hair, the pixie nose, and the soft brown lashes. Lying there, bathed in the soft light from the open doorway, Elena did look like an angel, except for the smudges of mauve fingernail polish on her hands. It was Alex's loss. It was all his loss. She scooped up Elena, and the little girl nestled her head on Clarissa's shoulder. She smelled slightly of perfume and shampoo. Clarissa held her, enjoying the softness of her body. "Come on, sweetheart," she murmured. "Let's go to our room." Slade whispered, "I'll drop Bella off in the morning." Clarissa nodded. As she walked from the room, he added, "Thanks for coming with me tonight." "Sorry about my husband," Clarissa said. I'm sorry about the stuff I said about him at dinner. You know, the hangers and silverware tray." Slade nodded with an expression that tingled right through her. "I'll see you tomorrow." Clarissa whispered goodbye to Meredith and left the room. After Clarissa was safely out of sight in the hallway, she shook her head. To think Slade had asked her if she had any acting ambitions. She'd been here 2 days and could barely act married. She'd almost forgotten to tell Mason about her husband altogether, and at dinner she'd said all sorts of stupid stuff about Alex to Slade. And then there were those racing heartbeats she'd had as she looked at Slade tonight. Had he noticed those? She would have to be better. And what if Slade actually asked her husband to join them? She shuddered as she balanced Elena with one hand and fumbled to unlock the door with the other. She could barely even talk about Alex without mumbling incoherently. She would never be able to come up with a believable excuse for his not being able to come to Hawaii to defend her honor. Acting ambitions indeed. After Clarissa settled Elena in bed, she wandered into the front room and sank into a chair. The room was annoyingly quiet and empty. She supposed Slade Jacobson had that effect on rooms. Once he'd been in them and then left, they just naturally seemed duller. She could still picture him on the couch, his head tossed back, his brown hair smooth and shiny, his eyes dark and magnetic looking into hers. Clarissa immediately banished the image. It was ridiculous to think about Slade like that. Even if he knew she was single, he wouldn't be interested in her. She was the nanny, the hired help. He had beautiful and famous women like Natalie Granger after him. Why would he ever look twice at Clarissa? It was a good thing he thought she was married. That way she wouldn't have to face the humiliation of being unnoticed. Clarissa picked up the paper from where it lay on the couch, saw the picture of Slade and sighed. A friend. She fumbled through her purse until she found a pair of small scissors and carefully cut out the photo. She would put it in her journal, right after she color-copied a dozen prints to send to her friends and family. Because, hey, what was the point of having 15 minutes of fame if you couldn't share it with people who actually knew you? Her friends would gasp at the caption and ask, "You're friends with Slade Jacobson?" Then she'd have to say, "No, not really. Actually, he hardly knew I existed." Perhaps she wouldn't make copies of the photo after all. Clarissa logged onto her laptop. Checking her email would keep her mind off things she didn't want to think about. The first thing she saw was a message from Renee. Clarissa stared at it, tapping her fingers against the desk while she decided whether she was up to reading a message from her ex-sister-in-law. After a moment, she clicked it open. "Clarissa," it read, "I've called you twice and never got an answer back from you. I'm getting worried. I know how depressed you are, but it's important for you to get out and be with people. Don't hole up somewhere and spend your days crying, especially not since I want to help you through this. I want you to talk about Alex. I think you still have hope. Give me a call." Clarissa snorted. Hope. She had hope. How nice to know. She hit the reply button and typed, "Renee, sorry I haven't returned your calls. I've been busy here in Hawaii. It's nice you're concerned about me, but I'm doing fine. In fact, today, Mason McKellips asked me out. I turned him down, though. He isn't my type." She hit the send button before she could change her mind about its contents. Then, to prove her point, she found the web page of the Oahu Times and copied the link into another email. A photo of Slade Jacobson dropping into the Mahalo Regency with a friend was just the right thing to send to Renee. Chapter 15. Slade woke up at 6:30 in the morning. He wished he could sleep in later, especially on a Saturday. But once he woke up, he thought about pitching his script to AJ, and he couldn't get back to sleep. He finally pulled himself out of bed and went to shower and shave. AJ had undoubtedly stayed up late last night, so Slade didn't dare call too early. On the other hand, if he waited too long, AJ might be off doing something. Perhaps 9:30 would be the best time. Slade dressed, ordered room service for breakfast, and woke up Bella. She didn't want to get dressed in clothes. She only wanted to wear her swimsuit. While he cut up her pancakes, she asked,
"Are you going to take me swimming today, Daddy?"
"We'll work something out. I'm sure Clarissa wouldn't mind taking you."
"I want you to do it," Bella said. "You throw me up in the air and I make big splashes."
Slade nodded seriously and took a sip of his orange juice. "Yes, I suppose that is important." He watched Bella trying to capture a piece of her pancake with her fork. "So, do you like Clarissa?" Without looking up, Bella said,
"She didn't take me to the beach, but she played games. Your other girlfriends never do that."
"She's not my girlfriend," Slade said. "She's your nanny. She's supposed to play with you."
"Nuh-uh, Daddy."
Bella's head bounced in a dramatic way with each word she spoke.
"Nannies are old."
"Clarissa is your nanny," Slade emphasized in his most serious tone. The last thing he wanted was for Bella to call Clarissa his girlfriend out in public. "I got you a young nanny this time because I thought she'd play better with you." Almost under his breath, he added, "She's stronger than the other ones, and sturdier and faster." Bella skewered a pancake piece, twirled it around, and popped it in her mouth.
"You'll make her leave if she's not nice, right?"
Slade raised an eyebrow at the question. Bella had never said much about his hiring practices, and now he wasn't sure how to answer the question. "Let's give Clarissa a try, and we'll talk about how you're getting along at the end of the week." Bella didn't answer, just slid her fork into another pancake piece. "I already explained why she jumped into the pool after you," he added, and couldn't help smiling as he thought of Clarissa dripping on the pool deck. "She was afraid you were drowning and wanted to help you." Bella frowned at her pancakes.
"When is Mommy coming back?"
Slade nearly toppled his juice glass over. Even now, after nearly a year of being divorced, questions like this still pierced him. They let him see into Bella's mind and into a reality that existed only for her. In her mind, Evelyn's short visits every few months meant something. "I don't know when she'll be by to see you again, honey."
"She has to be there for the first day of kindergarten," Bella said matter-of-factly. "Kayla said all the moms come to school on the first day."
"I'll be there," Slade said.
"You're not a mom."
"They'll let you into kindergarten, even if it's your dad who drops you off." Bella's brows knit together. She didn't quite believe him. "It's still a long way off," he said. "We'll make sure everything is all right."
"Okay."
Bella went back to her breakfast. Slade couldn't finish his. He put his back on the tray. At 9:30, he dropped Bella off at Clarissa's room and went back to his room to make the phone call. He had to have quiet as he talked to AJ. He made the call. No one answered. Could AJ still be asleep? Maybe he'd gone somewhere for the day and turned off his phone. Slade went to his laptop and brought up the script for his part in an upcoming Sparta movie. Rehearsals started in a few weeks. He might as well work on his lines while he had some free time. For 20 minutes, he vehemently threatened the dresser, lamp, and nightstand. Then he called AJ again. Still no answer. Slade pushed the end button on his phone harder than he needed to. He must have missed AJ. The man was probably snorkeling somewhere, and Slade wouldn't be able to get hold of him all day. He went back to his lines, but couldn't concentrate on them. Sometimes he hated this business. He hated the whole connections aspect of it, the way you had to be in the right place at the right time. And because those things rarely happen naturally, you had to force yourself to be in the right place at the right time, then fake it that it was happening naturally. Slade had finally reached the point in his career where he didn't have to hustle to get the right parts, and now he was starting on a whole new venture of hustling, hoping, and dealing with rejection. Who needed this? Slade glanced at the manila envelope on his dresser that held his screenplay. He didn't need the money. He didn't need the recognition. It would be easy to let this project go. Only, he couldn't let it go. He'd started writing screenplays during his divorce. It had kept his mind off obsessing over the images of Evelyn and Brad that popped up everywhere. Whenever he was besieged with unanswerable questions like, how could she do this, and why did she stop loving me? He turned his mind to writing screenplays. At first, they were all bitter, angry, and completely unsellable. Too dark. Most of them had buildings, planes, or entire towns that erupted into flames. But then, out of the ashes of his emotions, he'd started working on Time Machine. It was a story about realizing you'd made mistakes and trying to undo them. And even more than that, it was about seeing life differently and valuing the right kind of people. The story had become part of him. He wanted to share it, to share what he'd learned with other people. He couldn't just let it go. Slade tossed his lines onto the bed and headed out the door. He would go wake up Mason and find out what the production schedule was like. That way, he'd know when he had the best chance of getting hold of AJ. Slade hadn't gone far down the hallway before he ran into the right place at the right time. AJ and Natalie were standing in front of the elevator. Slade sauntered up to them at an unconcerned pace. AJ, you're just the man I was looking for. Natalie took hold of AJ's arm possessively. I say the same thing to him every day. Slade laughed at Natalie's joke, then returned his attention to AJ. I wanted to tell you again how much I enjoyed your party last night. I'm already looking forward to your next one. We're having one Halloween night, Natalie said. A masquerade. In the Iolani room at 7, AJ added. We'll count on seeing you there. The elevator opened and all three stepped in. It was the right place, the right time, and would only last for 8 floors. So, Slade put his hands in his pockets and donned a casual expression. Have you given any more thought about a pitch meeting? AJ pushed the floor for the lobby. Right, we were going to do that, weren't we? He looked upward as though mentally reviewing his calendar. Why don't you join us for breakfast and you can do it there? At breakfast right now? Sure, there's nothing like hearing a good story over bacon and eggs. He smiled at Natalie. You don't mind, do you, hun? Of course not. Her pink lips curled into a smile. Join us. They walked to the restaurant, and the hostess seated them in a corner booth. Slade waited until the waitress had taken their orders, then began his pitch. Time Machine is a love story with a sci-fi angle, but it's really a story about redemption. He paused to let the emphasis sink in. People will relate to it because we all look back at our lives and wish we could change things. AJ nodded and reached for his coffee mug. Yeah, if I had to do it over again, I would have skipped marrying my second wife and just paid a large sum of money to her lawyer. Would have saved me a lot of hassle. Right, Slade said. We'd all do things differently. The main character, Dalton Hammer, is a successful scientist and inventor. He's made hundreds of millions, collected accolades, seen it, done it all. He's getting older. He's 69, about to retire, and he realizes he has nothing of real value. No wife, no family, not even a lot of friends. He's been a workaholic, a loner, and a lot of times, a jerk. He wishes he had a relationship in his life, a wife and kids, but It's a little late for that now. He's not in the best health anymore and can't see himself raising toddlers at 70. So he pours his time and money into building this time machine that will permit him to go anywhere in time for 1 week. Then he'll automatically come back to the present and the time machine is used up, finished. He has 1 shot to change things. He decides the best way to repair his life is to go back in time to his college days and convince the young him to change his ways. You see, Dalton lost the love of his life, Kathleen, because he went to the right grad school instead of deciding to be with her. After he told her goodbye, they went their separate ways, and he never saw her again. Kathleen is the type all guys want. Beautiful, smart, sophisticated. Dalton figures if he'd only married her, his life would have had love in it, so everything would have been better. Slade paused to see AJ's reaction. AJ nodded. Typical leading lady role. I'm picturing Natalie Granger, Natalie interjected. Right, Slade said. And Dalton thinks he has a chance of changing his life with Kathleen because an incident back in college almost made him stop and see the bigger picture of life. When Kathleen's roommate, Sarah, flew home for Christmas, she died in a plane crash. It made an impression on the young Dalton, and for a few days after the accident, he realized how fragile life is. If he'd been more committed to Kathleen in the first place, or if he'd had someone older and wiser to guide him, Dalton is sure he would have taken the leap and asked her to marry him. So, the old Dalton uses the time machine to go back to right before the plane crash. He poses as a wealthy great-uncle and tries to talk some sense into the young Dalton. Unfortunately, the young Dalton is an idiot, and he won't listen to himself. The older Dalton has to think of more and more ways to convince him. He's bribing and setting things up. He even enlists Sarah's help. As he's creating these scenarios, he realizes Kathleen isn't the right woman for him at all. She's just a female version of the young Dalton. A jerk. It's really Sarah who's the great catch. The only problem is, not only is she going to die, the young Dalton isn't interested in her. The old Dalton realizes that he might not be able to change his own life, but he can save Sarah. He tries to convince her not to take the plane home because he knows it will crash. But kids never listen, and she's still going. He can't let her die, so in the climactic scene, the old Dalton dashes in front of her car to stop her from leaving. She accidentally hits him, and instead of catching her flight, has to rush him to the hospital. In the hospital, the doctors are afraid the old Dalton is going to die. The young Dalton comes to see him and is especially shaken about it. The old Dalton tells him that he's from the future and has built a time machine so he can change his life. The young Dalton thinks the old man is delirious, but as the hospital people begin to prep him for surgery, the young Dalton notices some birthmarks on the old man's chest. The same birthmarks he has on his own chest. Sarah and the young Dalton are sent to a waiting room while the doctors work on saving the old Dalton. And it's there she sees the news story about her plane going down. They're both in shock over this, as well as what's happened with the old Dalton. They talk about life, about what's important in life, and the audience can see a bond forming between them. Dalton starts trying to figure the whole thing out, starts wondering what kind of man he'll be at 69 and what all this time travel business means. Does he need to change his life? What will happen if he does? Just then, the surgeon comes into the waiting room, frustrated, and tells them they've lost the old Dalton. Lost? Dalton says. You mean he's dead? No, the surgeon says. I mean, he's gone. He was there on the table one moment, and the next moment he was gone. We're searching the hospital for him. The surgeon walks off, and Sarah understands. She takes hold of Dalton's arm and says, "He went back to the future." Or, Dalton says, "Perhaps he's changed the present so much that now I won't need to build a time machine in the future." They gaze at one another, and Sarah says, "I guess we'll never know." But as they walk out of the hospital, Dalton takes her hand, and the audience knows. Slade held up his hands for emphasis. The end. Everyone gets up from their seats, so moved they spill the remainder of their popcorn on the floor. Slade looked intently at AJ, trying to judge his reaction by the way he chewed his hash browns. Finally, AJ said, "Interesting. Sounds like it might have potential." "You'll look at the script?" "Sure. Send it to me anytime." Slade relaxed. "You'll have it by the end of the day. I've already got a copy printed out." He would give him a physical copy because ignoring email attachments was too easy. AJ forked another bite of hash browns into his mouth. "I'm not sure how long it will take me to get to it. Every minute we're not on the set, Natalie either has a sightseeing or shopping trip planned." He gestured to her. "Which is it this morning? I've forgotten already." "Shopping," she said. He nodded. "Of course." Natalie glanced coyly at Slade and folded her hands across her lap. "It seems like a great story." She slid one hand on AJ's arm and turned her attention completely to him. "I'll skip my trip to Neiman Marcus if you want to spend the morning reading Slade's script." "Really?" AJ asked. "You'd give up Neiman for the time machine?" "I'll go swimming and work on my tan instead." AJ turned to Slade. "I guess the story has one fan already." He took a drink of his coffee. "I'm ready to greenlight your script on the merit of how much money it just saved me at Neiman's alone." "Great," Slade said. "I'll give it to you as soon as we finish breakfast." Slade picked up his fork and took a bite of eggs. Finally, he felt like he had an appetite. Chapter 16. The first thing out of Bella's mouth when she walked into Clarissa's room was,
"Are you taking me to the ocean today?"
Leave it to a child to skip the small talk. Clarissa smiled down at Bella. While Clarissa smiled, she wrestled between the pros and cons of giving in to a beach trip this morning. Pro, no screaming right now. Con, screaming the next time Bella didn't get her way the first time she asked for something. Pro, no screaming right now. Con, Clarissa running around the beach after Bella because the little girl had never learned to obey and wouldn't follow her instructions. Perhaps something dangerous could even happen, like losing Bella to an undercurrent, which would lead to a lot of other cons, like the heartbreaking funeral and a lifetime of therapy to deal with the guilt of Bella's death. Clarissa bent down to be on Bella's eye level and kept her voice cheerful. "I'm not comfortable taking you to the beach by myself yet, but if you'd like, we can go put on our suits and go to the kiddie pool again." Bella slouched her shoulders, tilted her face up, and let out a whiny,
"Why can't I go to the beach now?"
"I'm not sure you can mind me well enough to follow the rules, and I don't want you to get hurt."
"I can too obey the rules."
Clarissa stared down at Bella, and all at once felt overwhelmed at the task ahead of her. How could she even think she wanted a permanent position as a nanny when she didn't know how she would make it through the next 10 minutes with her sanity intact? Still, she continued to smile. "I'll see how well you obey at the pool, and then we'll talk about the beach." Bella took a deep breath, and Clarissa braced herself for a blood-curdling scream. Instead, Bella glanced over at the chair she had time out in yesterday and let the breath out again. She frowned as she considered her options.
"Can we go to the pool right now?"
"Sure."
"And if I'm good, we'll go to the beach?"
"Right."
And we can catch sharks?
Well, if the sharks are on the sand.
Okay.
Clarissa got the girls ready, and Bella reminded her in 2-minute increments that she was being good, which always made Elaine pipe in with,
I's being good too, huh, Mommy?
"You're both being very good," Clarissa answered. "I appreciate it." And she did. Still, it was a relief when the girls finally splashed into the pool, bringing the constant performance review to an end. Then Clarissa had time to think about her own performance review. Yesterday had gone badly. In fact, thus far her career as Bella's nanny had, in Hollywood's terminology, been a one-star affair. If that. She needed today to be better. She needed to prove to Slade that she actually was competent and qualified to watch Bella. And for once, it would be helpful if Bella could cooperate toward that end. Clarissa looked out at the kiddie pool where Bella sat perched on the side of the pool, kicking her feet in the water. "Keep being good," she told her silently. "Keep being good until I can figure out how to handle you." Chapter 17. Slade stood at AJ's hotel room door, script in hand, and knocked lightly. Natalie answered the door. She wore a white bikini top, a short, silky, floral wraparound skirt, and a pair of white, beaded sandals that looked as though they'd snap if she took more than 2 steps in them. "AJ's on the phone with California," she said in a hushed tone. "I'll give your script to him, just a second." She took the envelope from his hands and disappeared into the room. When she came back, she had a towel draped over her shoulder and carried a straw beach bag. She slipped out of the room and shut the door behind her. "So, where are you taking me this morning?" She put her arm through Slade's. "The beach, the pool, or somewhere else?" "You want me to take you somewhere?" "I got AJ to read your script, didn't I?" She squeezed his arm. "You don't want me to get bored and change my mind about shopping, do you?" Slade smiled at her warily. "All right, I'll meet you at the pool in 10 minutes. Just give me time to change." Her smile widened. It was probably the same smile a praying mantis used right before it devoured its mate. "I'll be waiting." She cooed and walked down the hallway, her skirt swaying softly as she went. Slade strode back toward his room, but stopped at Clarissa's instead. If she was still in her room, he could tell her to take the girls to the pool. With Bella around, climbing over him and demanding to be tossed into the air, Natalie wouldn't have a chance to implement whatever plans she was concocting. He knocked on the door. No one answered. Plan number 2. Meredith could show up at the pool and fake some sort of emergency, anything that would require his immediate attention. He hurried to her room and tried it. No one answered there either. Slade slapped his hand on the door and marched to his own room. Women. How come they were never around when you needed them? After he was inside his room, he took out his phone and punched in Clarissa's number. While it rang, he unbuttoned his shirt. "Hello," Clarissa said. Slade tossed his shirt on the dresser and balanced the phone against his shoulder while he worked on his pants. "Are you still at the hotel?" "Yes." "Okay, stop whatever you're doing and go to the pool with the girls." "I'm already at the pool with the girls." "Good, then stay there." He dropped the phone as he put one leg of his swimsuit on. He finished with his swimsuit and picked up the phone from the floor. "Sorry about that. Look, I'll see you in a few minutes." He turned off the phone, tossed it onto a chair, and grabbed a towel and a bottle of suntan lotion. He had just slipped on his sandals when he heard a knock on the door. He picked up his sunglasses and went to answer. Somehow, he'd known Natalie wouldn't meet him at the pool. She had come to his room to wait for him while he finished changing. He opened the door and she stood there smiling casually. "I forgot to bring suntan lotion. Do you have any?" He tossed his bottle to her. "You're in luck." She caught it without even looking at the bottle. "I hope so." Chapter 18. Clarissa slipped the phone back into her bag. Stay where you are? The man was absolutely cryptic. Maybe movie stars were used to ordering people around without any explanations. She lay back on the pool deck chair and watched the girls on the boat slide. Bella went down, waving her arms and squealing. Splash! Elena followed. More squealing. Splash! Both girls waded across the pool, up the steps, and dripped their way back to the top of the slide. They never seemed to get tired of it. That was fine. When Slade came, he'd see what a good time the girls were having. Perhaps with a little luck, Clarissa might raise her rating to a 3 or 4-star nanny today. You were right. The blue suit does look the nicest on you. Clarissa turned and saw Mason standing behind her. He was dressed in shorts and a polo, looking irresistibly tanned and toned. The sun hit his hair so that his blonde highlights gleamed. His eyes scanned over her, taking in every detail. Mason, hello, Clarissa said. Are you going swimming? A stupid question. Of course he wasn't going swimming. He was fully dressed. Only people like herself went into the pool with their clothes on. He didn't seem to notice, or at least didn't comment on the obvious. He pulled one of the pool chairs next to hers and sat down, his arms resting casually on the armrests. I was passing by and noticed you were sitting here. You've lured me to you again with your swimsuit. Oh, this was what she needed. Slade would be here in a few minutes. He'd see her with Mason and think she'd ignored everything he told her last night. Slade would assume she was some sort of hopeless flirt. She could feel, as she sat stiffly smiling at Mason, her rating as nanny fall to a dangerously low level. Well, it's nice of you to drop by and say hi. I mean, I'm sure you're busy working on your series, swamped probably, in a rush to get somewhere. I'll be busy come Monday. That's when the work starts. Oh. Mason leaned back in his chair. So, what are your plans for the day? Clarissa watched Bella shriek into the pool. I'm babysitting the girls. Today? On Saturday? Slade isn't even giving you the weekend off? I watch Bella whenever he needs me to. Then, I'll help you watch her. Mason gazed at the pool. Which one is your daughter? The one at the top of the slide. Mason nodded in approval. She's beautiful. Looks just like her mother. Same long blonde hair and big blue eyes. He turned his attention back to Clarissa, and his gaze felt heavy. She told herself she was absolutely not going to blush, but wasn't sure how well she managed to achieve that goal. Thanks, she said. But you don't want to sit around and tend children all day. They get to be quite a handful. I can't take my eyes off them for a minute. I'm great with kids, Mason said. Bella is crazy about me. He waved at her and yelled, Hi, Bella. Bella glanced at him and turned away, splashing through the pool without saying anything. Bella, he called to her again. It's me, Uncle Mason. Aren't you going to say hi to me? Without looking at him, she yelled, Hi. Mason leaned back in his chair. See, she loves me. Clarissa heard footsteps behind her and a woman's voice said, Who loves you, Mason? Clarissa glanced over her shoulder. Natalie and Slade were approaching, both dressed in swimming suits and carrying towels. Mason smiled widely at Natalie. Simply fill in the blank. Natalie tossed her towel on the chair next to Mason and undid the tie on her skirt, slowly peeling it away from her white bikini and tanned waist. Mason's attention stayed on Natalie. So, what brings you to the kiddie pool? Slade and I are spending the afternoon together while AJ goes over Slade's screenplay. When we saw you here, Slade insisted on coming over to check on Bella. Slade dropped his things onto the chair next to Natalie's. He looked tense, although Clarissa couldn't tell whether this was from being with Natalie or because he'd found her with Mason. Perhaps both. "There's Bella now," Slade said, and headed to the kiddie pool. He was only a few steps into the water when Bella noticed him. She was halfway down the slide, tried to stand up anyway, and ended up falling face first into the water. Slade sloshed over to her as quickly as he could. Bella popped back up out of the water, laughing.
"Daddy!"
She held her arms up to him. He picked her up and swung her around. Elena slid down the slide next and immediately splashed over to Slade, too. She held up her arms to him.
"Swing me too! Swing me too!"
Holding Bella in one arm, Slade scooped Elena up, spun around, and fell down in the water. Both girls squealed with delight and chanted, "Again, again!" Clarissa hadn't even noticed that she gripped the armrests of her chair, but she found her grip slowly relaxing. Slade had picked up Elena and held her along with his own daughter. There was no hesitancy, no sense of rejection, no sense that Slade considered Elena a burden. It was a bittersweet relief. Why couldn't Alex have been like that? "Do you mind rubbing some lotion on my back?" Natalie held the bottle out to Mason. "I can never reach there." He took it with a grin. "I am always willing to help." Mason poured lotion into the palm of his hand and rubbed it slowly across Natalie's shoulders, caressing the curves of her neck. She lifted her hair off her shoulders and studied Mason through lowered lashes. Completely obvious, completely transparent. Next, they'd be sending each other meaningful gazes and making guttural noises. Had she and Mason behaved this blatantly while dancing last night? No wonder Slade thought she was foolish. You always look foolish flirting with shallow people. She wouldn't make that mistake again. In fact, she was back to her resolve of swearing off men completely. Men had a way of muddling your thinking and making you act in ways you regretted later. No more men. She glanced at Mason, and his handsomeness seemed diminished somehow. His eyes, so intense last night, now looked artificial, like costume jewelry. Her gaze traveled to the pool again. Slade was so different from Mason. Slade had substance, character. That's why he was avoiding Natalie, and that's why he would never look twice at Clarissa. He waded backward in the kiddie pool, laughing with the girls as they splashed after him. He would probably never come out of the pool. He'd stay there until dinner time to avoid little Miss Coppertone's advances, and if Slade ever did come back in conversational range, he'd probably tell Clarissa she could have the rest of the day off, just so Bello could be his permanent chaperone. On the downside, she would no longer have an excuse to avoid Mason, but on the upside, Mason was so involved with Natalie he probably wouldn't care. They'd spend the day oiling each other and wouldn't even notice Clarissa's exit. "Clarissa, do you need lotion on your back?" Mason turned his smile at her. Oh, how nice. Mason was an equal opportunity flirter. He wiggled his fingers. "My hands are already lotioned, so I might as well protect you from the sun, too." "That's okay. I put on sunscreen before I came out." He swung his legs off his chair and faced Clarissa, then leaned over and put his hands on her shoulders. "You can never have too much sunscreen." His fingers caressed the lotion onto her shoulders. It smelled like piña colada, tropical and sweet. "You need to be careful, you know." Careful, yes. Over in the pool, Slade held one girl under each arm and slowly spun them through the water. He hadn't seen his nanny getting a massage from Mason, yet. Clarissa glanced at Natalie, though she wasn't sure what help she'd get from that corner. Natalie wasn't paying attention to Mason anymore. She had lain back in her chair, stretched one arm above her head, and closed her eyes. Her pose looked as relaxed as it did seductive. Clarissa swallowed and tried to appear casual about Mason's touch. "Thanks, my shoulders are safe now." With a gentle motion, he swept her hair off her back. "Here, lean forward and I'll put some on your back." I don't think I need it," she said. He shook his head, and his smile was tinged with mocking. I think you do. You might be starting to burn already. You look a bit pink. And they both knew why. Why did she have to blush when she really didn't want to? Mason eyed her appraisingly. Do you feel like you're burning? Only with embarrassment. I'm fine. Mason shook his head again. Maybe you should go inside and get out of the sun. I haven't been out long, Clarissa said, and Slade still needs me to babysit him. I mean, for him. Now she couldn't even speak without stumbling over her words. A smile tugged at the corner of Mason's mouth. He seemed to think Clarissa's discomfort was a direct compliment to him. Slade's looking like he's taking care of Bella just fine. Natalie turned her head lazily toward Mason. If she says Slade wants her to babysit, then don't argue with her. You don't want her to get fired, do you? Fired? Mason sat back in his chair. Slade isn't such a slave driver, is he? Clarissa pulled her towel up onto her legs. I think I'll be fine, really. Mason gestured in Slade's direction. You don't need to worry about Slade getting angry at you. Look at him. He's such a family man now, completely tame and domesticated, as harmless as a puppy. Spoken like a wolf, Natalie said, only half teasing. You're still too undomesticated and wild. Mason wiped the excess suntan lotion onto his arms. I'll settle down one day, when I find the right person. Natalie let out a tinkling laugh and stretched out her long legs. Her toenails were so perfectly manicured, her feet hardly looked real. You'll never settle down. You don't believe in commitment any more than I do. What a thing to say. You don't believe in commitment, Clarissa repeated. She shrugged. People just lie to themselves when they get married. Love only lasts as long as a man's attention span, or a woman's attention span. Her gaze zeroed in on Slade, and it was a hungry gaze. The look sent a cold chill down Clarissa's back. Slade deserved so much better than Natalie. Don't pay any attention to her, Mason settled into his chair. She's bitter and jaded. I still believe in true love. Natalie snorted. Marriage isn't natural. Plants and animals live freely without rules. Why do people need them? Rules only hamper our freedoms. Was she serious? She had to be, and yet Clarissa couldn't fathom such an attitude. You want to live like the animals? Are you planning on devouring your young, too? Mason laughed. Natalie made a scoffing sound low in her throat. Clarissa didn't let go of her point. You've obviously never watched a nature documentary if you think that's the way to go. One of Natalie's immaculately formed eyebrows rose. I forgot. You're one of the married ranks, aren't you? For the first time, she looked at, and not just past, Clarissa. Natalie tapped her long golden fingernails against the armrest of her pool chair with a calculating look. You're the type of person who wants to follow all of society's rules. Well, most of them, Clarissa said. For a moment longer, Natalie stared at her, dissecting her with her gaze. Haven't you ever longed to be free from those sorts of restrictions? Not really. Oh, come on. Haven't you ever known you shouldn't do something, but you couldn't help yourself? Natalie's voice turned smooth and lulling. The temptation, the lure of a few moments of ecstasy is too much to resist, and so you give in, even though you know you shouldn't. Yes, Clarissa said. I have those moments. They're called eating chocolate. Natalie leaned back in her chair and rolled her eyes with a huff. You've never lived, Mrs. Hancock. My life is fine, Clarissa insisted. She realized how ridiculous the words were as she said them. How was her life fine? She was a divorced temporary nanny. On the other hand, most women would have killed to be in Natalie Granger's shoes, or in this instance, in her sandals and little white bikini. Clarissa had always done her best to make the right choices. How had she managed to get so far off course? How had she ended up here? Natalie cast Clarissa a smug glance. Your life could be better than fine. I hope one day you find someone so wonderful you won't care about breaking the rules. Then Natalie's eyes went to Mason, with pointed meaning. Even from where Clarissa sat, she could tell Natalie had offered him a challenge. She was sure Mason would have no trouble convincing Clarissa to break the rules, and Mason, his eyes still on Natalie, gave her an easy smile. A smile that meant what? Acceptance of the challenge? Natalie laughed lightly, stretched again, and settled back into her chair. It would have been poetic justice if lightning had suddenly come from the sky and singed Natalie in her bikini, but lightning never struck when you wanted it to. Natalie would probably always be gorgeous, rich, and singe-free. She'd simply go through life amassing fans and collecting Oscars. Perhaps because Slade was tired of tromping through the kiddie pool, or perhaps because he figured there was safety in numbers, he picked up Bella and carried her toward the group. Elena watched them go and headed quickly back to the slide. Clarissa recognized the look on her daughter's face. She didn't want to leave the pool and didn't want to be close enough to her mother to hear, in case Clarissa called for her to come. Slade grabbed a towel from his chair and, still holding Bella, wrapped it around her shoulders and back. Bella has a stomach ache, he announced. Clarissa sat up in her chair, perhaps a bit too eagerly. Do you want me to take her back to the hotel? No, Slade said, and to his credit, he actually sounded like he was debating the idea. I'll hold her for a while and see if she feels better. I think I just played too rough. He sat down and cradled Bella in his arms. Clarissa leaned toward Slade so she could see Bella's face. Bella was very good this morning. We'll have to go to the beach soon. Bella returned Clarissa's gaze. I don't want to go to the beach, it figured. We'll find something you want to do then. Slade gave the top of Bella's head a kiss. How's your stomach feeling now? She pushed one arm from underneath the towel and laid it on her father. I feel good, but not gooder enough for you to leave me. Slade couldn't have scripted a better line to keep Bella at his side, and as Clarissa thought about it, she wondered if Slade had scripted the line. But if Slade wanted to be with Bella so he wouldn't have to be alone with Natalie, was Clarissa supposed to stick around, or did Slade want her to leave? Clarissa wished Slade would give her some hint. For the next hour, Clarissa watched Elena swim, splash, and plunge down the slide, sometimes going quickly. Other times, holding on to the side of the slide so she sat stopped, suspended above the water. Clarissa also listened while the others discussed reading lines, doing retakes, and wearing makeup in humid locations. Natalie seemed intent on keeping the conversation on subjects Clarissa had no knowledge of. If one of the two men ever made a comment to Clarissa, Natalie quickly found a way to steal the attention back. Bella stayed with the adults, and her stomach must have felt better because she took fishy crackers from Clarissa's bag, climbed on her father's chair, and ate the entire school. Then she fell asleep in the crook of Slade's arm. Finally, Natalie allowed the conversation to drift from talking shop, and she discussed her next party. She eyed Slade with Mason-like subtlety. Have you decided on a costume for our masquerade? I haven't even thought about it yet. Natalie's eyes lingered on Slade's physique. You'd make a great Tarzan. I should go as Shakespeare, Slade countered. Then maybe I could convince people I'm a writer. Mason turned to Clarissa. What are you going as? A nanny. I'll have to babysit. For a moment, Clarissa wished Slade would contradict her statement. He didn't, though. Mason tilted his chin down, staring over at Slade in a silent appeal. "Come on, let Clarissa go. You're working her to death." "Of course," Natalie added. "Just look at her. She's withering away under the strain of her workload." "It's all right," Clarissa told Mason quickly. "I'm here to work." Slade grinned at Mason. He doesn't understand. Work is a foreign concept to Mason. Mason checked his watch. "Actually, it's not. I better be going. I've still got some lines to work on before rehearsal." Clarissa waited until Mason had returned to the hotel, then motioned to Elena to come out of the pool. As the little girl trotted up to her, Clarissa said, "I think you've had enough sun for the day." She held open a towel and wrapped it around Elena's dripping body. "I'm going to take Elena inside," she told Slade. "Do you want me to take Bella too?" "No." He said the word too quickly, then recovered his casual manner. He ran a hand over Bella's curls. "If we move her, she'll wake up, and she probably needs the extra sleep. What with her stomachache and all." "Uh-huh." Clarissa smiled as she took Elena's hand and stood up. Natalie might have fame, fortune, and a figure that looked stunning in a white bikini, but she didn't have Slade. All her conniving and flirting wasn't going to change that. And somehow, while Clarissa walked back up to her room, she felt better about the afternoon. Chapter 19. Slade stayed at the pool talking with Natalie for another hour, carefully measuring the minutes to give AJ enough time to read his screenplay. He draped his towel carefully over Bella so she wouldn't burn, and kept the conversation focused on Natalie. As long as she kept talking about herself, she wouldn't bring up subjects he wanted to avoid. Specifically, he and she together in any way beyond sitting here by the pool. It was easy to contain the conversation. He kept asking Natalie about her projects, and she happily ate away the time. She complained about her agent, the director of her last movie, and the media coverage of her career. "Someday I'll get a role where I'm not just another pretty face. You know, a role with meat to it." She pulled her legs up on the lounge chair and wrapped her arms around her knees. "That's the problem with being beautiful. No one takes you seriously." Poor thing. He could tell by the way she preened and postured how her beauty troubled her. "You'll find something," he said. He glanced at the clock on his phone. Surely AJ had had enough time by now to not only read the screenplay but to assign parts. Slade sat forward in his chair. "I ought to take Bella inside. Should we go check in with AJ?" Natalie picked up her skirt and towel from the side of her chair and stretched her arms. "Sure, we can drop Bella off at your nanny's room first." He walked slowly back to the hotel, carrying Bella against his shoulder. He tried not to jostle her too much. Natalie strolled beside him, wrapping her skirt back around her waist as she went. "Do I look tanner?" she asked. Slade glanced at her. "Sure." She eyed him coyly. "I don't know how you can tell. You haven't looked at me all day." Slade didn't respond to her statement. They reached the hotel and he opened the door for Natalie. Without speaking, they sauntered across the lobby to the elevator. When they reached the elevator, Natalie said, "Your nanny seems quite dedicated." He pushed the button. "I think so." "She's a little stuffy, though." He could feel Natalie's gaze on him while he watched for the elevator doors. "She's responsible," he said. "And her fashion sense is appalling." "Her fashion sense is normal. Not everyone lives on Rodeo Drive, you know." "But she is quite pretty." Although he knew it was pointless, Slade pushed the lighted elevator button again. "You don't suppose this is broken, do you?" "I noticed you didn't disagree with me about that last statement," Natalie said. "What, about Clarissa being pretty? It would be pointless to disagree with the obvious." The elevator door opened. Slade stepped inside and pushed the button for the 8th floor. Natalie followed him in and leaned against the elevator wall. Your tastes have changed since I knew you. A lot about me has changed since you knew me. As the elevator rose, Bella stirred, slightly lifting her head before putting it back down on Slade's shoulder. Natalie watched Bella for a moment, then moved from the elevator wall and walked around Slade. At first, he didn't know why she was circling him. Then he saw her check Bella's face. "She's still asleep," Natalie said. She was playing hard. Just like her father. Natalie came around to face him. He's been playing hard to get all day. "Natalie," he began, "I know what you think of me. I mean, being here with AJ and talking to you like this. The truth is, things haven't gone well between AJ and me for a while. I just haven't gotten around to breaking it off with him. I haven't had a reason to, until now." She tilted her head and gazed at Slade, her lips slightly parted. "Seeing you again, Slade, you're one of the few men I've ever really cared about. And here you are, with me again." She put her hand on his arm and ran caressing fingers up it. "That can't be a coincidence. Don't you believe in fate?" She leaned closer to him. Slade sighed and kept his voice low. "Natalie, you're as beautiful and as persistent as ever, but it would never work out between us." She didn't move away from him. "Why not?" Because he wanted someone he could respect, a woman he could trust. Because of a dozen other reasons, all of which he couldn't tell her without the risk of being slapped before they reached the 8th floor. "I'm seeing someone right now." "Oh." She dropped her hand from his arm. Her voice suddenly sounded tight and crisp. "And to think I just heard on Entertainment Tonight that you're a confirmed bachelor." "You know how accurate those shows are." He cleared his throat. Her name is Kim, and she's flying in from England to see me on Wednesday." "England? How lovely." Natalie drew her lips into something that was half smile and half scowl. Such a warm, passionate people, the English. The elevator door opened and they stepped out. No one else was around. They headed down the hall. "Is she an actress?" Natalie asked stiffly. "No, actually, she's a botanist." Because Natalie was staring at him in disbelief, he added, "She's finishing up her PhD in botany at the University of Sheffield." "A PhD in botany?" Natalie repeated. "You can't be serious." He wasn't. "I am." He hoped Kim would understand when he told her of these new developments in their relationship. Natalie's voice was all sharp edges. "Well, it's become suddenly clear to me why no one knows you're dating her. I'd hide something like that, too." They'd reached Clarissa's room, and Slade knocked lightly on the door. "Kim's a lovely person, and I'm not hiding her. In fact, I'm bringing her to your costume party." Natalie blinked coolly. "I can hardly wait to meet her. She can put on a lab coat and come as herself." Clarissa answered the door. She changed into a sundress and put on just enough makeup to emphasize her large eyes. Her hair had been brushed into soft blonde waves that lay on her shoulders. She looked both wholesome and beautiful. "Are you ready for me to take Bella?" Clarissa's eyes, though not as blue as Natalie's, were brighter, clearer. It suddenly struck him exactly how alike and yet how contrasted the two women with him were. It was as if someone had created Clarissa purely to make a point. Not all beautiful women were like Natalie. "Bella is asleep." As soon as Slade said the words, he felt his daughter's arms tighten around his neck. He walked inside Clarissa's room and tried to lay her down on the couch, but she wouldn't let go of his neck. "I want to stay with you," she mumbled into his shirt. "I'll be back in a few minutes," he told her. She didn't let go of his neck and wailed,
No.
Clarissa came and helped peel Bella off him, repeating, "It's all right, Bella. We'll order some lunch and then you'll feel better." At last, Clarissa was able to drag the little girl from her father's arms. "She'll be fine in a minute," Clarissa told Slade over the wailing. "Just go." Slade hesitated and turned and went with Natalie. The wailing was still audible, though faint, all the way down the hall. Slade would have liked to change out of his swimming suit before he talked to AJ. He didn't suggest it to Natalie. It was better to limit his time with her as much as possible. As they came to the room, Natalie put her hand on Slade's arm. "You're just walking me back to AJ's room, and while you're here, we decided to see if he's read the script." "Right?" Slade wondered why she felt the need to give him an alibi. After all, he was just walking her to the room to find out if AJ had read the script. Natalie took out a keycard and opened the door. AJ stood in the front room, his phone still pressed to one ear, looking exactly how Slade had seen him hours before. Natalie slid past Slade into the room and plopped down on the couch without saying anything. Slade stood in the doorway, watching AJ continue to nod and mutter things. At last, AJ said into the phone, "Hold on a minute." He shook his head at Slade. "I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to get to your story. The production people messed up the props, and now I have a box of fake diamond necklaces somewhere in California and nothing here." He lifted a hand in frustration. "I've spent half the morning trying to track down the necklaces, and when I told the writer to just cut the necklaces from the script, he got all defensive and brought up every grievance he's had during his entire career. He told me he wants to renegotiate his contract. I spent the last half of the morning trying to convince our lawyer to kill him." AJ shook his head again, looked at the phone and muttered, "Writers. They're worse than actors, and that's saying something." "Well, yes, especially if you were both a writer and an actor." Slade decided not to bring up this point. "It's fine. I understand how crazy things can get in this business." "I'll find some time to go over it, though. Monday, at the latest. Maybe Tuesday. I'll give you a call as soon as I've had a chance to look through it." "Great," Slade said. "I'll talk with you then." He trudged back to his room, only realizing when he was halfway down the hallway that he'd forgotten to say goodbye to Natalie. But then, perhaps that was for the best. He continued around the corner, and as he approached Clarissa's room, he was glad to note that he couldn't hear Bella wailing anymore. He knocked on the door, and after a moment, Elena, not Clarissa, answered. He didn't have to ask where everyone else was. He could see Bella standing sullenly on the couch. Clarissa was kneeling on the floor next to her, picking up chunks of a broken lamp. "Bella," he said sternly, "you didn't." Bella turned to him and let out a forlorn and desolate sob which made her entire body shake. Despite his chastisement, Slade went to the couch and picked her up to comfort her. She buried her face into his shoulder and continued to cry as though her heart was bleeding from deep wounds. Clarissa dumped lamp parts into a nearby wastebasket. "It was an accident," she said. "While I ordered lunch, Bella was jumping up and down, making sure I didn't forget anything." Clarissa dropped the last pieces of glass into the wastebasket and surveyed the floor. "I suppose we should ask the maid service to come up and vacuum. You did say you were tipping them well, didn't you?" Slade ignored Clarissa and rubbed Bella's back. "I'm sorry I snapped at you, sweetheart." She mumbled something unintelligible into his neck. "I'll be with you for the rest of the day," he told his daughter. "After lunch, we'll take a drive, okay?" Bella nodded, her tears ceasing. "And Elena's coming too?" "Of course," Slade said. "It wouldn't be any fun if Clarissa and Elena didn't come along." He looked at Clarissa and realized he meant it. Spending time with Bella would be more fun with Clarissa around. She understood about parenting. It was just one more area in which she was the opposite of Natalie. After lunch, Slade, Clarissa, and the two girls drove to the Polynesian Cultural Center in Leh. As they wandered through the exhibits and watched the performances, Slade was impressed by the way Clarissa balanced enjoying the shows with watching the children. Even though he was there, she kept an eye on Bella, making sure she never wandered too far away, and every once in a while she said things such as, "Yes, that man is very talented, but you'll never climb a tree with a knife in your mouth to retrieve coconuts, will you, Bella?" And Bella, for the most part, was well behaved, aside from a couple of incidents where she ran close to the water to see if there were fish in there. She alternated between being carried by Slade and holding Clarissa's hand. She also enjoyed being the tour guide for Elena.
"The reason they wear grass skirts," she told her friend in a serious voice, "is because pants don't grow here."
It was a relaxing outing, made even better by the fact that no one came up to Slade to ask for his autograph or chat with him about any and every movie he'd done. It might have been the sunglasses and baseball cap that hid his identity, or, more likely, because he was hauling 2 preschoolers around. He looked like a family man, a tourist dad, and people didn't equate those with movie stars. Once this idea came into his mind, it wouldn't leave. Throughout the day, he kept glancing at Clarissa. People probably thought she was his wife. It was the natural conclusion. She was walking close beside him and holding his daughter's hand. As they strolled around the grounds talking, it almost felt like she was his wife, like it would have been perfectly natural to reach over and put his arm around her shoulder, and natural that she would turn and smile back at him, happy he'd done it. He wished periodically that she was his wife, that this was a typical family excursion, and that afterward they would go back to their home, tuck the girls into bed, and sit together on the sofa discussing the day's events, and then perhaps not discuss the day's events. Each time these thoughts came, he dismissed them. Clarissa was a married woman. He wasn't attracted to her. He was simply attracted to the qualities she had. She was responsible, good-natured, caring, and authentic. Things Evelyn hadn't been. Things he'd never realized were so important until Evelyn left. Eventually, he'd find those qualities in the right sort of woman. He just had to keep looking. Chapter 20. At 8:30, Clarissa buckled 2 tired little girls into the back seat of the car. She couldn't help the wistful sigh that escaped her lips. It had turned out to be a relaxing evening, one that felt more like a vacation than work. Slade and she had talked easily, like friends. They discussed everything from the shortcomings of Western culture to bad job stories. She found herself laughing at his Hollywood anecdotes, at the things that went wrong during films. Now she was sad the night was over, and she would go back to being just another one of Slade's employees. They'd barely pulled out of the parking lot before Bella's head nodded against the car seat, and she joined Elena in slumber. Neither Slade nor Clarissa spoke for a few moments, and then Clarissa asked, "Where do you keep the matches at your house?" "In the kitchen cupboard. Why?" "I'm not sure if Bella was paying attention during the fire dance, but you might want to lock up all your flammable devices to be on the safe side." Slade laughed, and the smile stayed on his lips. "You have a knack for understanding my daughter." Clarissa stared out at the dark forms of the foliage growing along the road and debated whether or not she should pursue that subject. On one hand, she was Bella's nanny, the person he was paying to take care of her. Clarissa was supposed to look out for Bella's welfare. On the other hand, Clarissa knew that parents rarely looked at their children objectively, and Slade wasn't likely to listen to anything she said on that subject. Alex had never listened to her when it came to parenting. But then Slade wasn't Alex. She glanced over at him, at the form of his profile. Even in the dark, his jawline looked strong, his cheekbones, nose, and forehead, all perfectly proportioned. What had she been thinking about? Oh yes, Alex. How Slade wasn't Alex. How Slade was so... Slade. She turned her gaze back toward the window and thought of Bella instead of Bella's father. She weighed the pros and cons of speaking. In the end, the issue was decided by one thing. She honestly cared about Bella. On one level, I think I get her, Clarissa said. On another, I haven't even begun to understand her. That's normal, isn't it? After all, Bella is a female. I'm serious, Clarissa said. So am I. Women are the ultimate mysteries, followed closely by quantum mechanics. She's a delightful child, Clarissa said. Confident, charming, and extremely precocious. She takes after her father. But do you think it's normal for her to go from one scrape to another like she does? Slade shrugged. She's a kid. Kids get into scrapes. I'm sure you had your share of them when you were little. Meredith says you have your own parking spot at the emergency room. Only figuratively speaking. Bella's accident-prone. She'll grow out of it. Once again, Clarissa debated keeping silent. Once again, she didn't. Haven't you ever noticed there's a pattern to her accidents? Yes. Most of them involve damage to expensive items. No, I mean, she's the most accident-prone when you're not paying attention to her. Well, yeah, if I were paying attention to her, I could stop her from doing whatever it is she's not supposed to do. Clarissa shook her head. I was paying attention to her when she jumped into the pool and when she broke the lamp. Meredith was paying attention when she decorated the carpet with fingernail polish. It isn't that she's unsupervised. It's that when you're not around, she's fast. You're saying she does everything on purpose? His eyebrows furrowed together in disbelief. She's not even 5 years old yet. Trust me, she doesn't have the planning or acting abilities to pull that off. Clarissa could hear the edge in his voice. She went on anyway. I'm not saying it's a conscious decision on her part. Doesn't it seem peculiar, though, that when you're around and paying attention to her, she's not accident-prone? So you're saying I don't give her enough attention? No, I'm saying that's what she thinks. Slade tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I give her a lot of attention. I give her everything a kid could ever want. She has more toys than Mattel. Indulgence isn't the same as attention. Oh, now I'm indulgent. Clarissa pressed her lips together and didn't say anything else. Maybe it wasn't Alex after all. Maybe it was just men. Maybe they never listened to your opinions, never cared what you thought, and never believed you were smart enough to have any real insights. Maybe men always criticized you and assumed everything was your fault and then demanded more and more until you locked yourself in a room and spent the night crying. And there she was, back in her marriage with Alex. How many times did she have to divorce herself from him before she finally left him completely? Slade tapped his thumb against the steering wheel. When he spoke next, his voice was softer. Okay, maybe I am a little indulgent. He held up one hand to concede the point. Bella lost her mother. She deserves something to make up for that. Bella doesn't see her mother often? Nope. Was it a painful divorce? Slade glanced over at her, surprised. I thought everyone knew about my divorce. It was a hot topic for long enough. I saw your picture on the covers of magazines. I never read the stories, though. I'll fill you in. He leaned back against his seat and held onto the steering wheel with only one hand, like it wasn't a stressful thing to describe the breakup of his marriage. The edge in his voice, however, contradicted his nonchalance. First, there were the pictures of Evelyn out with Brad Nash. He played the lead in her show, so I didn't think much of it. I mean, she assured me it was all business. Then, pictures of them kissing surfaced. That was harder to pass off as business, but she still tried. For all I knew, those pictures were taken on the set. Slade shook his head. Acting. It's gotta be the only profession in the world where you can see pictures of your wife kissing another man and still not know whether she's being unfaithful to you. Clarissa felt a pang of sympathy for him. How did you find out? I followed her. You'd think after 2 run-ins with the paparazzi she'd have been more careful. But she wasn't. And come to think of it, neither was I. There was an ugly scene at a restaurant, you know, a sort of yelling, screaming, punching, brat across the salad bar type of thing. The tabloids documented the entire event for posterity. I'm sorry. That must have been awful. Without thinking about it, Clarissa reached over and put her hand on Slade's arm. A second later, when she realized what she'd done, she removed it. Slade seemed not to have noticed either her gesture or her quick end to it. He shrugged. You don't need to be sorry for me. I'm better off without Evelyn. Probably, but Bella got a whole new set of issues to deal with. Slade shrugged. Bella is fine. She just needs more time to adjust. Well, so much for thinking Slade would listen to her. Clarissa stared, unseeing at the night scenery. It's all well and fine if you want to let her continue to break things. I'm sure you can afford it. But one day she might actually hurt herself, you know. Bella is fine, he said again, and added under his breath. And to think I thought getting a nanny with a family science background was a good thing. Next you'll be telling me I disciplined wrong, too. I wouldn't know, Clarissa said. I've yet to see you discipline, Bella. Well, I do, he said. Sometimes. Clarissa pressed the point. Children need to know where their boundaries are. They'll keep pushing until they find them. I know you'd rather be nurturing than be a disciplinarian, but Bella needs you to be both. If you don't teach her there are consequences for her actions, who will? Slade clenched his jaw. It's easy enough for you to dispense parenting advice. You're not a single parent. Every time I punish Bella, she cries for her mother. I feel like I'm wounding her all over again. You wouldn't be much of a disciplinarian either if you had to go through that. They were only a short distance away from the resort. Even that was suddenly exhaustingly far away. Clarissa didn't respond. She just sat watching the black ribbon of road in front of them. I know what your life is like, she thought. I know how hard it was to sit down and divide your possessions with someone who hurt you, to divide things that couldn't be divided, so you ripped them apart. You ripped your whole life apart, then had to find some way to tell your daughter that the fabric of her life had been torn, inexorably tattered, and she couldn't do anything about it. The truth lay on her lips, waiting to be spoken. In another moment, she would have told him everything. He spoke instead. You have a way of making me say things I regret later. He took his attention away from the road long enough to glance at her. The darkness of the night made his eyes seem even more intense. I know you mean well. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Bella is a darling little girl, Clarissa said. She needs a father and not a Santa Claus. Will you just promise me you'll think about what I've said? Sure, I'll think about it. She knew he wouldn't. His words were to brush her off. Still, she'd tried. When Slade and Clarissa got to the hotel, they carried their sleeping children inside. Clarissa held Elena close, breathed in the smell of her, the fleeting scent of childhood. An overflow crowd from one of the meeting rooms mingled in the hallway, and dance music drifted into the lobby. A party, and by the looks of the people in the hallway, another not-so-undercover cast party. Clarissa pushed through the crowd without stopping, making her way to the elevator. A middle-aged woman who knew Slade waylaid him and insisted he come to say hello to her daughter. He glanced over the top of Bella's head at Clarissa. "I'll be a few minutes," he said and followed the woman into the room. A few minutes? Did that mean he expected her to wait for him, or was she done tending Bella? Clarissa stood in the lobby holding Elena and debated the question. Then, because Elena was growing increasingly heavy, Clarissa headed to the elevator. If Slade needed her, he knew where to find her. She reached for the elevator call button, trying to keep from bumping Elena's head in the process. "That's a heavy load you're carrying," Mason said, walking toward her. "I'm used to it." "You're about to fall over." He reached out to take Elena. "Here, let me help you." "That's all right. You don't—" Before she could protest, he lifted the little girl out of her arms. "See? Isn't that much better?" "Thanks." It was nice of him to offer help, but she could manage her daughter on her own. The elevator door opened, and she and Mason stepped inside. He pushed the button for her floor. Before the doors closed all the way, she caught a glimpse of Slade walking across the lobby toward the elevators. He'd seen her and Mason get into the elevator together, and he didn't look happy about it, which meant she would hear about this later. She sighed. "Long day?" Mason asked. "I guess. You need more time to relax." "Don't we all?" "Why don't you put your daughter to bed and come join our party?" Clarissa shook her head. "I couldn't leave Elena alone like that. She might wake up and need something." Mason gave her a long, appraising look and nodded slowly as though he'd figured her out. "You're one of those women who worries too much, aren't you?" "Maybe." They reached the 8th floor and the elevator opened. "Which room is yours?" Mason asked. 821, she said. They headed in that direction, walking slowly in the brightly lit hallway. "You could check in on your daughter every once in a while." "Thanks anyway," she said. He made a tisking sound. "There you go again, worrying too much." They walked the rest of the way to her room in silence. When they reached the door, she held out her arms to retrieve her daughter. "Thanks for carrying Elena for me." Mason nodded at the lock. "You might want to open the door while your hands are free." It seemed silly to protest. After all, it would have been harder for Clarissa to retrieve her card from her purse, run it through the lock, and open the door while carrying Elena. Clarissa dug through her purse until she found her key card and opened the door. Instead of handing Elena to her, Mason pushed the door open farther and wandered into the room. "Where do you want me to put her?" She bit back the response. "In my arms," and followed him into the room. "How about on the couch?" He laid her down gently. "She's so darling. She really does look just like you." "Thanks." "It must be hard taking care of her by yourself." At that moment, every struggle, problem, and worry she'd had since the divorce flashed through her mind. She stood before Mason, still and breathless, wondering how he was so sure she was a single parent. And more important, what would he do with that information? Would he tell Slade? She stammered out, "What makes you think I'm raising Elena by myself?" Mason tilted his head sideways. "I didn't say raising. I said taking care of." He must have seen that she still didn't understand because he added, "I meant here in Hawaii, on your trip away from your husband." He sauntered over until he stood close. His gaze was penetrating. "Are you raising her by yourself?" She held up her chin and wished she were a better liar. "No." "Are you sure you're not using that husband story to scare men off?" "If I were single, why would I want to scare men off?" Mason smiled at her. But it wasn't this smile she saw. It was the one he'd given Natalie while they sat at the pool. The one that said Clarissa was a challenge Mason was going to conquer. He took a step nearer. Hardly any room separated them, and he leaned toward her to diminish that. "Maybe you're afraid to let anyone get close to you." His gaze went from her eyes to her lips. and she knew he was about to kiss her. She turned her head and strode a few steps away. "See?" He held one hand out to her. "You're afraid to let anyone get close to you." "Thanks for helping me with Elena," she said firmly. "I'd like to be alone now." "You still owe me a favor." "Well, I'm not paying it here." He shook his head. "You're worrying about nothing again." She didn't have to reply. A sharp knock came on the door. "Clarissa, open up. It's me, Slade." "She wants to be alone," Mason called back. Clarissa glared at him and went to open the door. Slade stood in the hallway without Bella and with his hands on his hips. "Hello, Slade," she said in what she hoped passed for a calm voice. He marched past her into the room and stopped in front of Mason. "Mason," he said flatly, "people down at the party are asking where you disappeared to." Mason tilted his chin down. "Is that what you came up here for? To tell me I've been missed?" "Actually, I came to talk to Clarissa about the schedule for tomorrow." "Oh." Mason nodded slowly. "I'll let you get on with business." He looked back at Clarissa with a wry smile. "See you later." "Thanks again for your help," she called to him. Slade held the door open for Mason and shut it behind him. Then he turned back to Clarissa. "What was that about?" "Nothing. He helped me carry Elena up here." Slade came and stood close to her, frustration emphasizing his movements as much as seductiveness had emphasized Mason's. "You let Mason into your room?" "I didn't let him into my room. He sort of pushed his way in here, but he was just leaving when you knocked. I had everything under control." Slade shot her a disbelieving look. "You had everything under control? You were the one who let him push his way into your room in the first place." "I asked him to leave, and he was leaving. You're acting like you think Mason is dangerous." Slade stared at her, tight-lipped, and didn't speak. "He's not dangerous, is he?" "Only to people who insist on being naive. A group I'm afraid you belong to." "I am not naive," she said. "I'm a married woman with a child. And that's another thing." Slade walked past her. "Your husband is either as naive as you are, or he's a fool to let you out of his sight. I can't believe he agreed to let you come on this trip, and I can't believe that suddenly I'm in charge of defending your honor." Slade sat down in one of the chairs as though he were exhausted. "What a family man I've become." "You're not in charge of defending my honor," Clarissa protested. Slade held up a hand to stop her words. "We're not arguing about this anymore. I want you to listen to me for a minute. Can you do that?" Clarissa folded her arms. "I'm listening." "I want you to avoid Mason from now on." "I am." "Well, I want you to do a better job. You need to avoid him outside your hotel room." She rolled her eyes. "You might think you're being friendly, but he's bound to see it as encouragement. So from now on, don't let anyone into your room. Anyone. Do you understand?" "Perfectly. Get out of my room." Slade glared at her, but got up and moved to the door. "I'm glad you're finally taking my advice to heart." Chapter 21. Instead of going back to Meredith's room where Slade had dropped off Bella, he took the elevator down and went back to the party. He surveyed the room until he spotted Mason by the bar. Mason had a drink in one hand and the other resting on Sherry's arm. He couldn't have been with her long, still the two leaned toward one another, laughing as though they were on a date. As Slade walked toward them, Mason lifted his hand and caressed Sherry's long red hair. Typical. Slade moved next to Mason, who ignored him. After a moment, Slade called over the music. "Mason, can I talk to you?" Mason turned from Sherry with a twinge of annoyance and sighed. Sure. He gave Sherry's arm another pat. Catch you later, babe. The two men walked silently from the room and headed outside, following the path that led to the golf course. Mason in an unhurried saunter, the drink still in his hand, Slade more quickly. Why in the world do you call women babe? It's the most irritating way you could possibly address a person. Mason coughed in disbelief. I could think of a few things that are more irritating. How about hauling someone away from a beautiful woman? He glanced down at his watch. Twice within the space of 10 minutes. That is exactly what I want to talk to you about. They went past rows of hibiscus hedges and palm trees that bordered the beach. They were far enough away from the resort now that Slade felt they could talk without being overheard. Look, Mason, I'm going to come right out and say this. I want you to stay away from Clarissa. There was no embarrassment, only amusement in Mason's expression. Why? Am I bothering her? You're bothering me. I see, Mason nodded knowingly. I'm encroaching on your territory and making more progress than you are. That's what's bothering you, isn't it? Slade spoke slowly. She's a married woman, Mason. Since when did you take up home wrecking? Mason looked up at the sky, then back at Slade. Oh, give up the married woman routine. She's no more married than I am. And how did you come to that conclusion? Mason took a sip of his drink. You can tell when a woman is married. At least I can. It's in those subtle signals they send out. The way they smile, the way they look at you, the interested body language. Clarissa can barely remember her husband exists. Married women don't act that way. At least not happily married women. Mason took another casual sip from his glass. One way or the other, her marriage is a sham. Slade considered the idea, and then rejected it. It was much more likely that Mason had misread the cues. Clarissa was no doubt starstruck with Mason's attention and had smiled and blushed and done the other things that he was interpreting as interest. This explanation made sense, but in the next instant made Slade uneasy. If Clarissa was that enamored with Mason's stardom, she might be tempted to do things she'd regret later. Slade let out a slow breath and looked directly into Mason's eyes. Whatever you think of her marriage, you shouldn't be chasing Clarissa around. You don't seem to be suffering from lack of companionship while you're here. Mason shrugged. You mean Sherry back at the party? She's just a friend. He took another sip of his drink, then waved his glass in the air to make the point. Just someone to help ease the sting of rejection and the embarrassment of having a friend order me out of Clarissa's room. Don't worry, Slade said. You'll recover from the loss somehow. Mason grinned in a reminiscing sort of way. I helped Clarissa pick out that swimsuit she wore today. I made a good choice, don't you think? I think your choices have all been questionable lately. Mason swirled the contents of his drink around his glass, making the ice cubes chink noisily. Clarissa is so different from the women around here. Exactly. She turned you down. Mason smiled. Maybe that's part of it. Slade had seen Mason take up this attitude before, this pursue the woman at all costs mindset, and it had never particularly bothered him. With his carefree approach to life, Mason was a likable guy. Slade had always viewed Mason's attitude about women as an egocentric quirk of his personality, a machismo thing. More than once, Slade had laughingly told Mason that one day he'd lay a snare for someone and get caught in it himself. Now, Slade didn't feel like joking. He felt like strangling the machismo right out of Mason. Slade thrust his hands in his pockets to keep them away from Mason's neck. Look, he snapped, if you want a challenge, take up hunting. That way you can stuff and mount your trophy's head on the wall afterward. Mason ignored him. I don't know why you're concerned about it anyway. It's not like you're giving your chauffeur marriage counseling, are you? You're not checking up on Meredith to see who she dates. If Clarissa is interested in me, why don't you let her make her own choices and keep out of it? She's not interested in you. She must be, or we wouldn't be here having this talk, would we? No point in saying things to me if you know she's going to shoot me down anyway. She's going to shoot you down, Mason. I'm just trying to spare you the smoke inhalation. Mason finished off the last of his drink. Have you ever noticed that her eyes glow when she smiles? No, Slade said. I haven't. Well, maybe it only happens when she smiles at me. Mason flexed his shoulders, stretching. Thanks for the fresh air. I'm going back to the party now. Slade didn't follow him back. Instead, he stayed outside, hands still shoved in his pockets. He gazed across the resort grounds to the beach and the dark, churning waves below. He knew he had just made things worse, and it bothered him how things always seemed to turn out that way lately. Every time he tried to do the right thing, it backfired. He tried to keep Clarissa from making mistakes, and she got angry at him. He tried to put an end to Mason's pursuit of Clarissa, and had only thrown fuel on the fire. In retrospect, he could see his mistake. He should have said, her brother is a high-powered harassment lawyer, or she's a college grad writing her thesis on egomania in Hollywood, or better yet, only some of her multiple personalities like you. But no, he'd upped the challenge. He'd said, she'll shoot you down, absolutely ensuring Mason would try to see to it that she didn't. Well, there was no way to undo the damage now. Perhaps the best thing to do would be to call Clarissa's husband and see if he wanted to come to Hawaii for the rest of the trip. Slade let this thought sit for a minute, but any way he looked at it, he didn't like the idea. He intensely didn't like it and spent the next few moments searching for a reason to reject the idea. Clarissa had just told Slade she'd be more careful about encouraging Mason. That should take care of things, shouldn't it? And besides, it would make problems between Clarissa and her husband if he believed she was behaving badly while she was here. Slade didn't want to create more problems. So for now, the husband should stay put, and Slade would have to make extra sure he kept watch over Clarissa. Chapter 22. Clarissa had planned on a low-key day for their 4th day at the resort. Maybe something educational like teaching the girls about sea life. Slade dropped by with Bella in the morning, and the little girl happily fluttered inside to see Elena.
I'm wearing my princess slippers,
Bella said, and proceeded to show Elena a pair of sparkly pink shoes. Instead of leaving, Slade leaned in her doorway. He looked handsome and brooding, sort of the way Hawk Hawthorne always did before he went out and set the world right. I thought about our conversation last night, and I think you're right. I do need to spend more time with Bella, so I want to go out sightseeing today. Oh, Clarissa said, warmed by the fact that he'd actually listened to her. She'd forgotten that men did that sometimes. So are you and Elena ready to go? He eyed the simple sundress she wore. You want us to come? Clarissa asked. Of course. Okay. She began mentally listing things she needed to gather. Where are we going? I'm not sure yet. Slade stepped inside and let the door close behind him. Someplace where Mason won't find us. Why are you avoiding Mason? I'm not avoiding him. You are. I'm just driving. Slade gave her a meaningful nod. And your husband owes me a big favor for this. Clarissa rolled her eyes. You think I'm kidding, but I talked to Mason last night, and he thinks your marriage is a sham. Really? Clarissa half choked out the word. He said you've been sending him signals and that you're interested in him. Without giving her a chance to respond, Slade added, Did he really help you choose a bathing suit? She picked up her large beach bag and began putting things inside. Well, sort of. Although not because I asked him to. I ran into him while I was trying them on. You ran into him in the dressing room? Clarissa dropped sunscreen into the bag. No, I was wearing one out on the sales floor. It sounded perfectly legitimate to Clarissa, but Slade shook his head. Clarissa, I don't think you understand what I'm telling you about men, so I'll put it this way. Don't talk to Mason. Don't look at him. Don't blush at him, and absolutely don't use any interested body language around him. She rolled her eyes again. Which reminds me, let me see you smile. What? He gestured to her. Smile for me. She gave him a smile that slightly felt like she was baring her teeth. He said. I didn't see your eyes glow. She lifted an eyebrow. Was this in my job contract? Because I don't remember anyone warning me about interrogations. He returned her gaze, his voice completely serious. Just promise me you'll think carefully about what you do from now on. I promise, she said. She had to remind herself of this promise over and over again throughout the day. Not that Mason was anywhere around. He didn't even make an appearance in her thoughts. It was Slade's presence that was plaguing her. He smiled so easily at her, treated her like a friend and not the hired help, and kept distracting her whenever he stood close by. They went to an outdoor aquarium so he could keep his baseball hat and sunglasses on. As they wandered around, Slade held the girls' hands, often lifting both girls up so they could get a better view. Elena cried at the sea lion exhibit because lions were scary and going to get her. Instead of telling her she was being ridiculous like Alex would have done, Slade squeezed her hand. You don't have to worry. I can tell exactly what the sea lion is thinking. Then Slade did a monologue in a Jamaican accent about how the sea lion only ate squid and the occasional Cheeto. Before long, Elena was laughing and Bella begged him to tell her what the starfish thought and what the octopus thought. Clarissa was glad he couldn't tell what she thought. If someone asked her a few weeks ago what attracted her most in a man, Clarissa wouldn't have said, a good father. And yet watching Slade with the girls, she couldn't think of anything more attractive than the attention he paid to Bella and Elena. That had to be the reason her frustrations with him melted, and in their place, she felt a strange ache and a quickened pulse rate. He was so down to earth, so openly casual, so horribly good-looking. The last thought plagued Clarissa the most. If she didn't think carefully about what she did, she was bound to make a fool of herself by doing something rash, like, say, throwing herself at him. Well, so much for her resolution to swear off men. The group had lunch at a seaside cafe and walked along the beach so the girls could search for shells. Slade talked to Clarissa about all sorts of things. It felt like a date, and not just any date. The really good kind of date that left you breathless and hoping the guy would kiss you. Clarissa had to tell him the truth soon. She knew that now. She had to find some way to tell him she was divorced, to tell him she was free if he was interested. Would he be interested, though? The question brought a sharp pain to her stomach. Of course he wouldn't be. It wasn't even in the realm of possibilities. After all, at the employment center, Mr. Peterson had told her that Slade wanted to hire a married woman. Slade wasn't looking for a love interest in his nanny. So Clarissa had to squelch these feelings, which kept popping up every time she noticed how perfectly rugged his features were, and how broad and muscular his shoulders were, and how his voice had a deep, rich tenor that made something inside of her quiver. If he had ever shown any hint he was attracted to her, she could have perhaps mustered the courage to tell him everything, but he hadn't. Instead of attraction, he'd only shown annoyance that she was young and pretty. He wanted her to talk about her husband in sweet and loving tones so no one got the wrong idea about them. Besides, Slade would be angry at being deceived. Clarissa didn't want that, and she couldn't afford it either. So she would go on pretending to be married. In fact, if Slade extended the nanny position after they got back to California, she'd go out and invent a husband just to continue the facade. Maybe sometime in the months to come, after she knew Slade well enough to feel secure in her position, she'd tell him one day that her husband had been inadvertently killed in a freak manhole accident, but only after she felt secure with the position. On Monday morning, while Slade went off to the undercover agent set to find AJ, Clarissa took the girls to the beach in front of the hotel. For a time, the three of them played in the water, edging toward the ocean as the water pulled back, then trying to outrun the waves as they came surging onto the shore. Several times, the waves won, crashing into their legs and backs, once or twice toppling the little girls in the foamy water. Clarissa quickly picked them up and set them right. She brushed wet sand from their faces, looking for tears, but never found any. Bella thought her face plants were especially funny.
"Look, Lena," she said, opening her mouth. "I got sand on my tongue."
After a while, the girls settled down to the less dangerous pastime of building castles, and Clarissa spread out her towel to watch them. She tugged at the front of her swimming suit as she sat down, wishing it weren't so low cut. She hadn't noticed this about the suit when she bought it. All that business with Mason had distracted her, and she hadn't looked closely at the suit until the next morning. And then it was too late to wear anything else. She'd already thrown out her old blue suit, and housekeeping had disposed of it along with the empty soap wrappers and used towelettes. Clarissa stretched out her legs and watched the girls throwing sand over their shoulders. She didn't even notice Sylvia walk up to her until the older woman set a folding beach chair down beside Clarissa. Sylvia wore a different swimsuit than she had at the pool, a black one-piece with bright pink lines running from the shoulder to the waist. Her dark hair was still pulled back in a bun, this time wrapped in a pink scarf that exactly matched the shade of her lipstick. She wore the same dark sunglasses and surveyed the sky with a smile. "It's another beautiful day in paradise, isn't it?" Clarissa folded her arms. "No comment." "Oh, you're not mad about Friday, are you?" "Slade is the perfect boss, and Bella is an angel." Sylvia laughed, but it held no humor. "You don't have to worry about me, dear. As far as reporters go, I'm one of the good kind. I never make things up. I just get to the truth. That's why I'm the top columnist at The Scoop." Sylvia took off her glasses and nodded down the beach. "See that man over there? The tall blonde one with the yellow towel? He's the one you have to worry about." The man she referred to ambled along the shoreline, hands in his pockets, surveying the people on the beach. He wore regular glasses, not sunglasses, and reminded Clarissa of a science teacher she once had, stuffy and proper. "Why would I worry about him?" "He's Doug Rockwell, a reporter from the Celebrity Buzz, and he doesn't share my respect for the truth." As Sylvia looked over at him, her eyes narrowed. "Inside sources, my foot. I'll tell you what his inside sources are. His wishful thinking, his wild imagination, and his delusions of grandeur." She slipped her sunglasses back over her eyes with a humph. "You know that article he ran last week on the Royals? Pure fiction. Wouldn't surprise me if he'd never been to England. Just look at him." Sylvia shook her head. "He's over there scouting some big name out on the beach, and that, my dear, is why I will always be a better journalist. I don't wait for the stories to come to me. I dig, and I never overlook the small details." Her attention suddenly swung back to Clarissa, and her pink lips curled into a smile. "You're probably wondering why I'm telling you this, aren't you?" Actually, Clarissa was simply letting Sylvia go on in the hope she'd talk herself out and leave. "I'm telling you," Sylvia continued, "because you are one of those small details of which stories are made. I don't have anything to tell you, and oh, but you do, Sylvia interrupted. Some of my best sources are the worker bees around the great hive of the superstars. You're the ones who see things as they really are. My employment contract says I can't talk to journalists, and even if it didn't, I still wouldn't. Slade has a right to keep his private life private. The pink smile didn't falter. Pity. Then I'll have to go with my other story, the one about the nanny who's an old friend of Mason McKellips, the nanny who works for Slade Jacobson, the nanny who isn't happily married at all. Clarissa felt her stomach tighten into knots. This wasn't supposed to happen. Hadn't Sylvia promised Mason she'd leave Clarissa alone if he gave her an interview? Sylvia leaned toward Clarissa. I did a little research and called your ex-husband. He wasn't at all hesitant to talk to me. In fact, he had a lot to say about you. For example, he didn't even know you were a friend of Mason's, but it didn't surprise him. He said you were always meeting men in your last job at the fitness center. I handed them towels. That's different than meeting men. He said you taught yoga because you enjoyed prancing around in tight, skimpy exercise clothes. I taught yoga because it paid better than checking people in at the front desk. So you put on the tight, skimpy clothes for money. This wasn't happening. Clarissa absolutely wasn't sitting here talking to a reporter about her divorce and discussing the skimpiness of her exercise outfits. You're twisting my words. You're probably twisting Alex's too. But the truth was, Clarissa wasn't sure if Sylvia needed to twist Alex's words. He had a way of twisting reality all by himself. Since the time things had gotten bad in their marriage, he'd made a habit of taking minor incidents, blowing them up, and throwing them back at her. Or rather, he'd thrown them at the marriage counselor. It was at counseling that Clarissa had learned she couldn't keep a budget, was a hopeless flirt, an incurable slob, and that the occasional clothes she'd bought for Elena constituted running up a huge credit card bill every month. Sylvia smiled, cat-like, surveying her mouse. I'm not twisting Alex's words. Actually, I've softened them to save your feelings. Men can be such cads, you know. Clarissa bit back her first response and focused her attention on the girls and their sand heaps. I don't think your readers will care about some unknown nanny's divorce. They will, if Mason is in the middle of it. Clarissa's gaze snapped back to Sylvia. He's not in the middle of it. I didn't even meet Mason until after my divorce. Sylvia tilted her head back in a relaxed fashion. Then why would he tell me the two of you were old friends? Because he's doing Slade a favor. But Clarissa couldn't tell Sylvia that. She didn't want to bring up Slade's name in front of this reporter. Or maybe not. Maybe the best thing to do would be to come clean with the whole story. If she explained the whole situation to Sylvia, then certainly the woman would understand that nothing untoward was going on. Or maybe it would just give Sylvia more information she could pounce on. You and Mason made quite the couple on the dance floor Friday night, Sylvia went on. It was certainly nice of Slade to bring you to the party and leave someone else to watch his daughter. How do you know what went on at the luau? Sources, dear. I have my sources. Yes, sources. The thing that was making the cast so edgy. And now, whoever was dishing the dirt was aiming his or her shovel at Clarissa. She clenched her fists so tight her fingernails dug into her palms. Slade only took me because... Clarissa didn't finish the sentence. She couldn't admit Slade was avoiding Natalie's advances. I thought you promised Mason if he gave you an interview you would leave me alone. I said I wouldn't quote you on your opinions about Slade and his daughter, and I won't. Don't worry, dear. Once you're working for me, I won't mention your name at all. You'll simply be another one of my sources. Sylvia crossed her legs so that her sandal dangled carelessly from her foot. Do we have a deal? You give me a more interesting story, and I'll never use the one about you and Mason. Clarissa matched Sylvia's conversational tone. That's blackmail. No, blackmail is when you pay me money to bury a story. Reporting is when the magazine pays me to uncover a story. I'm just reporting. She smiled at Clarissa, then stood up and collapsed her beach chair. Think about your story, but don't contact me. It wouldn't do, to have people see us talking together. I'll contact you later. With that, she strode away. Clarissa rubbed her temples. Her head pounded in dull, aching throbs that matched the cadence of the waves hitting the shore. She'd only wanted a job where she could spend more time with Elena, and now she was reporter fodder. Sylvia had eyed her like she was destined to be her next meal. Clarissa let out a slow, jagged breath. She would have to tell Slade everything. There was nothing else to do. Then he'd order her to leave Hawaii on the next flight out, which, all in all, might not be such a bad idea. When the news story broke that Mason McKellips had somehow facilitated the breakup of her marriage, she'd have a good laugh about it with her friends, and hope that none of her friends or family actually believed it. And hope that Elena never read those news clips when she got older. And hope that Alex wouldn't get any ideas about making her life more miserable because of them. And hope that Sylvia would keep her word and leave Slade completely out of everything. Sheesh. Sylvia thought she was one of the good kind of reporters. What did the bad kind do? Take hostages? Clarissa inwardly groaned. She knew Sylvia would drag Slade into this. Clarissa couldn't let that happen. Would it really hurt to give Sylvia some sort of story? After all, she could think of one. Natalie Granger finally pulls off an Oscar-winning performance, that of devoted girlfriend. Or perhaps, Natalie Granger thinks her boyfriend should change his initials from AJ to HC, as in, he's clueless. It was true, and Natalie deserved it. Clarissa stared out over the ocean, the story forming in her mind. It would be so easy. The article almost printed itself. She could see the headlines on the covers of millions of magazines propped on the shelves in grocery store checkout lines. But Clarissa knew she couldn't do it. Not to Natalie. Not to anyone. So, it was a trip home and goodbye to the chance of ever seeing Slade again. There had to be another way. Maybe she could find a nice story for Sylvia. A story that wouldn't upset anyone. Maybe Clarissa would get lucky and Slade would rescue someone from a burning building. She would set the fire herself if it helped. She swallowed hard, feeling like it was she and not Bella who had gotten a mouthful of sand. Sylvia said she'd check back with her later. Maybe Clarissa could put her off indefinitely. Maybe Clarissa could figure out a way out of this. Maybe she really would stumble onto an upbeat story. Maybe. Chapter 23. After stopping by and talking to Mason and Sherry while they went over marks for an office scene, Slade did in fact run into AJ. The producer pulled Slade aside and apologized for not getting back in touch with him. I haven't had time to read your script yet, but I'll get to it soon, I promise. Which could mean anything. Slade went back to his room and spent some time running over the lines for his next movie. After a couple of hours of listless recitation, he tossed the script down. He couldn't muster the enthusiasm for work. He was in Hawaii. He wanted to be on vacation. Besides, hadn't Clarissa told him he needed to give Bella more attention? He would. And he would take Clarissa along to prove the point. He walked to Clarissa's room and knocked. She answered, looking tanner despite all the sunscreen she constantly toted around. Or maybe it wasn't a tan. Her skin just had a healthy glow to it. She always had a way of looking wholesome and fresh. Time Machine's reading is still set in the future, he said. Let's take the kids and go to Sonoma Bay. No point sticking around here when we can go grind sand into our clothes. Sounds fun, she said, although I already took the girls to the beach this morning. She didn't get to finish. Bella grabbed Slade's pant leg, already jumping with excitement.
We get to go to the beach again.
And so they went. Meredith came too. Her Idahoan banker had left the night before, and she didn't want to be by herself. They snorkeled for a bit, and while Slade and Clarissa sat on towels watching the girls play, Meredith languished nearby on a low beach chair. She wore an oversized straw hat and sunglasses, and she ran her fingers through the sand. She sighed a lot. Idaho isn't that far from California, Slade told her. I can give you the time off to fly over and see him. I know, Meredith said, but everything is so difficult when you have a long-distance relationship. You have to decide whether you want to work at it. You have to figure out if it's worth the commitment up front. She picked up her hand and let a stream of sand pour through her fingers. Speaking of long-distance relationships, your new girlfriend, Kim, emailed back. She's not my girlfriend. Yet, Slade said. At least she doesn't know she's going to the party as my girlfriend yet, so don't mention it to her. Clarissa cocked her head at him. Were you planning on telling her that she's your girlfriend? Don't you start on me too, he said. I'm not being egotistical. I'm being cautious. It's better to explain these things in person. I'll tell her on the way to the party. Clarissa looked over at Meredith and mouthed the word egotistical to her. Meredith nodded in agreement. You're far too sure of yourself, Slade, and it would serve you right if she's as ugly as a troll underneath her Catwoman costume. Her Catwoman costume? Slade asked. Yes, she wrote back that she'll bring her Catwoman costume to Hawaii. On the night of the Masquerade, she'll be in the lobby of the Sunset Park Motel, purring for you. I bet she's gorgeous, Clarissa told Meredith with a conspiratorial air. Gorgeous women are the only ones brave enough to purr. Meredith nodded again. She's probably tall, blonde, and stunning. And in that case, I hope she's 8 months pregnant. And Slade has to explain to everyone that she's not really his girlfriend. She's brunette, Slade said. And I'm sorry to disappoint you too, but I don't think they make Catwoman maternity wear. Clarissa leaned toward Meredith. He's not at all worried. I bet they've been sending pictures to each other. She's tall, brunette, stunning, and skinny. Slade had heard women use the same tone of voice that Clarissa used now, and it always meant one thing: jealousy. Part of him knew Clarissa wasn't really jealous of Kim. Another part of him sat back and enjoyed the feeling anyway. I've never seen a picture of Kim, and I wouldn't know her if I walked past her on the street. In my mind's eye, she is still 10 years old. He smiled graciously at Clarissa and Meredith. Some people, those who aren't cat-like, or catty, know there are more important things about people than their looks. That's us. Meredith waved his words away with a flick of her hand. Catty to the core. Meow, Clarissa agreed. I think it's time for me to go check on the kittens. She stood up and walked across the sand to where the girls were stockpiling their beach findings. Slade watched her go, letting his eyes trace the lines of her figure, her long legs, the curve of her hips and waist. Had it only been this afternoon that he'd thought Clarissa always looked wholesome? Wholesome wasn't the word to describe that swimming suit. He stared at it until he remembered she was married. Then he forced himself to look at Clarissa's face instead. She sat down on the sand by the girls, and they both chattered happily at her. She smiled back at them, exclaiming over each of their treasures. She had such a nice smile, warm, enthusiastic, and made him think of sunshine. You're staring, Meredith said. Slade turned to her. What? You're staring at Clarissa and smiling. I'm happy I chose her. She's a good nanny for Bella. Meredith nodded. And Bella must like her because she hasn't run her off yet. Of course Bella likes her. She's kind, intelligent, patient, beautiful. Beautiful, Meredith asked. What does beauty have to do with being a good nanny? Nothing. I was just listing her qualities. Meredith sat up a bit in her beach chair. Slade, this would be a good time to stop and think about what you're doing. I'm not doing anything, he said. I'm not interested in Clarissa. I just want someone like her. I'm figuring out the criteria for my next girlfriend. His eyes settled back on Clarissa. The wind picked up strands of her hair and blew them around her face. He was mesmerized by the way the light glinted off it. From beside him, Meredith let out an unhappy grunt. You're smiling again. I'm a happy person. Meredith pulled a newspaper from her beach bag. I guess I'd better familiarize myself with the paper's format. That way it will be easier to spot the reports on your latest scandals. There aren't going to be any scandals. He honestly meant it. Clarissa was off limits. He was simply admiring her, just like he admired works of art. He was appreciating her good qualities, some of which were accentuated by that swimming suit. As the day went on, he reminded himself he felt only admiration several times, like when he found himself watching Clarissa with the girls and daydreamed about how nice it would be if she were there for Bella all the time. And when Clarissa smiled at him in that easy, relaxed way, and when he was appreciating Clarissa's legs. They were fine, fine qualities. After a dinner of fish and chips, they drove back to the resort. The girls were dirty and tired by then, and Clarissa held their hands, guiding them as they walked into the lobby. Careful not to touch anything, she said, steering them around the couch. And don't bump into anything either. The clerk at the front desk watched them come in and called over. Miss Hancock? Clarissa looked up. Yes. Some flowers came for you. You weren't in your room, so the delivery man left them here. She pointed to a vase containing a dozen pink roses. Oh. For a moment, Clarissa just stared at them. Slade took Bella's and Elena's hands. I've got the girls. Go get your flowers. Clarissa went to the counter, took the envelope from the flowers, and read the card. Are they from your husband? Slade tried to make the question sound casual, but even to him, it had a sort of pointed sharpness to it. He didn't want to see Clarissa go dreamy-eyed and start missing her husband. Instead of answering, Clarissa handed him the card. He read out loud. Clarissa, I'm sure you're working like Cinderella. I doubt your fairy godmother will show up on the night of the ball. Expect a visit from Zorro instead. I don't think my husband sent the flowers, Clarissa said. Slade handed her the card. Have you been encouraging Zorro again? I haven't even talked to Zorro since you chased him out of my room. Slade let out an unhappy grumble. Well, you shouldn't open your door Halloween night. Meredith folded her arms. I never get flowers anymore. You'd think Bill might have sent me some. But no, only Zorro sends flowers. How can I have a long-distance relationship with a man like that? Clarissa handed Meredith the vase. Here. On behalf of the Bills of the world, let me give you these flowers. The friendship of one sincere man is better than all the attention in the world from a Zorro. Meredith held the flowers to her face and inhaled the fragrance of the roses. Yes, well, I suppose you have a point. She smiled wistfully. Still, flowers are lovely. I have half a mind to go after Mason myself. She turned to Slade. Do you think he's my type? No. Slade herded Bella and Elena across the lobby toward the elevator. Meredith followed after him. I don't see why not. Some men appreciate the maturity and grace of an older woman. She took another whiff of the flowers. Besides, you work me like a Cinderella, too. Not true, Slade said. I've barely seen you this whole trip. That's because you've had Clarissa to abuse. Meredith looked over at Clarissa. You know, dear, if you'd like to go do something tonight, I'll watch Elena for you. Clarissa smiled at her. Thanks. I'd like that. Slade didn't like it. He had visions of Clarissa taking a solitary walk around the resort and Mason intercepting her. Mason and his charm and his ulterior motives. It didn't matter that Clarissa had been warned about him. That was the thing about Mason. Women knew he was a player and still succumbed to him anyway. It would be better if they all stayed in and watched something on TV. He would have suggested it, but by this time Clarissa and Meredith were busily engaged in a conversation about masquerade costumes. At least he thought they were talking about masquerade costumes. When he heard two women using terms like period clothing, he just didn't want to ask. Chapter 24. Clarissa decided on a late-night swim. Swimming was healthy, free, and best done under the cover of darkness anyway. And it would give her time to think things over. If she racked her brain long enough, she could find some way out of this mess with Sylvia. At 8 o'clock, she dropped Elena off at Meredith's room and went back to her own room to change. Clarissa was standing in the bedroom, her suit only halfway on, when she heard a knock at the door. She jumped, feeling very awkward, and tried to shake the fear that whoever stood at the door might have X-ray vision. Who is it? It's me, Slade. She slipped the last strap over her shoulder. Just a minute. She walked into the front room, grabbing her bathrobe as she went. She put it on, haphazardly tying the sash as she opened the door. Come in. Slade's gaze ran over her, and he walked past her, shaking his head. This is the sort of thing I came to talk to you about. What? He held out one hand to her in an accusatory manner. This. What? She asked again. Haven't you listened to anything I've told you over the last few days? You just invited a man into your hotel room, and you're only wearing a robe. Her mouth momentarily fell open. But it was only you. Thanks. You don't know what these little commentaries of yours do for my ego. She tilted her chin in disbelief. It's not as though you haven't seen me in this robe before. I wore it for half a Friday afternoon. Nobody seemed to think it was particularly seductive then. Slade's eyes took her in, from the polish on her toenails to her slightly mussed hair. The difference is that when a man sees a woman in a robe sitting by a swimming pool, he thinks she's covering up. When a man walks into a woman's hotel room and she's wearing a robe, he thinks about what she's wearing underneath, which is probably some skimpy little negligee thing. It could be an invitation. Wrong again. I'm wearing exactly what I wore at the beach. She undid the tie and held open the side of her robes. See? No negligee. I'm on my way to swim. Before she even finished her sentence, he was standing in front of her. Would you stop that? He took hold of the sides of her robe and pulled them together. I can't believe you just did that. You really don't listen to anything I say, do you? But it's only my swimming suit. Exactly. You don't flash a man your swimming suit while you're alone in a hotel room. He pulled the robe even tighter closed until nothing below the top of her neck showed. You need to button this thing up. It doesn't have buttons. Then use safety pins. She laughed. She hadn't meant to, but couldn't stop herself. He seemed so flustered. He still held the front of her robe closed. You can think this is all very funny now, but I'm warning you, you can't be so... If I were a different sort of man... He suddenly let go of the robe. Just trust me. You need to be more careful." She nodded, and although she tried to look serious, she knew she didn't reach the desired effect. Okay. I'm going to go swimming now." "No, not by yourself." He gave her another harsh stare. "And not in that suit." "What's wrong with my swimming suit?" "You obviously haven't noticed the attention it's gotten you." "The only attention I got was when I jumped into the pool wearing my robe to save your daughter, who could already swim." She retrieved her sandals and slipped them on. His gaze followed her. "I came over to suggest we stay in and watch something on TV." "Sorry, I want to go swimming." "Cards? Monopoly?" She took her key card from the coffee table and slipped it into her bag. "I'm going now." All right, you can go swimming." He strode to the door and put his hand on the knob. "But I'm going with you. Just give me a minute to tell Meredith I need her to watch Bella." He left and she finished gathering everything she needed. A few minutes later, Slade knocked on her door and called. "We can go now." Clarissa stepped out of her room and was surprised to see him still dressed in his clothes. "Aren't you going to swim?" "No, I'm going to sit by the pool, read, and chase off scoundrels when necessary." She bit back a laugh and walked down the hallway. "Suit yourself. Literally in this case." He didn't say anything else, and so neither did she until they stood in the elevator. Then she noticed the book he carried. "You're reading a history of Greek city-states?" He tucked the book under his arm. "It's the perfect book for a trip to the pool with you. It will keep my mind where it's supposed to be, and it's big enough to make a useful weapon in case I have to throw something at Mason." "It will keep your mind where it's supposed to be?" she repeated. His gaze slowly took her in. "Bathsheba probably didn't have such nice legs." Clarissa looked down at her legs and back at him skeptically. "Oh, right, and I thought Mason was the one for handing out lines. If you're going to use flattery, you could at least pick a believable feature." "Mrs. Hancock, not only is your husband a fool, apparently he's also negligent in the compliments department. If you were my wife, there would be no doubt in your mind as to the appeal of your legs." He looked quickly away from her. "But you're not my wife, so I'll be reading while you swim." She blushed, and once again had the urge to blurt out that she wasn't married. She couldn't do it. At this moment, it would be as good as blatantly telling him she wanted a relationship with him. That was such a big step, such a huge risk to take, all because he made an offhand comment about her legs. He probably thought Natalie had nice legs too, but when Natalie had told Slade she was interested in him, he had immediately done everything possible to avoid being in her proximity. What would he do if he thought his nanny was after him too? Clarissa shifted her weight around uncomfortably in the elevator and clutched her beach bag closer. How much rejection did she need in life? Wasn't Alex enough? Did she need to go out and look for extra opportunities for men to shred her ego? Slade was one of those men who spoke his mind. Even Meredith said so. It didn't mean he was flirting, let alone actually interested in her. They got off the elevator and walked silently to the pool. No one else was there. Slade pulled a deck chair next to one of the decorative light posts that illuminated the area. It must not have thrown off enough light, however, because he held the book up close to his face. Clarissa took off her robe, threw it onto a chair, and strolled to the deep end of the pool. Without hesitating, she dove in. The water was colder than she expected, but it felt good as it slid over her skin. It felt cleansing, as if she could wash away all her thoughts. She swam a dozen laps, and when she tired of that, she floated on her back, gazing at the stars. Nothing occurred to her about her predicament with Sylvia. In fact, it was hard to think of Sylvia at all when she knew Slade sat nearby watching her. At least he said he'd be watching her. She never actually saw him look at anything except his book. and she checked often enough. She peered over at him again. His elbows rested on his knees, and his dark eyes were completely engrossed reading. Handsome and studious. Perhaps her husband's freak manhole accident could happen soon. She swam over to where Slade sat and hung onto the side of the pool. So, are you a history buff, or do you have some other reason for reading about Greek city-states? I've got a part as a Spartan warrior. He still didn't look at her. I like to know about my characters' cultures. Right now, I'm reading about the Peloponnesian War. Oh, she said. That stuff is all Greek to me. He smiled but kept his attention on the book. I guess that's the point. The moonlight made lazy ripples across the water. Nearby plumeria trees drenched the night with their scent. Everything felt exotic and sensual. Clarissa caressed the water with her hand, letting it run through her fingers. Why is it that Hollywood loves Sparta so much? It's like one big laconophilia club. His eyes lifted to hers with surprise. Laconophilia? I've never even heard that word until I started this book. And you use it in casual conversation? My high school's mascot was a Spartan. The name of our yearbook was Laconophilia, the love of Spartan things. Slade absently tapped his fingers on the cover. I don't know what impresses me more, that you know the term Laconophilia or that you remember the name of your high school yearbook. They had slaves, you know, and didn't mind killing them. She made lazy kicks in the water. It's stupid that society idolizes them. Would anybody name their high school mascot the brutal slaveholding plantation owners? Slade went back to reading his book. According to this, women got better treatment in Sparta than they did in most places in Greece. What? Other places didn't capture their brides or make them shave their heads when they got married? You know those details too? Slade considered her more closely. Somehow, I doubt those facts were part of your high school yearbook. How did you know that? She shrugged. You're not the only one who reads. His gaze went over her again, scrutinizing her. You were one of those girls that got straight A's in school, weren't you? She ran her fingers through a patch of light on the water. Learning about history is fun. He kept staring at her with a look of curiosity, like she was a species of mermaid who'd suddenly appeared in the water. What? She asked. You're really different from Evelyn. Right. I'm not famous, rich, or on daytime TV. No, I mean, she never would have said that learning was fun. Slade shook his head as though remembering. I couldn't even convince her that being married was fun, and mothering, she still doesn't think that's fun. Why did you marry her? As soon as Clarissa asked the question, she wished she could take it back. She shouldn't pry. Enough of his personal life had already been laid out for the public. Slade didn't seem to mind, though. He leaned back in his chair. I was stupid. I was as wowed by her fame as anybody else. I thought marrying Evelyn meant I'd have someone who would understand me. You know, understand my schedule and the hassles involved with being a celebrity. And she did understand those. She just didn't understand the things like commitment or working on a relationship. I'm sorry, Clarissa said. Next time, I'll look for someone who thinks the role of spouse is more important than the role of star. But did he still want a star? She couldn't ask. Slade lifted his book again, done with the subject. Live and learn. I won't make those mistakes again. Although, he added with a grumble, if I had it over to do again, I'd still send Brad Nash into that salad bar. Clarissa stared at the pool decking and thought about her own divorce. Would Slade think she was the type who didn't understand commitment and didn't want to work on her marriage because she'd been the one to leave? If Alex had shown up with some bimbo at a salad bar, at least she would have had an easy and understandable excuse for her divorce. But how could she explain to Slade what her marriage to Alex had been like? Alex had lived a charmed life, a perfect life. All through school, he'd been popular, sought after, and revered. He'd played football in college and been recognized around campus. When he and Clarissa married during his last year of college, things were good for a while. But that changed when he took his first job. Alex suddenly became a junior accountant in a big firm that didn't care how popular he'd been in high school or whether he could catch a football. He wasn't surrounded by adoring women. He only had Clarissa, and she'd grown less glamorous every day with a new pregnancy. Clarissa had seen the transformation in him happen, had almost seen his dissatisfaction becoming tangible. He complained about everything she did. She was supposed to be always beautiful, organized, and cheerful. The house was supposed to be spotlessly clean, dinner always ready, and Elena completely under control. That way, at least part of Alex's perfect life could continue. No matter how hard Clarissa tried, she hadn't been able to meet his expectations. She stayed with Alex longer than she wanted to, hoping Alex would find a way to be happy. On the day they'd married, she made a commitment, and she felt bound by it. As Elena grew older, though, Alex turned his unrealistic expectations on her. Clarissa had been willing to put up with Alex, but she wasn't about to let him drain the joy from her daughter's life. She gave him an ultimatum. He needed to change, or both she and Elena would leave. He chose the latter, and he chose it without much struggle or regret. That part still stung. "Live and learn," Clarissa said softly. "That's the key to life, I guess." He looked up from his book to study her one more time. "Are you happy?" She paused for a moment, perhaps too long. "For the most part." "Good. Then your husband is lucky, even if he is a fool." She hadn't realized Slade was asking about her marital happiness, but she didn't correct him. She stared at the empty chairs surrounding the pool. Slade said, "I think you're good with Bella." "Thanks. Meredith probably told you I start work on a movie in a few weeks. I'll need someone to care for Bella then. Would you be interested?" Clarissa ran her hand along the tile on the edge of the pool and considered how to respond. She couldn't accept the offer without first telling him the truth, without telling him Sylvia had a warped version of the truth she was threatening to print. "You're hesitating," he said. "That's not a good sign." She glanced up at his face, found his heavy gaze, and looked at the tile again. "I'm not sure that I'm—" She didn't know how to come out and say it. "I've made a lot of mistakes on this trip." "Listen, I'm sorry about the way I yelled at you the first night. I've been meaning to tell you that. I know it wasn't your fault Bella ran away." "I wasn't talking about the first night. I've made mistakes since then." He didn't let her finish. "You're the best nanny Bella has had. You're doing great." His praise made it that much harder. Her gaze flickered back to his. "I'm glad you think so. I mean, I really do care about Bella." "And Bella likes you. That's what matters. Say yes, and I'll have Meredith make up a new contract." "That's not all that matters. You said so yourself. Remember back when you told me how I didn't understand Hollywood?" He leaned forward in his chair. His response came quickly, overlapping her words, not listening to what she'd said, and yet there was a softness in his voice and an urgency in the way he spoke. "I don't want to let you go after this trip. That matters too." She pulled herself closer to the pool's edge. His gaze was warm and intense on hers, and she completely forgot about her explanation. Perhaps she'd been wrong to remain silent in the elevator. Perhaps none of Sylvia's threats to expose her mattered because perhaps Slade wouldn't care when he found out she was single. Perhaps he'd even be glad. "All right," Clarissa said. Slade smiled and relaxed. If my work schedule picks up, I'll need you a lot. If not, then maybe a few times a week. Maybe a couple evenings here and there, if I have a date or something." "Oh." The inside of her mouth suddenly felt like dust. She'd been right to remain silent. She'd been right the first time when she told herself not to read anything into his compliments. She hoped her voice sounded normal as she spoke. "Of course, you probably have a girlfriend, don't you?" "No, but I think I need to get one," he sighed. "I can always hope." "Right." She forced herself to smile, even though it felt like her lips couldn't maintain the position. "I'm sure it's terribly hard for you to find interested women." "Finding women isn't the problem. It's finding the right kind of women." "Maybe you're not looking in the right places." "Probably not." His eyes rested on hers. "Where did you say you came from?" "Woodland Hills." "Well, there you have it. I've never looked in Woodland Hills." He took his gaze from her and stared at something beyond her in the darkness. "It's a pity, too." Her racing pulse and pounding heartbeat were instantly back. "Say something more," she thought. "Say anything that will give me a reason to tell you I'm single." "Are you finished with your swim?" he asked. "I guess so." She pulled herself out of the pool, toweled off as much water as she could, and slipped into her robe. But even so, the night air felt uncommonly cold against her wet skin. As they walked back to the hotel, she began shivering. Elena was asleep when Clarissa picked her up from Meredith's room. Clarissa carried her to their hotel room. As she walked through the door, she noticed a pale green envelope lying on the floor in the entryway, as though someone had slipped it under the door. She tucked Elena into bed and went back to retrieve it. The envelope bore no writing, and the piece of pale green stationery folded inside was also empty. Strange. She turned it over in her hands and checked the floor to see if she'd missed something. Nope, the floor was empty too. She was about to toss the envelope in the trash when the room's phone rang. She answered and heard Sylvia's voice on the other end of the line. "I noticed your lights come on and knew you'd come home." Clarissa's gaze flew to the sliding glass door that led to the balcony. She hadn't pulled the drapes closed before going for a swim. Apparently, Sylvia was out there somewhere watching her hotel room. "What do you want?" Clarissa asked, half tempted to hang up. Not only was the woman blackmailing her, she turned into a stalker. "I'm just telling you about my system, dear, now that you've had a chance to think about some stories." "I don't have any stories for you." "On the floor by your door, you'll find a green envelope and paper. Write what you have to tell me on it. I'll call you back in a day or two and tell you where to leave it for me." A click followed. Sylvia had hung up. Clarissa slammed her receiver down on the cradle and stormed to the balcony door. She yanked the drapes closed, threw the envelope on the floor, and sank into the couch. She rubbed one hand over her eyes and stared at the envelope. The woman was absolutely insane. Pushing things underneath her door? Watching her hotel room? Telling her where to leave her information as though it was some sort of cloak and dagger affair? Sylvia didn't think she was a reporter. She thought she was an underworld operative. Next, she'd be asking Clarissa to murmur passwords to strangers on park benches. "The sly dog howls at the full moon. I have a delivery for you, comrade." Clarissa wasn't going to do this. She'd tell Slade everything first chance tomorrow. And then, when Sylvia called back, Clarissa would tell her exactly where she could put her envelope. But instead of throwing the envelope away, Clarissa picked it up and put it in her purse. Chapter 25. Slade woke to the shrill ringing of the phone beside his bed. He reached for it, still half asleep, and knocked it off the nightstand. He felt around the floor until he'd retrieved it and said a sleepy, "Hello," into the receiver. "Hi, Slade." Natalie's lush voice replied. Did I wake you? No, it's only... He glanced at the digital clock on the nightstand. 12:15? Why would I be asleep? Don't be mad at me. AJ finally read your script and I wanted to talk to you about it. Slade pulled himself on one elbow and tried to shake off the remaining sleep that muddled his mind. Okay, shoot. She gave a throaty laugh. Wouldn't it be wonderful to hear AJ say those words? It took Slade a moment to understand what she meant. Are you telling me he's interested? I'm not telling you anything right now. I want you to meet me out on the restaurant terrace so we can talk about it. He thought of Bella. Can't this wait until morning? No, definitely not. I need to talk to you before AJ talks to you. So that was it. The news about his script wasn't good, or at least not entirely good, or Natalie wouldn't be scheduling meetings with him in the middle of the night. He rubbed his forehead. He nearly said, I can't leave my daughter. Why don't you come up here? But it was better to meet with Natalie out in public, somewhere where she'd be more inclined to show up in clothing instead of seashells. Okay, he said. Give me a couple minutes to get there. He hung up the phone, got out of bed, and slipped on the nearest clothes. He didn't like the idea of leaving Bella alone, especially since she sometimes woke in the night. But he didn't see any alternative. It was too late to call Meredith or Clarissa, so he would make sure his meeting with Natalie was short and hope he didn't come back to find Bella wailing in her bed. When Slade ambled onto the terrace, he immediately spotted Natalie. No one else was around. She wore a halter top and a miniskirt that was so short it should have been classified as a microskirt. The outfit covered a little more of her body than the seashells had, but not much. She sat at a table, sipping a drink in the moonlight. Slade walked over to her. She smiled and gestured to a glass on the table. I ordered you a pina colada. Thanks. He sat down, ignoring the drink. So, what news do you have about my script? She ran her finger around the outside of her glass. AJ read it this afternoon. He said there wasn't enough action. Action? It's a story about relationships. And parts of it were unrealistic. It's science fiction. It's supposed to be unrealistic. Natalie held up her hand to silence him. Not the time machine, the people. You have a boyfriend and girlfriend who barely kiss. There's no sex appeal. I wanted to keep it a PG rating. It has a wider viewer appeal that way. Natalie leaned toward him and laid one of her hands softly on his arm. I understand why you wrote it like you did. You do? Sure. A lot of actors reach a point in their careers where they want to make a movie they can take their children to. Then they start endorsing kids' products and showing up on Sesame Street. There's nothing wrong with that. Natalie ran her hand back and forth across Slade's arm. I think it's sweet. But AJ doesn't see it that way. AJ only thinks about making a profit and, she said slowly, me. Her manicured hand moved down his arm until it rested on the back of his hand. I could change his mind. How? I could tell him I read it and loved it. I cried, in fact. I could tell him it will appeal to women. He trusts my judgments where women are concerned. Slade looked at her hand, which still rested on his. Yes, well, heaven knows he's not the best judge of women. She took her hand off his and reached for her drink. Don't be mean, Slade. I'm trying to help you. You're trying to make a deal with me. She brought her drink to her mouth, caressing the rim of the glass with her lips. Deals are what this industry is all about. You know that. Deals and compromises. Was there some way to take Natalie's help without becoming a notch on her belt? He knew the answer to that question, and yet he hesitated anyway. She probably could convince AJ to take the script. It was the best shot he'd had so far at turning his goal into a reality. He could almost envision the people lined up in front of the theaters to see his movie, not someone else's that he was acting in. His. Natalie pushed her drink aside and leaned forward, her elbows resting on the table, her chin supported by her hands. You know, I'm not sure you're the best judge of women either. You're dating a woman with a PhD in botany. I mean, honestly, Slade, could you possibly have found a more boring person? She put her hand back over Slade's, gently teasing his fingertips with hers. I can't believe you'd rather spend time with some stuffy little scientist than with me. Slade took Natalie's hand and placed it back on the table. I think I better go. Slade, she said, I won't give you my help unless you ask for it. Nicely. Slade stood up, then paused. Natalie's mouth curled into a smile. She thought she'd won. For a moment, he saw Evelyn sitting at this table instead of Natalie. Was this midnight tryst the sort of thing Evelyn and Brad had done while he'd been sleeping? Slade pulled his wallet from his pocket and put some money on the table for the drink. Go back to AJ. If he cares for you half as much as you say, you need to stop doing things to risk losing him. Slade turned and walked through the maze of empty tables across the terrace. Instead of going back into the hotel, he stalked off toward the beach. At this late hour, the beach fronting the hotel was deserted. Illuminated by the moon, long lines of waves rolled toward the shore, each mounding up until it broke, flooding the sand with its foam. Slade didn't notice the beauty, though. He noticed the darkness. With every step he took, he considered his screenplay. AJ thought it didn't have enough action and was unrealistic. Not enough skin. Maybe AJ was right. After all, his agent had given his script to half a dozen producers. None of them wanted it. When it was rejected before, Slade had told himself it hadn't been given the proper attention, that it had been passed off to overworked, underpaid, indifferent readers who'd barely done more than glance at it before rejecting it. But this time, he'd put the story into the hands of the producer himself. So perhaps it just wasn't any good. Perhaps if the movie were made, it would turn out to be one of those cinematic bombs that would be derided by movie critics all year and end up crippling his acting career. Maybe this was a good thing. Only it didn't feel like a good thing. It felt like a kick in the stomach. Slade had put a good distance between the hotel and himself. He didn't slow his pace. His muscles were charged with anger. He was angry at AJ for not liking his script, and angry with all the other producers for not liking his script, and angry at himself for not being a good enough writer to find a way to write around their objections. Did movies really need car chases and shootouts to be successful? Would the audience refuse to come if there wasn't a set number of sex scenes? Was that realistic? The word realistic repeated in his mind over and over again. Didn't he want something more uplifting than reality? Wasn't the whole point of stories to encourage a better reality? So how could he ever write around that? Perhaps he was doomed as a writer. Maybe the time for his kind of writing was over and now people just wanted to watch naked women and exploding cars. He wasn't sure how long he walked. Eventually, he made his way back to the hotel, climbed into the elevator and pushed the button for the 8th floor. He still wasn't tired and doubted he'd be able to sleep. Perhaps he could turn on the TV and watch a late-night movie. Instead of counting sheep, he could count exploding cars. When the elevator door opened, he trudged down the hallway. As he neared his room, he remembered that Bella was by herself, and he felt a sense of panic. He should have hurried back to her. Still, he didn't hear any wailing emanating from the room, so she must not have wakened. He opened the door, walked through the front room, and made his way to the bedrooms. He always left the bathroom light on for Bella. It threw out enough light that he didn't flip on any others. He kicked his shoes and padded into Bella's bedroom. The covers on her bed were rumpled and wadded as they always were, but she wasn't laying there among the blankets and stuffed animals. The bed was empty. He flipped on her bedroom light and checked the first floor to see if she'd rolled off. No Bella. Panic hit him like a hammer. Where had she gone? He hurried back into the living room, grabbing his shoes as he went. Bella must have awakened, seen he wasn't there, and gone to find him. Even now she was wandering around the hotel in her nightgown, sobbing uncontrollably. He had to find her. No, he'd call security first, then go search for her. It was during this moment of indecision that he noticed the shape in the recliner by the door. He saw Clarissa first, then noticed Bella in her lap, half covered by a blanket. Both were fast asleep. How the two had gotten there only briefly occupied his mind. Relief was his first reaction, and then staring at them quickly took precedence. Bella's delicate head and wild curls lay nestled on Clarissa's chest, and Clarissa's head rested softly against the back of the chair. In the dim light, he studied Clarissa's every feature, her dark lashes, her half-parted lips, her hair cascading everywhere. It didn't matter how many times he told himself otherwise. He wanted Clarissa, and not just someone like her. He sat on the couch, still staring at her, and digested this information. His first thought was that he would just take what he wanted. Isn't that how the world worked? Divorces happened. It was too bad for Clarissa's husband that one was in store for him. The guy seemed like a jerk anyway. Clarissa deserved better. Slade could make her happy. He would turn on the charm, win her over, kiss her before they left Hawaii. Maybe tonight. He wanted to run his hands through her cascading hair and kiss those lips. Nothing else mattered. With an inward groan, he put a stop to this line of thought. Making any sort of move on her would be wrong. How could he think of tearing apart a family because he'd fallen in love with someone he shouldn't have? That would be his gift to Clarissa? He'd destroy her marriage and the home life of her daughter? Slade had already lived through that sort of pain with Bella. Of course he wouldn't do it. Still, he stared at Clarissa. It would be hard, horribly hard, but he wouldn't let her know how he felt. He would never do anything to jeopardize their professional relationship. He would stay as far away from her as good judgment required. After convincing himself of these things, he got up from the couch and went to the recliner. He would put Bella back to bed. As he reached for his daughter, he paused, contemplating Clarissa. She smelled of something fresh and sweet, probably forbidden fruit. I'm so close to her, he thought. I'm close enough that I could lean over a little more and let my lips brush across her cheek. She'd never know. No one would ever know. Except for the devil, and he'd immediately make reservations in hell under my name. Stepping back, Slade called softly. Clarissa? She didn't move. He reached out and touched her lightly on the shoulder. Her eyes opened and she stared blankly at him. What are you doing in here? This is my hotel room. She blinked in confusion, then seemed to remember. Oh, she said, drawing out the word huskily. That was probably how she sounded after she kissed someone. Husky and half dreaming. He was going to have to work on reining in his thoughts. Slade picked up Bella. I'll put her back in bed. He took her into the other room, laid her on the bed, and pulled the blankets around her. She didn't stir at all. When Slade returned to the living room, Clarissa had turned on the light. She stood by the door, beautifully disheveled. She wore an old t-shirt and a pair of flannel shorts that looked like boxers. How was it that the combination was more alluring than Natalie's microskirt and halter top? He made himself stop staring at her legs. Clarissa ran a hand through her hair sleepily. Bella heard your door close, so she got up to look for you. When she couldn't find you, she came and pounded on my door. I figured if I kept her in my room, you'd worry. And since I had your key, she glanced over at the recliner where he'd found her. I only meant to sit with her until she went back to sleep. I guess I fell asleep instead. I guess so. He suddenly thought of Goldilocks. She'd run away when the bears had come home and found her sleeping in their bed. There was probably a good reason for that. Run away, he thought. Run away before I decide to eat you up. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Except for everything. Where were you? He nearly sat down on the couch, then decided against it. Sitting down would encourage more conversation. He remained standing and thrust his hands in his pockets. It was another one of Natalie's stupid ploys. Apparently making my life difficult during the day is no longer enough. Clarissa tilted her head in a thoughtful way. You know, for all the lectures you've given me about Mason, you'd think you'd be the last one to john off for a midnight rendezvous with a woman of questionable moral character. Oh, there's no question about Natalie's moral character. That's already been established. The point is, Clarissa continued, you need to be careful too. If anything happened between the two of you and it got out, AJ would blacklist you and Sylvia would blast the news to the entire world. Clarissa sent him a serious look. Temptation can pop up even when you think you're impervious. Oh, really? I'm serious. He let out a grumbling noise. So am I. He must have said the words too harshly because her brows furrowed together in frustration. You're impossible. So you've told me. Yes, well, I was right then, too. Go ahead and be mad at me, he thought. I've just saved you from a broken marriage and myself from hell. As he watched her leave the room, he still wasn't sure he had made the best choice. Chapter 26. Clarissa had a restless night. Too much to worry about. Sylvia and her blackmail, Natalie and her advances. The next morning when Slade brought Bella over to Clarissa's room, his face looked drawn. The lines on his face were too sharp, probably from lack of sleep. I'll only be an hour or two, he told her at the door. I need to go over some things with Meredith and talk to my agent. I'll call you when I'm done. He turned and strode down the hallway without giving her time to say more than a quick, okay. Clarissa shouldn't be disappointed that he didn't stay longer. She was, though. She'd gotten used to talking to him, and now felt vaguely empty and restless. Instead of ordering room service, she took the girls to the restaurant for breakfast. It probably wasn't the best cure for restlessness, trying to keep two preschoolers seated and well-behaved for the duration of a meal. As they left, Bella asked, Can we go swimming? Clarissa took hold of Elena's hand. I don't think we have enough time before your dad comes for you. Bella shuffled her feet. Can we play hide-and-seek then? Sure, we'll play in my room. Bella perked up and hurried her pace, skipping ahead of Clarissa as they went through the lobby. She stopped in front of the elevator and pushed the button. I get to hide first. Okay. You'll never find me. Clarissa smiled at her. We'll see. The elevator door opened and Meredith stepped out, looking crisp and professional in a business suit and heels. Oh, hello, she said. Are you out for a stroll? We just finished breakfast. Clarissa reached over to stop Bella from going into the elevator and the door slid closed. Is Slade done with his business already? If he was, perhaps Clarissa should take Bella to his room instead of starting new games. Only his business with me. Meredith lowered her voice. I don't know when I've seen him in such a bad mood. Trust me, steer clear of him today. Okay, so maybe this wasn't the best day to tell him about Sylvia. I don't think he got a lot of sleep last night, Clarissa said. He's upset about something, Meredith said. Honestly, the man needs to work on his vacationing skills. Clarissa pushed the elevator button. I'll let you suggest that to him. It was then she noticed that Bella was gone. Clarissa scanned the lobby. Did you see where Bella went? Meredith shook her head and joined Clarissa in casting glances in every direction. Bella! Clarissa tried to quell the panic that gripped her. Not this. Not again. Not when Slade was already in a bad mood. Bella, come out here right now. We're not playing hide and seek yet. Hide and seek? Meredith asked. Oh, no. You'll never find her. Clarissa turned to Elena. Did you see which way Bella went? Elena nodded and pointed down the hallway where the conference rooms were. Clarissa gave Elena's hand to Meredith, and with a sickening feeling that she was reliving her first night at the resort, ran to the hallway. Her feet felt heavy, and her purse thunked wildly against her side. The hallway was empty. She sped down it, peering into a couple of open rooms. No Bella. Clarissa ran to the end of the hallway and pushed open the door to the stairwell. She peered up it. Bella wouldn't have gone up there, would she? She listened but heard no echo of little feet against the steps. Clarissa hurried back to the conference rooms, this time opening the doors that were closed. The first was filled with businessmen, a few of whom turned to stare at her. Okay, Bella probably wasn't in that one. In the next room, she only found rows of empty chairs. She called, Bella, and checked behind the podium. Nothing there. Where was that little black dog when she needed him? Clarissa left that room. Meredith was walking down the hallway with Elena in her arms. I'll check the stairwell. Thanks. We'll find her. Clarissa didn't answer. An assortment of frightening scenarios had entered her mind. What if Bella had been abducted? What if Elena had been wrong about where Bella went? After all, Clarissa was taking the word of a 3-year-old to determine her search area. What did Elena know about directions? She couldn't even find her way home from the mailbox. Bella might have headed out of the building and gone somewhere dangerous. The street, the beach. Clarissa pushed these thoughts away. No one had taken Bella. She was here, somewhere, playing hide and seek and proving the point that no one could find her. Clarissa darted into the third room. It was full of tables and chairs, no place to hide. She pushed open the door to the fourth room. It was set up for some sort of luncheon. Round tables dotted the room, surrounded by chairs on all sides. 2 long buffet tables sat end to end in the back, with bird of paradise centerpieces on them. She circled around the tables in the middle of the room. Bella, I need you to come out now. She got no answer. Tears stung the back of her eyes. On her trip around the third table, she stopped and looked at the tables against the back wall more closely. They were draped with long tablecloths, just like Bella's dining room table back home. Clarissa went to one and lifted the edge of the tablecloth. In the far corner, Bella sat huddled against the wall. She let out a shriek of laughter. Clarissa stood holding up the cloth, torn between relief and anger. Part of her wanted to cry. The other part wanted to abandon everything she'd learned in her family science classes, pull Bella out by her feet and spank her. Come here right now, Bella. The words sounded harsh, even in Clarissa's ears. You're not supposed to run away from me. The smile dropped from Bella's face. She gaped at Clarissa wide-eyed and didn't move. The look of fear poked a hole in Clarissa's anger, deflating it. She'd just yelled at a preschooler who thought she'd been playing hide-and-go-seek. Bella hadn't realized she'd done something wrong. Listen, Bella, Clarissa said more softly. The change in tone had no effect on Bella. Her bottom lip trembled, a preamble to tears. Clarissa had handled this wrong. All those years of training had been undone in one moment. She sighed, got down on her hands and knees, and crawled underneath the table, dragging her purse across the floor as she went. Once she got to Bella, she lay down on her stomach and looked in the little girl's eyes. "Listen," she said, this time so gently it was no more than a whisper. "I said we could play in my room, not down here. When I couldn't find you, I was so worried about you that I felt sick. I was afraid you were hurt." Bella gulped and blinked at Clarissa.
"Like when you jumped into the pool?"
"Just like at the pool." Without thinking about it, Clarissa gathered Bella into her arms and held her close. Bella hugged her back, burying her head into Clarissa's shoulder. They remained like this for a while, Clarissa afraid to let the moment end, enjoying the piece of love she felt. Then she heard the conference room door open and quick footsteps crossing the floor. Meredith. Clarissa reached over to the tablecloth, lifting it in order to call out to her. The person wasn't Meredith. It was Sherry, glancing tentatively around the room, but thankfully not under the tables. Clarissa dropped the tablecloth back down. She had no idea why Sherry had come into the room, but judging from her footsteps, she was headed to the back wall toward their hiding place. This was bad. How was Clarissa supposed to explain to a near stranger why she was hiding under a buffet table in an empty room? Wasn't it humiliating enough that the woman had already seen her jump into a pool wearing a robe? Clarissa turned to Bella and held one finger against her lips. "Shh," she whispered. "We're playing spies now." A smile lit up Bella's face, and she slipped her hand into Clarissa's, clearly pleased to be a co-conspirator in this new game. "Please don't come near this table," Clarissa thought. "Please be passing by and on your way out." Sherry's heels stopped at the far end of the table. Even worse, every moment this was getting harder to explain. "Well, you see, Sherry, I was giving Bella an educational lesson on how tables work, and we study in silence. Otherwise, we would of course have said something to you when you walked in." The corner of the tablecloth by Sherry's heels lifted up. Next, although Clarissa wasn't sure why, Sherry would look under the table and discover them. Hopefully, Sherry wasn't the type who screamed loudly when startled. Clarissa looked toward Sherry with what she hoped passed for a casual expression and willed a plausible explanation of her situation to come to her lips. But only Sherry's hand came under the table. She thrust it under the cloth and pressed a pale green envelope onto the underside of the table, the same sort Clarissa had discovered on the floor. The envelope stuck in place, and the next moment the tablecloth dropped back down. The sound of Sherry's heels clicked away from the table and back across the room. Clarissa stared at the envelope, too surprised to even be relieved that they hadn't been discovered. When she heard the conference room door close, she crawled to the envelope and peeled it off the table. Sherry was one of Sylvia's sources. As Clarissa ripped open the envelope, she wondered what sort of horrible story Sylvia had on Sherry that would make her turn over information about her own cast.
"Is it a clue?"
Bella asked. Clarissa pulled out the pale green piece of stationery and unfolded it. "I think so. Let me read it." Written in purposely indistinct scrawl were the words, "On Monday, Parker Wentworth came to the set with such a big hangover that had he been carrying a real gun, he would have shot half the cast. Crew members are beginning to grumble about his unprofessionalism. Natalie Granger is on another of her odd diets. For the third day in a row, she's eaten only lettuce and raw fish for lunch." Mason McKellips and Sherry Reynolds spent a good portion of the evening together on Saturday at a party, fueling talk of an on-screen romance between the two. Nice of her to include herself in the muckraking. Mason's trademark carefree attitude may soon be changing. Rumor has it that Mason's father is drinking so heavily that he needs an intervention. Mason may ask for a leave from the show to help get his father treatment. Clarissa took a sharp, inward breath. Apparently, Mason shouldn't have spent so much time with Sherry on Saturday. She wasn't the woman to discuss your life with. Clarissa reread the last entry. Was it true? She supposed it didn't matter. Not to Sylvia, not to Sherry, not to the millions of people who would read it. It mattered only to Mason and his family, to those who would be wounded by the report. For Mason's sake, she hoped that the talk of a romance with Sherry was just a red herring. Mason deserved better than that in a girlfriend. Clarissa wasn't about to let Sylvia have this information. She ripped up the letter and let the ragged strips of pale green paper fall to the floor. She hadn't solved the problem. If Sylvia didn't get her report from Sherry now, she'd just get it in a different way later. So Clarissa should march up to Sherry and tell her she knew who was feeding Sylvia information. If Sherry ever told Sylvia anything again, Clarissa would let the entire cast of undercover agents know who was turning over their personal information to the tabloids. And the cast would, of course, take the word of some unknown temporary nanny over one of their own. Could they trace her handwriting? She'd probably been trying to disguise it.
Why did you rip up the clue?
Bella asked. The clue said I was supposed to.
Oh.
Bella cautiously picked up one of the strips. Clarissa stared at the paper shreds, too. If Sherry told Sylvia that Clarissa was threatening to out her, Sylvia would be so mad at Clarissa. Who knew what type of story she'd write about her? Well, she could at least warn Mason about the type of person Sherry was. Although now that Clarissa thought about it, she realized she didn't even know Mason's room number. The front desk wasn't likely to pass out information. Slade knew where Mason was, but she couldn't ask him for it without some really good explanation. A really, really good explanation. Nope. After the way Slade had insisted that Clarissa avoid Mason, there wasn't an explanation good enough to get Slade's help. She would have to wait until she saw Mason again. He'd said he would show up Halloween night, tomorrow. She could tell him then. Bella handed Clarissa the piece of paper.
What else did the clue say you were supposed to do?
I'm not sure.
Why don't you write back?
Bella asked. Clarissa opened her mouth, about to dismiss the suggestion, then realized Bella had given Clarissa the perfect answer. I think you're right. She opened her purse, pulled out the green envelope Sylvia had given her, and smoothed out the folds in the stationery. As she did so, she noticed her phone. It was only then she remembered Meredith in the stairwell, still searching for Bella. By this point, Meredith had probably reached the 8th floor, told Slade, and enlisted him in the hunt. Most likely they were both half panicked and about to call security. Clarissa called Slade. Hello. He didn't sound happy to hear from her. Hi, she whispered. I want to let you know I found Bella. Found Bella? Was she lost? Oops, he didn't know, and now she'd admitted to losing his daughter again. Why hadn't she called Meredith instead? We were playing hide-and-seek. There was a pause. Clarissa, my agent is on the other line, and you're calling to report the results of your game of hide-and-seek? This wasn't getting any better. Well, she plays really well, and Meredith and I were afraid she might be lost. Sorry to bother you. Why are you whispering? Because she was hiding under a banquet table in a conference room and about to do something devious. Bella and I are playing spies now. Great, he said slowly. I'll talk to you later. Clarissa called Meredith next. When she was done with the call, she matched Sherry's indistinct scrawl as well as she could. Mob activity is suspected among the cast of undercover agents. Several of the cast members wondered why AJ insisted on spending time, money, and effort to take the cast and crew to a remote Hawaiian location. Now suspicions have been answered. The crate full of assault rifles marked props, the one AJ hasn't let cast or crew near, are all real. They're apparently part of an illegal weapons ring, waiting for mob operatives to pick them up. Clarissa folded the stationery, put it into her envelope, and used the tape from Sherry's envelope to stick it back on the underside of the table. She smiled. She wasn't sure who would face the greater consequence for this story, Sherry or Sylvia, but somebody's credibility was about to crumble. After gathering up the shreds of torn paper, Clarissa stuffed them into her purse. She stretched to relieve the cramps in her legs and took hold of Bella's hand. "Come on, Bella. It's time to report back to Spy Headquarters." Chapter 27. Slade had just hung up with his agent when he got a call from AJ. "Let's meet in the restaurant for dinner and talk about your screenplay." Slade agreed with forced enthusiasm. It was hard to be enthusiastic about a dinner-long rejection. He headed to Clarissa's room to pick up Bella. She, Clarissa, and Elena had made a tent in the bathroom, and the three of them were sitting in the tub discussing spy strategy. Bella didn't want to leave. It figured. He was trying to take Clarissa's advice to spend more time with his daughter, and now Bella didn't want to be with him. Still, he dragged her from the room and drove her to the Sea Life Park. He tried to get into the spirit of the thing, buying her dolphin-shaped balloons and a starfish hat. He'd purposely planned time away from Clarissa, but found himself incessantly thinking about her. He wanted to tell her about the screenplay. Her blue eyes would fill with concern, and she'd try to comfort him. Maybe she'd put her hand on his arm like she'd done the other day in the car. He could imagine her fingers against his skin, imagine himself taking her hand in his and not letting it go. Instead, he escorted his daughter around and grew crosser as the day wore on. He never should have offered Clarissa the job of watching Bella during his next movie. It would be excruciating to see her all of the time. He was bound to do something stupid, make some unwanted advance, or worse yet, a wanted one. Everyone would end up miserable. He should probably do the smart thing, pay Clarissa a fee for breaking his contract, wish her the best, and hire a 50-year-old nanny. How come doing smart things always seems so hard? By mid-afternoon, Slade was snapping at Bella and feeling horrible for not controlling his temper. He decided to call it a day and drove back to the resort. On the way there, Bella folded her arms and scowled. "I want to go home." "We are going home." "I want to go home to my house," she emphasized. Slade considered the idea. "Maybe we should cut this trip short. There isn't much point in sticking around." He started mentally arranging the details of leaving the next morning, and then remembered Kim. Kim. He couldn't leave on the day she arrived, not after he'd already made plans with her. They were supposed to go to that stupid costume party. So he'd stay one more day. He could endure that much before going back to California. Slade dropped Bella off at Clarissa's room. He told her of his dinner plans with AJ and his plans to leave Hawaii early, then left before he could spend any time talking with her. She stood in the doorway of her room, looking very much like she wanted to speak to him. He didn't stay, though. The time for conversations with Clarissa was over. Conversations led to familiarity, to intimacy, and him taking hold of her hand and not letting go. He went back to his room to work on his lines. They all came out sounding angry. At 6 o'clock, he went down to the restaurant to meet AJ and Natalie. Slade donned a pair of casual slacks, a Christian Dior shirt, and his best acting style. He was acting like a man who didn't know the outcome of this meeting, who hadn't had a midnight rendezvous with AJ's girlfriend, and who wasn't in love with a woman he couldn't have. In short, he was acting like the man he was before he came to Hawaii. The hostess showed him to the table where AJ and Natalie were seated. AJ wore alligator skin cowboy boots and a western shirt. Natalie wore a tight red dress spangled with sequins. The two of them greeted him warmly. After they'd ordered, Slade asked AJ how the undercover agent's shooting was going. AJ recounted the show's many problems and the trials of a producer in general until the waitress came with her orders. They ate silently for a few minutes. Then AJ brought up the subject at hand. "Well, Slade, you have more writing talent than I expected. Good characters, good dialogue, and a decent plot." AJ cracked one of his lobster claws. "I see two major problems with it. First, it's a nice story, but it doesn't have enough action to be a movie." "It's a love story," Slade said. "People still go to those, don't they?" AJ waved his words away with a flick of his fork. "It doesn't have enough passion for a love story. When the hero realizes he loves the girl, he has this great epiphany. They're alone in the waiting room, and what do? They talk about life. No way. In real life, he takes her in his arms and gives her a kiss that makes the entire audience blush." AJ bit into his lobster. "I'm sorry. If you can hype up the story a bit and throw in some skin, I might reconsider." Slade took a drink of water. "Thanks for your time, AJ. And a shootout scene at the end couldn't hurt. I'll keep that in mind." Slade put his glass down and noticed Clarissa standing at the front of the restaurant. She held Bella by one hand and Elena by the other and was talking to the hostess, which meant at any moment Bella would see him, insist on joining him, and inevitably turn the rest of dinner into a zoo. Why in the world had Clarissa brought the girls to the restaurant when he'd specifically told her he would be here? Then Slade remembered. He hadn't. He'd only told her he was going out to dinner with AJ. In his haste to get away from her room, he hadn't told her where. She must have thought he meant out, as in out of the resort. The hostess picked up menus and escorted Clarissa and the kids into the dining room. That's when Clarissa glanced over and saw him. A look of surprise and apprehension crossed her face. He could tell Clarissa had also anticipated the outcome of dinner and was now rethinking the situation. She called to the hostess, shook her head, and said something while redirecting the girls back out the way they'd come. They were almost to the door when Bella saw Slade. Over the clink of dishes and hum of conversation, he heard the word, "Daddy." He pretended he hadn't heard Bella, and a moment later, they were gone. Bella would probably wail all the way back to Clarissa's room. "Did you decide on your costume yet?" Natalie asked, bringing his attention back to the table. "What mask will you be wearing tomorrow night?" "Batman," Slade said. "Oh," she asked, intrigued. "Thinking of vying for that part?" "No, Kim wanted to be Catwoman." Natalie smiled. "With a doctor of botany on your arm, I would think the Joker costume would be the more appropriate." AJ poured more butter on his lobster. "Just because a woman is a scientist doesn't mean she can't also be charming." He winked at Natalie, "although it certainly raises the probability." Slade cut a piece of his fish. "I like smart women." AJ made a shooing motion. "We're just messing with you. We can hardly wait to meet her." "Oh, yes," Natalie said. "I'm dying to meet her." From not far away, Slade heard Bella call out, "Daddy!" He looked over and saw her weave around a table to reach him. She climbed onto his lap and threw her arms around his neck. "I knew you were in here," she said breathlessly. Slade scanned the room for Clarissa, expecting to see her coming in for the recapture. She was nowhere in sight. "Bella," he said sternly, Did you run away from Clarissa? She shook her head slowly.
No, Daddy. I didn't run away. I just got out of the elevator.
And where are Clarissa and Elena?
Still in the elevator?
Bella said. Slade tilted his head back. He could suddenly envision the entire scenario. Clarissa had taken the girls into the elevator in an attempt to go back to their room. Bella, in her usual stealth fashion, pulled away from Clarissa's grasp and stepped off the elevator right before the doors closed. "Isabel Jacobson," he said in a low voice, "that was a very naughty thing to do." Bella's bottom lip quivered, and he could tell she was on the verge of another wail. In order to salvage dinner, he added, "And we will discuss it as soon as we go back to our room." Bella laid her head against Slade's chest.
"I wanted to be with you," she said sadly.
Slade gave an apologetic smile to AJ. "This is my daughter, Bella." To Bella, he said, "Do you remember Natalie from the pool?" Bella nodded solemnly and kept her face pressed against his chest. AJ chuckled and bent to be closer to Bella's eye level. "I've heard about you, Bella Jacobson. You seem to have a habit of breaking sets."
"You break things, too,"
Bella said. AJ's eyebrows rose. "Is that so?" Bella nodded.
"When we were in the elevator, Natalie said she was going to break something with you."
"What are you talking about?" Slade asked. "Natalie never talked about breaking things." He realized his mistake too late. Before he could stop her, Bella said,
"She did, too. She said she was going to break it off with AJ."
A silence. The kind that isn't really silent at all, but is loud with the sound of hearts stuttering, descended on the table. Slade opened his mouth to speak, to explain. No words came to him. It probably wouldn't have mattered anyway. AJ and Natalie weren't paying attention to him. They stared at each other, one turning red, the other turning pale. "What did you say?" AJ asked stiffly. "I was just joking," Natalie said. "You were joking with a preschooler about breaking up with me." "Yes," she said, and Slade could see her acting persona spring to life. "I told her I had the perfect boyfriend and was teasing her about stealing him away from me. It was a joke." AJ eyed Bella. With a forced lightness, he said, "So you're looking for a boyfriend, huh, kid?"
"She said Daddy was playing hard to get," Bella said. "But he wasn't playing. He was carrying me because I was pretending to be asleep."
Another awful moment of silence ensued. Natalie's paleness crept back into her face. Thankfully, no one had to say anything else. Clarissa had pushed her way through the tables and now, holding Elena, stood before them. "Bella," she said firmly, "it's time for you to come with me." Under any other circumstances, Slade would have handed Bella to her nanny and put up with the ensuing scene. Now he saw Bella's resistance as the perfect excuse for him to exit the restaurant. He started to rise and was about to say, "I'd better take her back to our room." He never got the chance. Bella thought he was transferring her into Clarissa's arms. Bella yelled, "No!" and grabbed onto the tablecloth with both hands. As Slade stood up, the tablecloth came up with him. Plates, glasses, and the rest of AJ's lobster migrated to the other side of the table and tumbled to the floor. AJ jumped out of the way in time to miss most of the food. Natalie wasn't so lucky. A glass of wine and a plate full of salad splattered onto her dress. She stood up, gasping, and wiped bits of dressing off her sequins. "I'm so sorry," Slade said, and then couldn't say anything else because Bella's wailing had begun. Chapter 28. Clarissa took the girls to Slade's room while he stayed and talked to the restaurant management. It was one time she didn't mind being the hired help as opposed to the person responsible for talking to the slightly hysterical manager. The girls were bathed, in their pajamas, and sitting on the floor watching TV when he finally came back. He looked tired, and his hair was mussed, like he'd run his hands through it repeatedly. Without saying a word, he collapsed on the couch, leaned his head back until it touched the wall, and stared at the ceiling. Clarissa sat next to him so they could talk. "Did the manager accept your check?" "They're going to take account of everything and send me a bill." Clarissa nodded. Neither of them spoke for a moment. "I think your big mistake," she said, "was letting go of Bella's hand to let Natalie wipe off her dress." Slade dropped his gaze from the ceiling and looked at Clarissa. "How was I supposed to know that Bella would run off crying underneath the salad bar?" "Experience." "You'd think they'd use a sturdier table for all that stuff." Clarissa shook her head. "It probably would have held up fine if I hadn't crawled under there to retrieve Bella. But I was so worried she would bump it and send everything crashing to the floor." "Yes, well, that's irony for you." The beginning of a smile tugged at the corners of Slade's mouth. "How's your head doing now?" "Don't smirk at me," she said. "I'd like to see you wrestle with a 5-year-old under a table and see if you can keep it from toppling over." "She's only 4. "She's nearly 5, and she's strong as a wildcat." Clarissa ran her hand over the top of her head. A small bump had formed from ramming it into the underside of the table. "Besides, my head is the least of my wounds." His eyebrow quirked upward. "Did you get other injuries when the seafood platter fell on you?" She nudged him with her shoulder. "I'm talking about my pride. I was covered with cocktail sauce, and by the way, I noticed you didn't jump over to wipe off my clothes like you did Natalie's." "I was holding on to Bella," he said. "Besides, the way you were hopping around, I would have been hard-pressed to catch you, let alone wipe anything off." Clarissa tilted her head and gave him an aloof stare. "You would have jumped around too if you'd gotten shrimp down your shirt." The smile was back on Slade's lips, but he tried to suppress it. "It's not like it was alive." "Exactly. It was dead fish, and it was sliding down my back and stuck in my bra." She gave an involuntary shudder. "I'll probably smell like a wharf for days." He patted her hand as though she were a child. "Well, it's over now, and if the restaurant staff works hard, I'm sure they'll have the place cleaned up by the breakfast shift." Clarissa glanced to where Bella and Elena sat watching TV. "At least the girls don't seem any worse for the trauma. Although I'll always remember the sight of Elena standing there crying in the middle of the Jell-O salad remains." Clarissa shook her head again. "Poor thing. I think all the people screaming frightened her." "It's amazing what will make people scream," Slade agreed. "Most of them only got a little splattered when the table tipped over." "Except for that one lady." Clarissa winced. "She got the full brunt of the potato salad." Slade looked back at the ceiling and sighed. About the time the condiments went up in the air, I started having flashbacks to the whole Evelyn and Brad Nash affair." He ran both hands through his hair as if to shake off the memory. "Man, I hope no one had a camera going. That's all I need, another restaurant scandal." Clarissa felt a wave of sympathy for Slade and rested her hand on top of his arm. "Did it ruin your deal with AJ?" "No, that was ruined before Bella even walked into the restaurant, which of course now seems like a blessing since it saves me the humiliation of being officially banned from all of AJ's sets." "But none of this mess was really your fault. Surely AJ won't hold it against you." Slade made a grumbling noise of disagreement. "I still haven't lived down the tropical fish fiasco from Mermaid Island." "Oh, what happened there?" "A Tonka truck and 1,500-gallon aquarium. Suffice it to say, at that point I began encouraging Bella to play with Barbie dolls, because no matter how hard you throw one of them, it won't break glass." Clarissa smiled but tried to hide it. Things just sounded funnier when Slade described them. He rested his head back against the wall. What am I going to do with Bella? Clarissa glanced at Bella. The little girl was engrossed in the show, not paying attention to the two of them. Was that a rhetorical question, or do you really want my opinion? He leaned toward Clarissa and lowered his voice. If Bella really is doing this on purpose, I need to know how to help her. It wasn't something Clarissa had thought about in clinical terms, and yet she knew exactly how Bella felt. She knew because she'd seen the shadows of the same emotions flicker around her daughter. She knew because she felt it herself. Now she struggled to explain things to Slade. I don't think Bella necessarily plans to cause trouble. She's just frightened and angry. She lost control of her world, so she's trying to control what's left of it the only way she knows how. With every scrape she gets into, she gets more attention and love from you. I wasn't very loving to her tonight, he said. Well, you weren't when you were barking out new rules. And, by the way, I don't think she even heard Rule 22 or 23. But after that, you held her in your arms like you always do. That's what she wants. I might rip off a tablecloth or down Miracle Grow if I knew it would get me more love. So I'm supposed to comfort her less? Less after accidents and more beforehand. Reward good behavior and enforce consequences for negative behavior. He didn't say anything. She went on anyway. And be grateful Bella still wants love. Some people cope with divorce by turning off their emotions altogether. They refuse to open up or trust anyone because they don't want to be hurt again. It's easy to turn off the trust. It's harder to turn off the anger. That stays with you. Clarissa suddenly stopped because she realized she was talking about herself and didn't want Slade to realize it too. Perhaps he already did. He was looking at her intently, as though trying to figure something out. Well, she said, I guess I better go back to my room and take a shower. You know, make sure I'm rid of the dead fish smell. Wait a minute. He turned toward the girls. Bella, come here. Bella got up and trotted over to him. I've been thinking, he told his daughter, and I've decided we ought to go downstairs and help clean up in the restaurant. Bella frowned. But I'm not allowed to touch broken glass, Daddy. It's rule number 12. We'll clean something besides the glass, he said. Her brows furrowed and she glanced back at the TV. I want to stay here with Lena. Slade took hold of her hand. When you made that big mess, you made a lot of people unhappy. We've got to set it right. Her brows were still furrowed. She pulled away from Slade and stared silently at the floor. The restaurant manager was sad, Slade went on, because so many of his things got broken. The people who got showered with salad were sad too. Clarissa got a bump on her head and that hurt her. Bella's lip quivered and the tears came. Instead of throwing her arms around her father, she went and pressed her face into Clarissa's side. I'm sorry I ran away under the table. Clarissa picked her up, held her close, and rubbed the little girl's back while she sobbed. Clarissa suddenly understood Slade's dilemma much better. It took everything she had not to completely absolve Bella of wrongdoing. I still love you, Clarissa murmured. I just hope next time you'll make a better choice. Bella took a shaky breath. Are you going away? No, Clarissa said. Of course not. Not even if I'm naughty? You've already been naughty, Clarissa said, and I'm still here. Bella seemed to consider this. Will you take me to kindergarten when I'm big enough? Clarissa smiled at the odd request. If that's what you and your daddy want. She looked at Slade, expecting he'd be smiling or wearing a puzzled expression. Instead, his features were pained, or maybe just disapproving. So perhaps she overstepped her bounds. Perhaps Slade didn't expect she would still be working for him by the time Bella went to kindergarten. Clarissa held Bella for another minute, then reluctantly gave her to Slade. He put her on her feet, keeping hold of her hand. "Let's go down to the restaurant and see what we can do." She nodded, and the two of them left the room hand in hand. The next morning, Slade called Clarissa and said he'd decided to spend the day alone with Bella. "I figure we could use some more father-daughter time." Clarissa commended him, said she hoped they'd have a good time, and then felt sorry for herself. It was their last full day in Hawaii, and she would spend it without Slade. She and Elena went for a walk along the beach, went to the pool, had lunch, and went back to their hotel room. While Elena took a nap, Clarissa straightened up the room, repacking what she could. Then, because she decided she should do something educational with her daughter, Clarissa used the hotel stationery to cut out the letters of Elena's name. Elena would have fun coloring them. She was trimming the top of the letter L when a knock sounded at the door. She opened it and found Meredith there, her phone in hand. "Is Slade with you?" "No, he decided to spend the day with Bella." Meredith walked into the room and sat dejectedly on the couch. "I can't get hold of him, and I just had a call from Kim. She's in Mexico." Clarissa picked up the scissors and started on an N. "In Mexico? Why?" "There was an algae bloom off the Gulf. She went to examine it." "Oh." Clarissa could muster only mild disappointment. "Slade won't be happy about that." "Well, he's going to look like a fool in front of Natalie and the undercover agents cast. I mean, what sort of weak excuse is that? My girlfriend had an emergency come up. She had to study an algae bloom." Then Meredith watched Clarissa with a peculiar expression. "What?" Clarissa asked. "I'll babysit the girls tonight, so you can go as Kim." "What?" Clarissa said again. "You'll be in a Catwoman costume. No one will even know it's you." "Well, not unless I also pretend I'm mute. They have heard my voice." "You could fake an English accent, couldn't you?" Clarissa shook her head. "It would never work." "Why not?" Meredith said. Clarissa eyed her, trying to tell how serious she was. "I don't know why not. I just know it won't. Besides, Slade wouldn't want me to try a stunt like that. He can come up with an excuse, make up a dying relative or something." Meredith sighed, seeming to concede the point. "I suppose you're right. I just hate to think of Natalie Granger being smug about the whole thing." Meredith stood up. Her visit finished. "I suppose it doesn't matter. Slade has lived down worse things. Last night's dinner, for example." Meredith moved to the door, and as an afterthought said, "You've told your husband we're coming home early, right?" "Yes." "Good. I got the impression he was feeling neglected when he called." Clarissa suddenly felt that her blood had all dropped to her feet. "He called?" "Oh, that's right, I never told you. He called your room the night when you were at the pool. I was in there getting Elena's stuffed dog." "He called? How did he get the hotel's phone number? He didn't even know where she was." With a sudden rush of dread, Clarissa realized he did. Of course he did. She'd emailed the information to Renee, and Renee had undoubtedly given it to her brother. Sylvia could have also mentioned where Clarissa was. Looking up the resort's phone number wouldn't be hard. Clarissa gulped. "What did he say?" "Not much. He asked if you were in, and I said you were swimming. Then he said to tell you that Alex called." I said, "Oh, yes, you're her husband." And he said, "Her ex-husband. So you see, I think he's feeling a little put out." Meredith gave Clarissa a smile. It dropped from her face, replaced by a look of concern. "Clarissa, are you all right?" "Yes." Why couldn't she pull off a casual laugh? A laugh would hide everything. She should say, "He likes to threaten when he's in a bad mood." Instead, she sat on the couch trying to control her shaky hands. "Is something wrong?" "No." Clarissa picked up her scissors and busily cut the paper again. Meredith remained silent for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was even and serious. "Alex is your husband, isn't he?" The paper fell from Clarissa's hands, and with it her whole facade. Had she wanted to, she couldn't have forced any sort of fabrication from her lips. "Not anymore. We're divorced." Meredith came back to the couch and sat beside Clarissa. "Why on earth did you lie about it?" "I didn't mean to. At first, it was an oversight at the employment agency, but I needed the job, and they told me Slade wanted a married woman. I didn't think it would really matter." "I think it will matter a great deal to Slade." The words hurt. "I know. Dishonesty in an employee is the last thing he wants." "Is that how you think he considers you? As just an employee?" Clarissa slumped down farther on the couch. "No, I mean, he also considers me a friend, and that's even worse. To deceive a friend." Meredith opened her mouth to say something, then shut it instead. She surveyed Clarissa with a calculating gaze. "Let me ask you a question. What do you think of Slade?" "He's a caring father, a talented actor, and he's generous to the people around him. He's great." "And what can I say beyond great?" "How does he make you feel when you look at him?" Clarissa didn't answer. She felt her face flush bright red. Meredith nodded. "I thought so." Clarissa swallowed hard. "Please don't tell him." "I wouldn't dream of it. That's your job." Clarissa shifted uneasily on the couch. "I'm not going to tell him." "Why not?" "Because it wouldn't matter to him." She brushed bits of paper from her lap. "I'm only his nanny. He doesn't see me as anything more than that." Meredith tilted her head with a thoughtful expression. "You're wrong, of course, but I'm not sure how to prove it to you." Clarissa stared at her hands and the ring she wore on her finger. "Granted, he's flirted with me a little in the past, but that's because he felt safe doing it. He knew I'd never reciprocate. If he knew I was unmarried, he'd feel awkward and uncomfortable around me." Meredith tapped her fingers against the armrest and didn't answer. Clarissa leaned back into the couch in a mournful lump. Slade could have his pick of anyone he wanted. He wouldn't choose me. He's going to choose some famous supermodel or Nobel Prize winner. Meredith still didn't answer. Why should I put myself through any more pain and rejection? It's easier to let him go on believing I'm married. At least that way he won't be afraid to be my friend. Meredith nodded solemnly, as though agreeing to a conversation she held with herself. "I think I will go rent a Catwoman outfit," she said. "The shop still had a couple when I went to pick up the Batman suit. You'll put it on and meet Slade at the Sunset Park Motel at 7 o'clock. "What good would that do?" "Well, you want to know if he likes you, and you want to do it in such a manner as to guarantee you won't be hurt. What better way to find out than be costumed as someone else? While you're talking, ask him." Here, Meredith faltered for a moment, rolling her hand in the air as she thought about how to phrase her words. "Ask him what type of things he looks for in a woman. Ask him what he thinks of his nanny. That way, if he doesn't like you, you can return to being Clarissa Hancock, his employee, and he'll be none the wiser. If he does like you, then you can pull off your mask and tell him the truth." She smiled triumphantly and waved a hand in Clarissa's direction. "Cinderella, you're going to the ball after all." As an English botanist dressed in a Catwoman suit? I don't think so. Meredith checked her watch and stood up. Speaking of that suit, I'd better go to the costume store. I'm not sure when it closes. Wait, Clarissa stood up. I can't do this. Nonsense, Meredith said. You'll be fine. Simply drop your H's and remember to complain about the royal family every once in a while. You just want me to do this because of Natalie, Clarissa said. But it was no use. Meredith left the room with a cheery wave. I'll be back in a bit. Clarissa sank back to the couch, exhausted. It will never work, she said again. Chapter 29. Clarissa didn't move from the couch for a good 20 minutes. She sat watching the waves from her window and feeling her stomach churn. Now that Meredith had found out the truth, Clarissa would have to tell Slade everything. Tonight. She couldn't ask Meredith to pretend she didn't know about the divorce. The churning grew, and Clarissa wished for the 1,000th time she told Slade the truth at the beginning. How much would it matter to him that she'd lied? Would he ever trust her again? The thought of losing the job was hard. The thought of never seeing Slade again, never talking with him, was even harder. Perhaps if she didn't tell him how she felt now, she'd never have the chance. Then again, perhaps that was for the best. She tapped her foot nervously. Well, at least if she went out as Catwoman, she'd go out in a big way. Still, she didn't think she could do it. If she was going to lose Slade, she ought to lose him with her dignity intact. And if he didn't know how much she cared about him, it would hurt less when he fired her. After this was over, she'd make sure nothing like it ever happened again. She'd never lie under any circumstances, and more importantly, she'd never care again about anyone enough to be hurt when she lost them. This thought left her cold. Could she do that? Could she cut herself off from the good emotions in order to escape the bad? Instead of thinking about it further, she picked up her phone. She ought to call Alex, but before she did, she unmuted him and Renee to see if they'd texted her. He hadn't, but Renee had, 3 times. The first text said, Clarissa, I saw your newspaper article. Where did you meet Slade Jacobson? And do you think it's wise to go off to Hawaii with him when you are in a vulnerable state? You ought to wait a while to make these kinds of decisions. I hope you'll take a good look at what you're doing. The second text said, Is Slade carrying Elena in the newspaper article? I printed out the picture and showed it to the entire family, and no one is sure whether it's her because her hair looks so much darker in the picture. Maybe it's the lighting. Anyway, I can't believe you brought your daughter along on this little nervous breakdown of yours. I mean, I realize Slade Jacobson is gorgeous, but do you think this is good for Elena? The third text just said, My friends want to know if you really know Mason McKellips, and if you do, can you introduce him to us when you get back? The text told her 2 things. First, Renee was an idiot. She'd known that all along, so it wasn't helpful. Second, Alex's entire family thought she'd run off with Slade for some sort of torrid affair. They undoubtedly considered her an unfit mother and were probably congratulating Alex on getting rid of her. Clarissa sighed heavily. She'd brought it on herself. She never should have emailed that picture to Renee. Clarissa had wanted to prove to Renee that she didn't need Alex anymore, that she was capable of attracting someone like Slade Jacobson. But it wasn't the truth. Was it? Meredith had as much as said that Slade was interested in her, but maybe Meredith was just a romantic, or hopelessly optimistic. The memory of every middle school crush flooded into Clarissa's mind. How many times had a friend told her, sworn to her, that a certain boy liked her, and then the next day the same boy would be hanging out with some other girl? You couldn't depend on a third-party opinion when it came to love, which was another reason to hate the whole dating thing. Maybe it would be best to be disguised as someone else. It would give her the information she needed to decide how to go about telling him the truth. Clarissa fiddled with her phone while she ran through possible scenarios with Alex. How much had Sylvia told him? He was probably upset she'd run off for a wild fling with a movie star, thought she was unstable and thus no longer a capable mother. In this case, Clarissa would swallow her pride and tell Alex the truth. She wasn't Mason's girlfriend or Slade's girlfriend. She was his daughter's nanny. And from now on, she wouldn't let her pride lead her into making foolish decisions, like sending pictures to Renee. What an educational trip this was turning out to be. She'd now committed to shun both dishonesty and pride. Before she boarded the plane for California, she'd most likely be dispensing with all her sins. Clarissa punched in Alex's number. A moment later, his voice came over her phone. "Hello?" She waited for the stream of emotions that always came when he spoke to her. The hurt, the anger, the hollow sadness. None of them came this time. It was just Alex's voice. "I heard you called," she said. "Yes." The word alone was an accusation. "What is going on with you? First I get a call from a reporter, then I see this picture of you and Elena off with Slade Jacobson in Hawaii." "That wasn't Elena," Clarissa cut in, and suddenly it all seemed so ludicrous. He didn't even recognize his own daughter. "Elena has straight blonde hair, not curly light brown hair, and she's a year younger than the girl in the picture." "If Elena isn't with you, where is she?" "I didn't say she wasn't with me. I just said that wasn't her in the picture. I thought you might want to know." "My point is still the same," Alex said. "I gave you everything I own, and I'm paying child support. If you've taken up with some rich guy, I shouldn't have to give you anything. You're probably better off than I am. You ought to be paying me." It wasn't the hurt that made her take a deep breath inward. It was the surprise. He wasn't upset about her running off on a fling, or her failings as a mother, or even worried about Elena. This was about money. She considered telling him he paid hardly anything as it was. She thought about accusing him of all the ways he wasn't a good father, or bringing up how she'd worked 2 jobs over the last few months in an attempt to make ends meet. Somehow, as she held on to the phone, she realized it was a useless waste of emotional energy. "I am better off than you are," she wanted to say, "but not in the way you think. I'm better off because somehow I'm going to get through this a better person." She kept her voice calm. "The judge made a decision, and you're obligated to it. If you don't like it, you can discuss it with your lawyer. I don't want to talk about it." "Maybe I will call my lawyer," he said and hung up the phone. He wouldn't make that call. The fees he'd have to pay his lawyer to take the case to court again would exceed anything he'd get in reduced child support. Alex was just being nasty, which didn't bother her as much as the fact that he hadn't been concerned about Elena. He hadn't asked to speak to her. He hadn't even asked how she was. Clarissa put down her phone and went and peeked in on Elena. The little girl lay on her bed sleeping, her blonde hair haloing her head. She looked so serene, so precious. She needed a father who cared about her, someone who wanted to play with her in the swimming pool and talk with her on the phone. Just like Clarissa needed a husband, someone who would love and support her. The only way she'd ever get either was if she opened herself up enough to care about someone, even if it meant getting hurt in the process. Without risk, there couldn't be love. Chapter 30. Slade and Bella didn't stay long at the Aloha Tower. Bella found it only a mildly interesting building and wanted to walk around the harbor and feed the seagulls instead. He obliged her by buying a bag of popcorn. While she made friends with the birds, he considered not leaving for California the next morning. It would be nice to stay here vacationing with Clarissa. He pictured her on the beach, her hair fluttering in the breeze and her swimsuit hugging her curves. He forced the image from his mind. This was exactly the reason he needed to go back to California. Then Clarissa would be safely home with her perfectionist husband, and Slade would stay as far away from her as he could. He had it figured out. When Clarissa tended Bella, he'd leave before Clarissa came and not come home until after she left. Meredith would be there during the transition times and could take care of the payments and correspondence. That way, Bella would still have the nanny she wanted, and he'd be out of temptation's reach. After lunch, Slade and Bella strolled around the marketplace, looking at shells and tourist items. He bought her a Hawaiian doll and a shaved ice.
"Are we going to get something for Elena and Clarissa?"
Bella asked as they continued their walk. "I think that would be a good idea. Why don't you pick out something for Elena and I'll pick out something for Clarissa?" Bella quickly found a shell necklace she thought Elena would like. Slade couldn't find anything to give Clarissa. He wanted something that would tell her how much she meant to him, and a t-shirt just didn't convey that message. After looking for a while, Slade decided to forget tourist items and they drove to a jeweler's. "You can help me choose," he told Bella, because after all, Clarissa couldn't turn down a gift Bella had picked out. He wanted to get her a ring. Instead, he settled for a pair of black pearl earrings with tiny diamond accents. He would tell her they were for going above and beyond the call of a nanny by subjecting herself to a shirt full of shrimp in order to retrieve his child from underneath the salad bar. She couldn't refuse that, could she? He picked up a pearl brooch for Meredith. She liked brooches, and if he gave her a gift too, it would make his gift to Clarissa seem less inappropriate. A little after 5 o'clock, they headed back to the resort. Bella was overly excited to show Elena her gift, and as soon as they arrived at the hotel, she insisted they take it directly to Clarissa's room. Meredith, not Clarissa, opened the door. She smiled at the two of them. "Did you have a nice day?" "Yes," Slade said. "Where's Clarissa?" "I gave her the evening off. I thought it would be better if I watched the girls, in case Zorro shows up." Slade smiled despite himself. "Better for Clarissa or better for you?" Meredith returned his smile without missing a beat. "I'm still deciding." Bella slipped past Meredith and went to where Elena sat in front of a coloring book. Without waiting another second, Bella pulled her gift from its bag and put it around her friend's neck.
"Isn't it pretty?"
Bella asked.
"Oh,"
Elena said with wonder. Slade walked over to the girls. "It's a present for you. Bella picked it out." Bella bobbed her head.
"And I helped pick out the earrings for Clarissa, too."
Slade frowned at his daughter. "Hey, that was supposed to be a surprise." To Elena, he said, "I want to show them to your mom before anyone tells her about them, so can you keep a secret?" Elena nodded and held up the shell necklace to look at it better.
"I'm good at secrets. I haven't told about the D-Force at all."
"The D-Force?" Slade repeated. "What's that?"
"That's why we don't live at Daddy's house anymore."
"What?" Slade stared at her, letting the words sink in. "You don't live with your father?"
"Nope." Elena ran her fingers across the shells. "But he still loves me."
"Your mother is divorced?" Slade asked. Elena held a finger to her lips.
"It's a secret."
Clarissa had lied to him? Why would she have lied to him about being married? He turned to Meredith. "Where's Clarissa? Is she at the hotel somewhere?" "She's out sightseeing," Meredith said calmly. "Could you be more specific?" He pulled his phone and his car keys from his pocket. He wanted to talk to Clarissa about this, but he would do it in person. "You can't go looking for her now," Meredith said. It's a big island, and you're in no mood to talk to her about it anyway. I'm in exactly the mood to talk to her about it, he said. Meredith glanced at Elena, then walked closer to the door and motioned Slade to follow her. When they were far enough away from the children, she whispered, "It's always shocking to find out someone has lied to you, but I'm sure Clarissa had her reasons. If you talk to her about it now, you'll just end up yelling at her, and I don't think that's what you want to do." "It's exactly what I want to do," he muttered. "I trusted her. I tried to protect her from Mason. I thought I was going to hell for wanting a married woman. The least she owes me is a really good explanation." He pressed her number into his phone. A phone on Clarissa's end table rang. She hadn't taken it with her. He scowled and swore. "You need to calm down before you talk to her," Meredith repeated. Slade noticed the time displayed on his phone and swore again. "No, actually, I need to get ready to pick up Kim." "Kim," Meredith said, considering the word. Slade narrowed his eyes at Meredith. "You don't seem terribly surprised by the whole divorce thing." His eyes narrowed even further. "Did you know all along that Clarissa was single?" Meredith put up one hand as though pledging. "I can honestly say that before today, I believed she was a married woman." He grunted, then opened the door to leave. "Slade," she called after him. "Wait." He didn't want to. "When Clarissa comes in, tell her I need to talk to her. Tonight." He let the door close behind him and stalked down the hall to his room. Chapter 31. Clarissa sat on a cheap plaid couch in the lobby of the Sunset Park Motel and changed her mind every 30 seconds as to whether she should stay or not. It was ridiculous. The whole scheme was ridiculous, and the sooner she called it off, the better. She needed to get up, walk out of the building, go back to her rental car, and find some service station where she could change back into normal clothes. The lobby clock read 6:50. She still had 10 minutes to escape, or 10 minutes to sit here while every passing person gawked at her. Why couldn't Kim have wanted to be something normal for Halloween? But no, it had to be Catwoman. And now Clarissa was stuck on a couch in a skin-tight leather and spandex outfit, looking like a hooker with an identity crisis. The only saving grace of the whole thing was that the people who were staring at her would never know who she was. Except for the holes around her eyes and lips, the costume covered every inch of her skin. And just to make the outfit complete, she'd worn blood-red lipstick and dark gray eyeshadow. When she'd looked in the mirror earlier, she hardly recognized herself. Certainly no one else would. Of course, that didn't mean she'd be able to pull off the whole charade. Clarissa had no idea how to act like a botanist, let alone an English one. Meredith had let Clarissa read Kim's emails. There weren't many of them, and they weren't very informative. All Clarissa knew about Kim was that she was specializing in something called systematics, and that she believed the inevitable extinction of a quarter of Hawaii's natural plant species was a tragedy of epic proportions. She just had to hope Slade never actually brought up the subject of botany. The English accent was another thing to worry about. Clarissa tapped her cat claws against the couch and thought of British terms. In England, elevators were lifts, apartments were flats, gas was petrol, policemen were bobbies, and flashlights were torches. Something on a car was a boot, and something else was a bonnet, although she couldn't remember which was what. Probably none of these things would come up in the conversation anyway. Why hadn't she watched more of those educational British shows? Clarissa checked the clock again. 6:54. If she got up right now and ran all the way to the parking lot, which she vaguely remembered was called a car park in England, she might make it to her rental without Slade seeing her. He would never know what she'd done. It still wasn't too late. She shifted on the couch but didn't get up. For all the horrible images she had of the night, another image A better one kept replaying in her mind. In this scenario, everything went fine. She and Slade talked and danced together. As Slade drove her back to her hotel, she asked him about his nanny. He hesitated, then told her how much he cared about Clarissa. A look of longing filtered through his eyes, and he murmured, "If only." Then the moment of Clarissa's bravery came. She said, "Slade, once you told me that we all wear masks. Since then, I've thought a lot about the masks I wear. Some are for politeness, but I have other masks. Masks I use to protect myself. I have a self-reliant mask, so I won't have to need anyone. I have a cynical mask, so I won't have to trust anyone. And I have a victim mask that allows me to wallow in self-pity, so I won't have to move on with my life. Being with you makes me want to take a chance of unmasking myself." She would reach up and peel off her mask. In this fantasy scenario, her hair was still lush and beautiful after taking off her mask, not stuck to the back of her neck in a sweaty clump, as it undoubtedly would be. In the fantasy, Slade always wore an expression of pleasant surprise. In real life, it might be different. Well, if she took off her mask at all. The clock read 6:57. Maybe he'd be late. Maybe he was stuck in traffic somewhere or lost and wouldn't show up. Maybe she still had hope for an escape. She saw him walking through the lobby doors. Slade always had a powerful presence. As he strode into the lobby dressed in black, a cape flowing behind him, Clarissa didn't know whether to laugh or to gasp and stare. He sauntered over to her. "Kim? You must be Slade. Either that or the masked crusader has finally tracked me down." The accent didn't come out as well as she would have liked. She sounded like a nervous Eliza Doolittle, and now she was stuck with it. He cocked his head, smiled at her, and said nothing. "What?" she asked. "Are my ears on straight?" "Yes, it's just that—" His smile grew. "You're much taller than I remember." "Well, I should hope so. I was only 10 when you saw me last." He looked her up and down, shaking his head. "You don't look 10 anymore." No, she thought. Now I look like a streetwalker with a personality disorder. She smiled. "I'm glad to hear it." He held his hand out. "Shall we go?" "Let's." She took his arm and they walked out of the lobby. Slade smiled all the way to his car. In fact, Clarissa couldn't remember when she'd seen him so uncommonly happy. During the car ride, he asked her about her flight, the weather in Sheffield, and how she liked her motel. Then he said, "Tell me about what you're doing here in Hawaii." "I'm studying the plant life," she said, tapping a claw against her knee. "I've always found plants so fascinating. What exactly is it you do?" "Well," she shrugged as though not even she found it interesting enough to talk about. "Basically, I gather plants and examine them under a microscope." "What do you look for?" That would have been a good thing to research before this date. Different things, cell structure, disease, photosynthesis, that sort of stuff." "Photosynthesis? You can see that happening under a microscope?" Maybe not. She had no idea. She cleared her throat uncomfortably. "If you have the right type of microscope." She should have brought her phone. If she'd brought a phone, she could have faked some sort of emergency and insisted he take her back to the motel. But she'd been so flustered when she left her room, she'd forgotten it. And now she was trapped in the car, trying to remember the difference between chlorophyll and chloroform, and hoping she didn't have to use either of those words in the near future. "I've never understood how photosynthesis works," Slade said. "Could you explain it?" "No, not really." She glanced over the dashboard and faked a gasp. Slade looked at her and then at the dashboard. "What?" She let out an exaggerated sigh. "For a moment, I thought we were out of petrol, and wouldn't it be horrible to be stuck out here without even so much as a torch? Or what if we had some car trouble? I mean, can you see us crawling around the boot or the Barbie dressed like this?" "The Barbie?" he asked. Bonnet, she said. I meant bonnet. He nodded. Oh, right. In England, bonnet means hood, doesn't it? Yes, that's what I meant. She cleared her throat again. A bobby is a policeman. And I can tell you, there's never a bobby around when you need one, so it's a good thing we have enough petrol. You were telling me about photosynthesis, he said. Oh, you don't want me to talk about my work. Why don't you tell me about your job? How have things been in Hawaii? He shook his head. I pitched a script and the producer rejected it. I'm sorry. He didn't say anything else, so she added, What will you do with it now? I don't know. I've gone through about every producer I can think of. He took his gaze from the road long enough to glance at her. What do you think I ought to do with it? Could you produce it yourself? Maybe, but movies cost a lot of money. It would be the equivalent of putting all my eggs in one basket. If the film bombed, I'd be chickenless. Exactly. And I'd have to find the right actors and actresses. He glanced over at her again. Perhaps that wouldn't be so hard, though. These days, it seems everyone is trying their hand at acting. She smiled back at him, weakly, feeling more trapped by the second. Besides, he went on, I don't know that I have the stamina to do the whole movie. I'm not sure it's worth it to try. If you believe in something, it's always worth it to try, even if you fail. He shrugged. You may be right, but it would take a lot of my time, and I don't have the best luck balancing work and my daughter. Just the segue she needed. Don't you have someone to help you? I have a nanny. Do you like her? Clarissa asked. Slade smiled. She's a good nanny. Although what? Although sometimes she does things that make me wonder what in the world she's thinking. Clarissa ran her hand along the door handle absent-mindedly. That doesn't sound like you get along well. Sometimes we get along very well. Oh, she tried to analyze what this meant but couldn't quite grasp its meaning. So you consider her a friend? Yes, except that friends listen to you. Sometimes Clarissa refuses to do that. The friendship part was good to hear. She didn't listen to the rest of his comment. She just ruminated about what he meant by friends. Did he mean friends in the same way he was friends with Meredith? Or could there be more to it? Before she could devise a question that would help her find out, the resort came into view. Slade pointed it out. There's the Mahalo Regency, isn't it beautiful? You drive up to it and get the feeling you've been here before. Clarissa shifted in her seat uncomfortably. Yes, you do. He knows, she thought. Somehow he knew, and any moment he was going to reach over and unmask her. Slade pulled into the parking lot. I need to talk to you about something before we go inside. Oh? She braced herself for the accusation. You see, while I was avoiding a certain woman, I gave some people the impression that you were my girlfriend. If it isn't too much to ask, could you play along for tonight? Sure, Clarissa said. I mean, if it will help you out. He slowed the car down as they drove to the front of the building. It will be our own masquerade within a masquerade. He gave her a wink. She smiled and fiddled with her claws. So he didn't know. Of course he didn't know. How could he have known? She was just being paranoid, and if she didn't start acting with more confidence, she'd end up giving herself away. Slade put the car in park, and a valet came and opened the door for her. She stepped out and waited for Slade to join her. When he did, she held out her arm for him to take. Instead, he put his arm around her waist and drew her close. Remember, he murmured, you're my girlfriend. He guided her through the lobby and to the ballroom with his arm around her waist the entire time. The room was decorated with pumpkins, fake spiderwebs, and cornstalks, but it was the people who caught her attention. Robin Hood, Rapunzel, the Grim Reaper, Marie Antoinette, and a couple of Klingon warriors all mingled in the crowd. She also noticed Zorro. He stood in a corner with one arm around a girl in a red devil's miniskirt and the other around a buxom genie. She wore her bottle around her neck and very little else. He seemed quite engrossed with both women and not at all concerned with what Cinderella might be doing, which is why Clarissa supposed he hadn't dressed as Prince Charming. Slade saw her staring in that direction. "You've noticed Zorro at work." "Is that who he's supposed to be? I thought he was Don Juan." Slade laughed. "No, Don Juan is who he is in real life. As Zorro, he gets to ride a horse and—" Slade suddenly stopped himself. "I've forgotten. Mason is one of your favorite actors. I should introduce you." She wanted to talk to Mason, but not like this. Not as Kim, and not with Slade beside her. Slade took a step in Mason's direction. Clarissa didn't move. "That's all right. I think I know him well enough right now." Slade grinned at her. "Yes, I suppose you do." He led her in a different direction, introducing her to the people he knew. He always kept his hand on her waist, except for the times he ran his hand slowly up her back and put it on her shoulder. It was hard to breathe during those times. As he made the introductions, he was the model boyfriend calling her hon and telling people they met while he was researching some plants for a possible script idea. "It was love at first sight," he said. "I knew I was hooked when she spoke, and suddenly I thought mold and spores were interesting." Here he always ran his hand up and down her back. "Yep, since then I've been likin'. Clarissa just smiled and said as little as possible. They danced a few dances. Clarissa enjoyed the break, enjoyed not having to worry about what to say while the music played. She also enjoyed being so close to Slade. He smelled of some rich cologne that was probably made with large doses of pheromones. When the two of them went to the refreshment table, Mason and Sherry ambled up. Sherry wore a Wonder Woman costume and held a golden lasso, which she swung against her thigh absent-mindedly. "Well," Mason said, "look at what the cat dragged in." Slade rested his hand between Clarissa's shoulders. Even through her costume, she felt the heat from his hand. It was soothing and strong. "Mason, Sherry, this is my date, Kim Jones." Clarissa stuck her gloved hand out to shake Mason's. He took her hand and kissed it instead. "You look beautiful enough to make me want to take up a life of crime." "You'd better not say that too loudly," Clarissa told him. "After all, you're standing next to Batman and Wonder Woman." Mason's gaze went from her hand to her eyes, and his look held hers for a second longer than normal. Clarissa thought he suspected something, but the next moment he turned back to Slade. "Zorro can take on Batman any day. Anyone who needs a boy wonder to help him fight crime can't be a serious superhero." Slade picked up a donut. "You're just jealous because I have a cool car and all you have is a horse." Sherry planted her hands on her hips in Wonder Woman style. "Hey, I'm the coolest. I've got an invisible jet." "What's cool about that?" Slade said. "It just means you can never find where you parked the thing." Mason elbowed her. "And the people on the ground get an interesting view as you fly overhead." "Watch it," Sherry told him, "or you'll find yourself lassoed to the refreshment table." Clarissa put one claw to her lips. "I don't have any cool gadgets or gizmos. I don't even have a horse. How does Catwoman ever get anything done?" "She has magical dancing powers." Mason reached out and took hold of her hand. "I'll prove it to you." He pulled her from Slade's side and out towards the dance floor. Slade stood, donut still in hand, shaking his head. He didn't try to stop Mason from dancing with Clarissa. She didn't stop him either. Somehow, seeing Sherry right next to him, joking as though they were friends, bothered her. A slow song was playing, and as Mason held her in position, he asked her where she was from and how she knew Slade. She responded with the Kim answers she'd rattled off all night. In the back of her mind, however, she tried to formulate the right way to bring up Sherry. "So I was wondering if you've ever told Sherry any personal secrets that might horrify you if they were printed in the tabloids." This wasn't going to be easy. Perhaps she could fake some psychic powers. The song was nearing its end before she got up her courage. She leaned close to him. "This is going to sound peculiar, but I have a message to pass on to you from a friend." Mason's eyebrows rose in amusement. "Really?" "Never trust a woman who's named after an alcoholic beverage." He nodded with a smile. "And I thought you were Catwoman. You're actually the Riddler, right?" "I'm serious." He glanced back to the refreshment table where Slade and Sherry were talking. "You're wondering about Wonder Woman." Clarissa almost forgot her English accent, but caught herself just in time. "She sold you out, Mason. She tried to tell Sylvia about your father's drinking problems." Mason actually stopped dancing. He stood there, staring at Clarissa with complete seriousness. It struck her as she watched his expression that it was probably the first time she'd ever seen him not acting, not putting on a performance. "How do you know about my father?" "I told you. I'm only delivering a message from a friend." Mason still stood without dancing. "Who?" "Who, yes. And then the next question would be why and how. Maybe she should have gone with the psychic powers after all." "Is the message from Slade?" he asked. "No, not Slade. Don't mention it to him." She pulled at Mason's hand to move him forward a bit. "People will wonder why you're just standing here." Mason moved his feet and hands in a poor imitation of dancing. "What exactly did Sherry do?" The music ended. Slade was watching them expectantly. "I can't tell you right now. We'll talk later." But only if she couldn't find a way to avoid Mason for the rest of the night. She took his hand and pulled him back to Slade and Sherry. Slade held 2 drinks, and as Clarissa walked up, he handed her one. "I think Zara was right. You do have magical dancing powers." Mason didn't say anything. He stared at Sherry. Slade gestured at 2 uniformed police officers who walked through the door not far from them. "Seems like law enforcement is the costume of choice tonight. You picked the wrong time to be a criminal." The officers stopped a passing Bo Peep, talked with her for a few moments, then headed across the floor toward AJ. "I don't think those are costumes," Clarissa said. "Of course they're costumes," Slade replied. They all watched silently as the men reached AJ. Decked out in cowboy boots, spurs, vest, hat, and holster, AJ spoke with the officers. One of them said something that made AJ's jaw drop. The officers gestured toward the door, and AJ stormed across the room with the officers following close behind him. As he walked past Clarissa, she heard him growl out, "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." AJ disappeared into the lobby, continuing his verbal assessment of the situation and using incredibly colorful adjectives. Slade took a sip of his drink. "You're right. I don't think those were costumes." "What would AJ be in trouble for?" Mason asked. Because she didn't want to offer an opinion, Clarissa took a drink from her glass. Sherry stepped sideways and craned her head to get a better view out the door where AJ had gone. "It's probably a security problem or something." Without moving the glass from her lips, Clarissa surveyed the room. Sylvia was here somewhere. Clarissa knew it. Chapter 32. Clarissa peered around the room for a costume that could plausibly conceal the reporter. A witch, maybe. Sherry was still gawking out the door. "Did you see anything?" Slade asked her. Just a few people waiting in the lobby, Sherry said. AJ went down the hallway. Clarissa scooted forward in order to see out the door, too. Along with a few miscellaneous people, Sylvia and the other reporter, Doug Rockwell, stood in the lobby. They stared expectantly down the hallway. So, not only had Sylvia taken the bait, she'd taken the police out fishing with her. Clarissa glanced around the room, wondering if SWAT team members were close by, scaling the resort walls in commando fashion. Then she took another sip of her drink. Mason wandered over to the door to better see what was happening. The rest of the group followed. For several minutes, there wasn't any activity in the lobby, unless you counted Sylvia pacing around. Then, AJ and the police officers came back down the hallway. AJ had the swagger back in his step. "Well, officers," he said in a booming voice, "you'd be hard-pressed to shoot anyone with those guns, but if anyone else complains, direct them to me and I'll try." One of the officers gave him a curt nod. "I'm sorry we bothered you, sir. Thanks for your cooperation." The officers headed toward the front door, one talking into his handheld radio. Sylvia swept over to them. "You didn't find anything?" she asked incredulously. "Did you check all of the crates? He's probably hiding the real ones." The police officer gave her a patient look. "We examined the prop weapons, ma'am. We have no reason at this point to issue a warrant." Sylvia took a few steps forward until she stood between the officers and the door. "That's it? You're going to let him get away with weapons smuggling because the rifles weren't sitting out in the open where you could see them?" The police officer said something back to her. His voice didn't have nearly the volume of Sylvia's, so Clarissa couldn't tell what. Then the officers stepped around her and went out the door. Sylvia stood glaring at them with clenched fists. AJ put his thumbs through his belt loops and stepped sideways so his feet were slightly parted. He actually looked like a cowboy about to take down a heifer. "That's what you've sunk to. You're making up accusations and trying to get the police to believe them." AJ nodded. "I think you've stepped over the bounds of reporting and into the field of harassment, Ms. Stanwyck. I wonder what my lawyer will have to say about all this." Without waiting for a response, AJ strode back into the party. Doug drifted toward Sylvia, smiling. "And to think I was afraid I wouldn't get a story on this trip. How does this sound?" He held one hand up as though showing her something suspended in the air. "Celebrity reporter has paranoia attack and calls in police to search props." He laughed and held up the other hand. "Or how about Sylvia Stanwyck reassigned to cover cultural issues in Borneo?" Sylvia shook a finger at him. Her lips pursed into a scowl. Then she caught sight of Sherry standing in the doorway. Her finger and her scowl immediately turned to the actress. "You," she spat out. "You set me up." Sherry took a startled step backward, shaking her head. "I don't know what you're talking about." Sylvia's face flushed red, and her eyes narrowed into tiny slits. "Yes, you do, and don't think I'll let you get away with this." She spun on her heel and stormed across the lobby. Doug called out to her. "What are you going to do about it, Sylvia? Call the police?" She marched out the building without answering. Sherry stepped away from the doorway and back into the ballroom. She was shaking. Her face looked pale against her red lipstick. "I don't know what she was talking about. I don't know why she said those things." "You should sit down," Slade said, concerned. "You look like you're about to faint." He took hold of Sherry's arm and led her to a chair. She went with him without protest. As Mason followed, Clarissa reached out and took hold of his arm. "Do you hear that sound?" He stopped and listened. "What sound?" She leaned closer to him. "It's the sound of a favor being paid off." He looked at her more closely. "What do you know about all this?" "It has to do with blackmail, or in this case, greenmail. Maybe Sherry will explain it to you." Slade returned then, taking Clarissa's hand in his as though it were a natural thing. "Do you know what the funny thing about tonight is?" She shook her head. "This won't even make the list of top 10 memorable things that have happened at AJ's parties." He turned to Mason, expecting some sort of commentary. Mason shrugged and didn't respond. Slade squeezed Clarissa's hand. "You haven't met AJ yet. I'll introduce you." She would have liked to protest on the grounds that AJ needed time to recover from his police visit, but he was clearly fine. He stood in the middle of a group of people, waving one hand in the air in reenactment and laughing uproariously. Natalie stood beside him, quietly watching him with her arms folded. It was surprising that they were still together. Perhaps they'd worked things out. Or perhaps Natalie had found a way to convince AJ that Bella hadn't told the truth. Maybe they just hadn't decided to make their breakup official yet. Like AJ, Natalie wore a cowboy hat and boots. Her black jeans were so tight they were probably one size away from being classified as a tourniquet, and her black halter top, equally tight, was covered with silver studs. Clarissa and Slade reached the group. "So, AJ," Slade said, "you've gone from a gunslinger to a gun smuggler?" AJ grinned. "I figured it'd be less stressful than the TV business." He reached out his hand to Clarissa. "You must be the botanist we've heard so much about." Clarissa took his hand in hers and tried to shake it without gouging him with her claws. "Kim Jones, lovely party. Absolutely brilliant." Natalie's gaze slid over Clarissa. "You're a doctor of botany." "That's right." Natalie raised an eyebrow. "So, exactly what do you do?" "Oh, well, I specialize in systematics." "Systematics? What does that mean?" "That means I do what I do systematically." Clarissa laughed as though it was meant to be a joke, and then desperately looked around the room for a reason to change the subject. "What kind of plants do you like to study?" AJ asked. She could only think of one offhand. "My favorite is the algae bloom. Over in England, we like to say there's nothing like a bloomin' algae bloom." Natalie smirked. "Really? That sounds absolutely fascinating." AJ surveyed the room. "Chuck from Props is a Brit, too. You ought to introduce them, Slade. Chuck loves talking about England stuff." He craned his head around. "Oh, there he is, over by the hors d'oeuvres." Slade looked at Clarissa. "Shall we?" "Not right now. They're playing our song." She waved goodbye to AJ and Natalie and pulled Slade onto the dance floor. Slade slowly followed her. "Our song is the Monster Mash?" "Sorry, I didn't want to meet anyone else. I've hardly had a chance to talk to you all night." Even though it wasn't a slow song, Slade didn't let go of Clarissa's hand. He pulled her closer to him. "I hate to be so forward," he whispered into her ear, "but people are watching, and this is part of our masquerade." It occurred to her as he held her, his body moving just inches away from her, that she was supposed to find out what he felt about his nanny. She couldn't think of a suitable way to bring up the topic, though. Standing close to Slade made everything else seem muddled. It was easier to sway to the rhythm of the music next to him. Here, like this, she could pretend that nothing else mattered, that there were no masks or masquerades. "This Batman costume is really hot," he said. "I thought so the moment I saw you in it." He laughed. "You know what I mean. That Catwoman suit has got to be just as stuffy. I'm going to take off my mask. Do you want me to help you take yours off?" "No," she said the word too quickly. "I mean, I don't want to mess up my makeup. I'll wait until I'm in front of a mirror." "Suit yourself," he said. Literally in this case. She jarred at the phrase. She'd said the same words to him the night she'd gone swimming. The fact that he'd repeated them didn't mean anything, though. She was just being paranoid again. The music ended, and he bent his head toward her ear. "Seeing as this is our song, I ought to give you a kiss, for appearance sake."
"Oh, all right."
He tilted her chin up and kissed her lightly on the lips. It was only the whisper of a kiss, the suggestion. Afterward, he continued to hold her close as though he didn't want to let her go. "Of course, seeing that we're in love and you've flown in from England to see me, I probably should give you a better kiss than that."
"Probably,"
she said. She didn't want to let him go either. He pressed his lips to hers again, more ardently this time. His arms engulfed her, and she felt a dizzying sort of breathlessness. People were nearby, no doubt, watching them. That was the point, after all. And yet she felt like there was no one else in the room except him. He broke their embrace. "It's too hot to dance. Do you want to go for a walk outside and cool down?" She nodded. "Sure." It wasn't a very British word, but kissing Slade made it hard to think straight. "Good, let's go." He took her hand, and they strolled out of the room and to an exit. Once outside, they turned down the path that led to the resort's garden. Slade still held her hand, dropping it only to peel off his Batman mask. He ran a hand through his still wavy hair. "That thing is awful. I don't know how Christian Bale and Robert Pattinson stood it." Slade turned his attention back to Clarissa. "Are you sure you don't want to take yours off? You'll feel better." No, she wouldn't. Maybe in a bit. Even though they didn't have to keep up appearances out here, he took her hand back in his, and they continued down the path. It was the perfect time to say something. Clarissa tried to think of some casual way to bring up women, relationships, or nannies, and wished he'd say something so she wouldn't have to. He didn't. They walked in silence for another minute. The silence felt expectant, like he was waiting for her to speak. She decided on the direct approach. "You probably know a lot of different types of women." "I suppose so," he said. "And you probably know exactly what type of woman interests you." "I suppose so," he said again, this time with a smile on his lips. "So, what kind is it?" He glanced around, saw they were alone, and leaned up against a half wall that ran beside the path. "You really want to know?" He pulled her slowly to him. He looked into her eyes, intently, and bent down and kissed her. It was a strong kiss, an insistent one, completely without the pretense of being for anyone else's benefit. And Clarissa wondered, as she wound her arms around his neck, if it was wholly appropriate for someone to hold her this way when he hadn't seen her since she was 10 years old. Perhaps he moved fast when it came to women, or perhaps this meant he wasn't interested in his nanny. Or maybe the two of them just had good chemistry. Kissing him made it hard to figure things out. He ran his hand up her back to her neck and left it there, doing his best to caress her neck through her costume. When he ran his fingers under the back of her mask, she pulled away from him, putting some distance between them. "What's wrong?" he asked. "We still don't know each other very well." He let her go and leaned back against the wall, surveying her. "I feel like I know you really well." "Do you?" "Yes, and the funny thing is, you've changed so much since we were kids." "Oh? In what way?" He folded his arms, cocked his head, and looked at her lazily. "Well, for one thing, you used to be black." His words hit her like a gunshot. He'd known all along, and all along he'd been laughing at her. Or perhaps he didn't quite know everything. He knew she was an imposter, but he couldn't know who she was. He wouldn't have kissed her if he'd known. Without another word, Clarissa started back up the path. She was prepared to jog back to Sunset Park Motel if need be. She got only 2 steps away before he called after her. "Clarissa, don't you dare run away from me." So it was worse than she thought. He knew everything. No, not everything. Just enough to make her look despicable. She wanted to say, "I can explain," but how could she? Instead, she turned and asked, "How did you know it was me?" One of his eyebrows lifted. "Besides the fact that you're white, there are a lot of white girls who could fit into this costume." "I've been looking into your eyes for almost a week. You thought I wouldn't recognize them?" Oh, she would have been flattered by this comment if she didn't know that every other sentence in this conversation would be in the form of harsh criticism. "You're probably wondering why I kissed you," she said. He said something low under his breath and marched over to where she stood. "I'm wondering why you lied to me about being married." "You know that too?" She put her hand to her chest. "How long have you known?" He glanced at his watch. "For about 3 hours. Elena told me how well she keeps secrets. She hasn't told anyone about the D-Force." Was it anger she heard in his voice? Disappointment? Clarissa closed her eyes in an attempt to shut everything off. "I didn't mean to lie to you. I just needed the job, and the only reason the job interviewer even sent me to your house was that he knew Alex. I couldn't tell him what a jerk Alex had turned out to be." "And you couldn't tell me because—" "I knew you'd be angry." "You knew I'd be angry," Slade repeated like it didn't make any sense. "And because I wasn't sure it would matter to you in the way I wanted it to matter." He nodded, although she wasn't sure if that meant he agreed it didn't matter or only that he understood why she'd done it. He held out a hand to indicate her costume. "And you decided to have a night out as Catwoman because—" "I wanted to find out how you felt about me." "You were going to accomplish that by pretending to be a completely different woman?" Well, it made sense when Meredith suggested it. Slade folded his arms. "And exactly what did you do with the real Kim? Is she tied up in a coat closet or something?" Clarissa couldn't tell whether he was teasing or not. "She had to attend to an algae bloom off the coast of Mexico." "I see." Slade stared at her with an expression she couldn't discern. What was going through his mind? "I was going to tell you eventually," she said. "I was just waiting for the right time." Because she really longed to be free of it, she unsnapped her mask from where it attached to the rest of the suit. She pulled it off and ran her fingers through her hair in an attempt to revive it. Softly, she said, "I'm sorry, Slade." He watched her, arms still folded, and didn't speak. "Will you please say something?" "All right," he said. "I can't believe it, but I think AJ was right about my script. At this moment, I have absolutely no desire to discuss the meaning of life." "I don't know what you're talking about," a bit more defensively, Clarissa added. "But would you like to comment on the fact that you knew who I was and kissed me several times anyway?" He stepped slowly toward her. "Those were for each of the times over the last week that I wanted to kiss you and then went back to my room and told myself I was going to hell." "Oh," she said. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry about deceiving you. If it's any consolation, I can't tell you how many times I went to my room feeling miserable because I lied to you." He still stared at her, a smile on his lips. "Come here," he told her. "I'm still about 17 kisses short." And so she came to him and set the balance straight. By the time Slade and Clarissa wandered back to the hotel, she felt lightheaded and enveloped in happiness. She had to keep herself from giggling and acting like a teenager out on her first date. They both put their masks back on. Slade helped her tuck stray pieces of hairs into hers, kissed her again, then took her hand and they went inside. "Do you want to skip the rest of the party?" he asked. She gazed around at the people in their costumes. It was too noisy, and there were too many people around. "Yeah, I think I'm done wearing masks for a while." Her comment made him smile. Once they were in the elevator, Slade said, "Let's change and take a walk on the beach." It sounded like a perfectly romantic thing to do, and she still couldn't quite believe that Slade wanted to do it with her. "What about my rental car?" she asked. "It's still at the Sunset Park Motel." He squeezed her hand. "The nice thing about being me is that I have superpowers. Well, actually what I have is staff. In this case, the hotel staff that I can pay to drive your car to the rental company." She squeezed his hand back. "It's awesome to be you, Batman." "I've always thought so." His smile dimmed a little. "Although I probably should warn you what it's like to date a celebrity." The door of the elevator opened and they walked out, making their way to their rooms. "I know you have a busy filming schedule," Clarissa said. "Meredith told me." "That's not what I meant." His fingers were casually intertwined with hers, as though they'd been holding hands all week. "Once people know about us, you'll constantly have to worry about who might be taking your picture, what the entertainment sites will say about you, and I'll tell you right now, it doesn't matter what you wear. Somebody will hate it." "I'll manage," she said. "That's not the worst of it," Slade said. "People will come out of the woodwork wanting favors from you. Anybody you ever knew who has any interest in acting, celebrities, or who needs money for their cause will contact you, asking for something." They'd reached her room, but she still didn't get her keycard out. She took her mask off again, still listening to Slade's list. "When those people are done," Slade continued, "complete strangers will start asking. Trust me, you'll be better off if you just unlist all your contact information right now." "You haven't scared me off yet." He peeled off his mask. "You'll also have to be on the lookout for paparazzi. You have no idea what some people are like." Actually I do." Clarissa took a deep breath and filled him in about Sylvia, telling him everything down to her fake note. Slade listened to her, incredulous, and then couldn't stop laughing. "So, anyway," Clarissa finished up, "I know how bad reporters can be. I've learned my lesson." "Well, somebody has." Slade bent down to kiss her again. It was more than 17, but they stopped counting. She slid her hands up his chest. This was heaven, being able to kiss him. They were still standing like that when Mason's voice interrupted them. "Sure, she's just the nanny." Clarissa turned and saw him down the hallway walking toward his room. "I knew all along that wasn't the truth," Mason called to them, and went in his room, shaking his head. Epilogue. The next fall, when Bella started kindergarten, she had a mother to drop her off. Her father came too, as well as Elena, who was teary-eyed because Bella was a big girl now, and Elena still wasn't. Clarissa tousled Elena's hair, the poor thing. "You get to go to preschool, though," Slade told her brightly. "Preschool is lots of fun." "And you get to be my helper around the house," Clarissa added. Elena frowned, unconvinced. Bella flitted around her desk looking at the things. "And you get to help Mommy wait for the new baby." Slade glanced around the room to see who had overheard that statement. The kindergarten teacher and several parents were smiling approvingly. Hopefully none of them felt like sharing that information with the paparazzi. Reporters had been a constant nuisance since their engagement, and right through their wedding. The public loved the story about a movie star marrying the poor single mother who'd been his daughter's nanny. The paparazzi had only just begun to let up. "Bella," Slade said in a low voice. "We weren't going to say anything about the baby for a while, remember?" Clarissa just laughed. Slade had been right during their first meeting when he told her that people with children couldn't have secrets. But that was okay. She didn't need a mask anymore. This has been Masquerade, a superstar boss, sweet romantic comedy. Written by Janette Rallison, also known as C.J. Hill. Narrated by Molly Secour. Copyright 2001 by Janette Rallison. Production copyright by Janette Rallison.